Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if half demon Harry Potter was eldest son of Sparda? Before we start, here is my official Patreon. Please join it because there are many stuffs that I can't share here because of community guidelines. But on my Patreon page, you will get adult Harry stories, Naruto, and Deca 2. Also the quick access for other parts of my story which might take time on YouTube. Also there are many stuffs you will get here. Please consider joining my Patreon. Link in the description. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. In the middle of the night in a large mansion, the cries of a newborn baby echoed through the halls. This mansion belonged to a unique couple, Eva Sparda and her husband, Sparda, the legendary Dark Knight, betrayer of the demon race. In the master bedroom, a beautiful woman cradled her newborn son, while a handsome man stared at the child with an unblinking gaze. "Oh, he is gorgeous," Eva gushed as she looked at the newborn with love in her eyes. Sparda stood beside his wife, looking at the child in front of him, thoughts clouding his mind. "He's a child. My child. I have a child. With the woman I love," Sparda thought to himself, as he still has yet to come to grips with reality. Eva looked at her husband, noticing the way her husband was looking at their son, the same expression that he always had when he was always consumed by his thoughts. "Honey, you're doing it again," Eva says with an amused smile, causing Sparda to return to reality. "Oh, sorry, my golden heart," Sparda says with an apologetic smile. Eva shook her head with a smile and lifted her arms, moving their newborn child closer to his father, while the baby boy laid asleep in her arms wrapped up in a small blue bundle. Sparda takes a deep breath, knowing what his wife wanted him to do. With hesitation, Sparda slowly took his newborn child out of his wife's arms and held the baby boy in his arms with caution and hesitance. When the baby stirred within the bundle, Sparda hissed in worry at the thought of disturbing his sleeping son. But as moments passed, the baby boy stopped moving and relaxed once more, sleeping peacefully and undisturbed. Tears began to well up in Sparda's eyes as he stared at the baby in his arms, calm in his presence despite his demonic nature. His child laid there peacefully with a small tuft of white hair on his head. Sparda took a deep breath as he gazed down at his newborn son. "Hello there. It's me, your papa," Sparda says as he begins to choke up. "I'm a father. I'm actually a father," Sparda thought as he had a beaming smile on his face as he gazed down at his son, tears of happiness welling up in his eyes. Eva watched her husband look at their child with happiness, love, and hope. Happy that the two of them finally made something amazing, and hope that he can finally escape his past and live his life the way he wanted it to. As a human, as Sparda looked at his son, he watched in shock as his child began to stir once more, before slowly opening his eyes for the first time. Sparda froze in awe as his child stared at him with beautiful emerald green eyes that he couldn't help but be captivated by. As the young baby looked at his father, the baby boy began to giggle as he attempted to reach out to his father, only for him to swing his arms in the air. "He will be a lady killer," Sparda couldn't help but comment proudly. "Just like his father," Eva said as she rubbed her husband's cheek with her hand. "What shall we name him?" Eva asked, curious. "Hadrian. After your father," Sparda says as he looks at his wife before kissing her cheek. "The only one besides Eva who accepted me for who I am," Sparda thought before he felt sadness that Hadrian won't be able to see his grandson in this lifetime. Eva couldn't help but smile brightly as tears flowed down her eyes. "Thank you for honoring him, honey," Eva says, grateful. "Of course I will. He was the closest thing to a father I had. Despite the fact that I was older than him," Sparda began to chuckle at the thought. "Welcome to the world." Hadrian and Sparda, both mother and father, thought as they stared at their child with love in their eyes as he looked at them with innocent emerald green eyes. "Time skip. I was thinking," Eva spoke out as she watched Sparda hold Hadrian, who is now 2 years old, between his legs as they sat on the carpet in the living room. Sparda looked up at Eva with a questioning gaze. "What about?" Sparda asks while Hadrian smacked his own leg, while babbling and making random noises. I find it adorable when babies do that." "Having another child," Eva says, causing Sparda to sputter in shock. The father couldn't help but stare at his wife with complete shock in his eyes. Another child? Sparda asks, shocked, causing Hadrian to turn his attention towards his father before the young boy reaches out, attempting to grab his father's monocle. Why, yes, I think it would be nice for Harry to be an older brother, Eva says while she watches as Hadrian grips his father's shirt and uses it to pull himself up and steady himself as he reached out, attempting to grab Sparda's monocle. Hadrian babbled as he stood on his two legs that wobbled occasionally. Sparda's eyes widened in complete shock while Eva's heart melted. So adorable! Eva screamed in her mind. Oh my God! He called you Dada! Eva gushes as she moves towards her son and picks him up before peppering him with kisses, causing the toddler to laugh and giggle. Sparda, on the other hand, was frozen with shock. He called me Dada. His first words wasn't Mama, but Dada, Sparda thought in shock. The memories of his past continued to haunt him, and the feeling of regret and self-hatred build within his heart at the thoughts of his past actions. Eva notices this and looks at her husband with sadness. Honey, Eva sighs as she cupped Sparda's cheek while holding Hadrian in her other arm. Despite having his cheek in her hand, Sparda still seemed lost in his thoughts. Sparda, Eva says, causing Sparda to look at his wife in surprise. The only times Eva ever called him by his name was when she was serious. You are the most amazing man I have ever met. You are handsome. You are brave. You are funny. You are strong. And you are so goddamn stubborn, but I love that about you. And I am the luckiest woman to ever live, to be with a man like you and be the mother of your child. Eva says as she looks at Sparda with her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Eva, it's not you that is lucky. It is I that is the lucky one. You are a brilliant and stunning woman. You are compassionate. You are incredible. You are brave. You are a goddess among mankind. And you made me into the man I am today. I am the luckiest man to be the father of your child, Sparda says as he stares at his wife's eyes. Both Eva and Sparda look at each other with pure love and slowly lean towards each other before soon their lips locked and they begin to kiss. Lucky mama, da, Hadrian cheered as he clapped his hands, causing both Eva and Sparda to break apart and look at their child in shock. Did he just say? Eva asks in shock. He just did, Sparda answered with an equal amount of shock. A smile soon began to grow on both wife and husband's faces as they turned to each other. We are both the luckiest people to have each other, both Sparda and Eva say as they embrace each other with Hadrian in their arms. Time skipped. Sparda looked at 3-year-old Hadrian as he leaned over the crib and looked at his younger siblings with awe in his emerald green eyes. Virgil and Dante Sparda, twins only a minute apart in birth. Sparda couldn't help but chuckle as he saw his oldest child look at his siblings with a fire burning in his eyes. A fire that Sparda knew all too well. The same fire he had when he went against his own race. Has it really been 3 years since Hadrian's been born? Sparda couldn't help but wonder. Hey, Dada, Hadrian says looking at his father with a surprising amount of intelligence shining in his eyes. Yes, Hadrian? Sparda asks as he walks towards his son. Will you protect them like in the stories? Hadrian asks, curious. I'm sorry, Hadrian. I no longer have the power I once wielded. Sparda apologies with a slight grimace. The young white-haired boy looked down at his baby brothers before looking back at his father. But what if the demons come and attack? Hadrian asks, worried. Sparda kneeled down to Hadrian's level, placing a comforting hand on the young boy's white hair. Don't worry, my son. It will be a long time before that happens, Sparda says with full confidence. But what about you? Hadrian asked, worried. Sparda opened his mouth to answer, but paused. What about me? I can't do much to help my family if the demons were to attack. I no longer have the power I once wielded, and the only thing I have left are my skills and swords, Sparda thought, worried. Shaking his head, Sparda looked back at his son, looking at the young boy with a firm gaze. I'll be fine, Harry, Sparda says with a confident smile. Hadrian looks at his father, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. You're lying, Hadrian stated, annoyed. Sparda couldn't help but be surprised by his son's statement and couldn't help but chuckle internally at the similarities between his son and his younger self. Harry, I understand you don't want me hurt, but you must protect your brothers, Sparda was saying before noticing the anger in his son's eyes. No, I will be strong and protect everyone, Hadrian exclaimed with determination in his eyes. Sparda would normally have just thought of it as a child's naivety, but Sparda couldn't help but be in shock when his son's eyes began to glow green before the window in the room was smashed by an invisible force. Smash! The sound of the glass breaking echoed through the room, awakening both Virgil and Dante, who had begun to cry. "What's going on?" The voice of Eva exclaimed as she ran into the room in a fit of worry. "What happened to the window?" Eva exclaims in shock. "I think that Hadrian is a magical," Sparda says, shocked. "Magical? Of course he is. He is a demon like you," Eva says, confused. Sparda shook his head, turning his attention to Eva. No, that's not what I meant. There are humans in the world who are known as witches and wizards. And it would seem that Hadrian is a wizard," Sparda says. Eva looked at her husband in shock as the words began to sink in. There were humans who had magic. How come the world doesn't know about them? Eva asks, confused, just like how a large majority of the world doesn't know about demons. They either don't believe it or they will do something stupid. Like the Salem witch trials, Sparda states. Eva opened her mouth to retort before pausing. After a few seconds, Eva couldn't help but agree with Sparda's statement. "What does that mean for me?" Hadrian asks, confused. "I think I will take you to the wizarding world so you can start learning and you can protect us," Sparda says with an excited smile. "Yeah." Hadrian cheers while Eva covers her mouth with her hand in an attempt to hide her amusement. Time skip. Hadrian hummed as he sat in the basement with a knife in hand. Hadrian was now 5 years old and was focused on his project while his brothers were sleeping peacefully upstairs in their crib. The twins were soon reaching their second birthday, and Eva was out shopping for presents for their birthday. "So you do it like this," Hadrian mumbled as he looked at an open book which laid on the hard stone before Hadrian turned towards his project. In the center of the room was a circle made up of runes which were carved out. With the knife in hand, Hadrian started to carve out another rune, completing the circle. Hadrian breathed out and gave a chuckle of laughter. "I think I did it," Hadrian said to himself with a bright smile. "But I need to make sure it is right. Can't make any mistakes," Hadrian thought as he started to double-check his work. "Hadrian, can you come here?" The voice of Sparda echoed throughout the house, causing the young Sparda to pause. With a sigh, Hadrian looked at his work, knowing that he will have to continue his work on it later. "Looks like Dad wants to see me. Wonder what he wants," Hadrian thought as he threw a carpet over his project and hid his knife and book before heading upstairs. Upon seeing his father, Hadrian noticed that his father was holding a wooden sword in both hands. "Swords? That's a first," Hadrian thought to himself. "Hey Dad, what's up?" Hadrian asks with a raised eyebrow. "Is Dad planning what I think he's planning?" Hadrian thought to himself as he noticed the slight gleam in his father's eyes. "Today is the start of your sword training," Sparda answers, and a part of Hadrian couldn't help but gulp with slight fear. "Oh crap," Hadrian thought fearfully, knowing that he was in for a tough time. Time skip. Thud. Hadrian screamed in pain as he landed hard on the ground, his back colliding against the ground roughly. "Foolish my son. You must not telegraph your moves," Sparda stated with a hint of amusement in his voice. Hadrian groaned and rolled onto his front, chuckling slightly. "Yeah, but at least I'm giving you a challenge," Hadrian, now 6 years old, said with a smirk on his face. "Huh. You're not even worth the dirt you eat when I throw you down to reality," Sparda taunts with a smirk. Hadrian glares at his father as he stands up. "What's that look for? You know you can't beat me. I may have lost the majority of my powers, but I'm still on the level of superhuman with a lot of skill," Sparda chuckles. And Sparda may have sealed all of his power in the Devil Sword Sparda, Yamato, and Rebellion, but his body is naturally stronger compared to humans despite the fact that his power is sealed. "Maybe, but I won't back down," Hadrian yelled defiantly as he charged at Sparda and aimed at Sparda's head with a horizontal strike. Sparda smirked and leaned back slightly and watched as the wooden sword narrowly misses him. Sparda then used that moment to grasp Hadrian's collar and slammed his knee into Hadrian's stomach. Hadrian bent over and began to cough as he held his stomach in pain. "You have much to work on. You threw your entire body into that strike, leaving a large window for me to strike you." "Don't be foolish," Sparda scolds. Hadrian continues to cough but nods his head, understanding Sparda's point. Sparda watched as his son slowly began to recover and sighed. "I think it's best to cut the sparring off from here. He's improving, but he still needs work, Sparda thought, but he felt proud at the determination his son was showing. "Stand, my son," Sparda says, and immediately Hadrian stood up despite the pain he was in. Sparda noticed this and gave his son a warm smile. "You are improving, my son. You only need to improve a few things here and there, and you will even give me a challenge," Sparda says with an impressed tone. Hadrian nodded his head, a small smile on his face at his father's compliment. "Thank you, father," Hadrian says before coughing once more. "What will we do now?" Hadrian asks, curious. "Now it's time to start the important part of your training," Sparda answers, causing Hadrian to look at Sparda in confusion. Asterisk cough asterisk. "I thought this was the most important part," Hadrian says, tilting his head to the side with a confused look. "Sparring is good, but now we must start your true training," Sparda replies, causing sweat to slide down Hadrian's face. "This wasn't the true training?" Hadrian thought, worried. "And what will my true training be?" Hadrian asks, worried about what his father has planned. Sparda looks at his son, who stared at him. "This," Sparda answers, and two swords materialize in his hands, causing Hadrian's eyes to widen in shock upon seeing the familiar blade. In Sparda's hands was a large gray and silver sword with a skull on its hilt, and a katana with a white handle sheathed in its scabbard. The Yamato. "But what's that other sword?" Hadrian asks in slight confusion, gesturing to the large blade. "It is the rebellion. I made this for your youngest brother. It absorbs demonic energy and empowers the wielder," Sparda answers with a proud smirk. "So unlike the Yamato that separates man from demon, the rebellion, on the other hand, combines them?" Hadrian asks, curious. "Yes. I used the Yamato to separate the demon realm from the human one, and the rebellion was made to absorb demonic energy." Sparda answers with a nod. "But Dad, what about the seal? If you have the rebellion, doesn't that mean that you can use it to break the seal?" Hadrian asks, worried. Sparda shook his head in response to his eldest son's question. "No, it cannot. Despite its ability to combine the two together, it cannot combine the demon world with the human world," Sparda answers. "But why did you make it for Dante? Why not Virgil?" Hadrian asks, confused. Sparda looked at his eldest son and sighed. "I believe that Dante is weaker compared to Virgil in terms of supernatural power. I hope that by giving Dante the rebellion, it can help close the potential power gap between both Virgil and Dante," Sparda answers. Hadrian nodded his head, knowing that despite being twins, Virgil was slightly more powerful than his youngest brother. "I see. But wait. You only have Force Edge, the Yamato, and the rebellion, and unless you have other swords in hiding, then what am I going to have?" Hadrian asks, slightly worried. Sparda looks at his son with a confused expression before his eyes widen in realization, and Sparda begins to laugh. "Hadrian, you have nothing to fear, my son. The Yamato will go to Virgil, the rebellion will go to Dante, and Force Edge will go to you," Sparda answers with a proud smile. Hadrian's eyes widen dramatically at his father's statement. "Wait, Dad, the Force Edge is your sword." Hadrian protests. "My son, you are an incredible young man. Your skills surpass even me when I was your age. You are driven to protect the people you care about, and you accept both your demon side and your human side. You are my firstborn. My blade is meant to go to you," Sparda says with a proud gaze. "And when the time comes and those who seek to harm humanity arrive, the job of protecting the humans must fall to you and your brothers. You are a devil, but you are also human. You're the bridge between both worlds," Sparda says, placing a comforting hand on Hadrian's shoulder. "But wait, Dad. You mentioned that you fought against that war with those three factions. Aren't one of those factions known as devils? What makes them so different from us?" Hadrian asks, confused. Sparda looked at Hadrian, nodding his head, proud of his son's question. "Oh yes, it was a war against the angels, the fallen angels, or otherwise known as fallen, and then there's the devils. What you must know, my son, is that yes, you and I, as well as your brothers, are known as devils, but we are actually intelligent and more powerful demons in a different subclass to that of the demons known as devils. Now, this was before the devil faction was formed, so it certainly became confusing when they began to grow. But the difference between us and the devil faction is that our average power level is far superior compared to the devil faction's average," Sparda informs Hadrian. With a thoughtful expression, Hadrian looked at his father in the eye. "So what you're saying is that the devils from the demon race are more powerful than the devils from the devil faction?" Hadrian asks, tilting his head slightly. Sparda nods his head, confirming Hadrian's assumption. "Yes, devils from the demon race are more powerful. But people like me or Mandus are capable of fighting entire armies of either faction without a drop of sweat. Sparda states, causing Hadrian to look at his father in shock. So what you're saying is that in power you far surpass anyone in any of the three factions? Hadrian asks, shocked. Pretty much yes, Sparda answers with a nod. Damn, Hadrian says in awe. Sparda chuckles and hands Hadrian the Yamato. The young boy grasps the Yamato, tilting his head in confusion. What you must understand about the Yamato is that it has its own power, which allows you to use it the way it's meant to be used. Sparda states as Hadrian looks at the Yamato before looking at his father. Huh? Hadrian tilts his head confused. Sparda sighed and shook his head. Just by wielding the Yamato, you can use flashy moves, Sparda simplifies, forgetting that despite his son's incredible intellect, he was still just a child. Really? Hadrian asked, shocked. Yes, but you must get used to using its power before you can use it efficiently, Sparda states as Hadrian drew the Yamato. Got it, Hadrian nodded his head with determination in his eyes. How far will you go? Sparda wondered as he looked at his eldest son. The young boy continued to find new ways to surprise the demon, and the young boy seems to still be pulling out surprises. We will just have to find out, Sparda thought with a proud gleam in his eyes. Time skip. Again, Sparda ordered as Hadrian stood before several dummies with the Yamato in hand. Taking a deep breath, Hadrian drew the Yamato and appeared behind the dummies in a flash of dark purple energy, leaving a dark purple trail behind him. With sweat drenching his face, Hadrian slowly began to sheathe the Yamato with difficulty. As the hilt of the Yamato touched the scabbard, the dummies exploded into a pile of cut-up pieces, causing Hadrian to gasp as he falls to his knees, as all his energy was drained from using the Yamato. Very good, Hadrian. You have improved with both the Yamato and rebellion, Sparda says with a proud smile on his face. Thank you, father, Hadrian gasps out. Can you stand? Sparda asks with a hint of worry. Hadrian took in a deep breath and used all of his strength to stand up, causing Sparda to grin. Looks like you have my stubbornness, Sparda chuckles. I think you should go take a break, Sparda suggests as he notices Hadrian's wobbly legs. No, I can still keep going. Hadrian spoke it with signs of struggle, just to stay upright. Sparda looks at Hadrian with a calculating gaze before releasing a sigh. Foolishness, my son, Sparda spoke out and moved towards Hadrian at incredible speed and kicked him in the stomach, causing Hadrian to be sent flying back and lose his grip on the Yamato before rolling across the ground. You must not confuse stubbornness with stupidity, Sparda spoke out. He can be just like me when I was his age, Sparda thought with a sigh as he walked to Hadrian, who laid on the ground seemingly unconscious. But much to Sparda's surprise, Hadrian slowly started to get up. That may be, but I will surpass you, Hadrian roared out as dark electricity crackled around Hadrian. It can't be, Sparda thought, shocked. Sparda looked at Hadrian with a calculating gaze before smirking. If it is, then I'm going to bring it out, Sparda thought to himself. Then let's see what you got, Sparda said with a smirk. Hadrian charges at Sparda and pulled his arm back. He's telegraphing his moves. I thought I had him get rid of that, Sparda thought, slightly disappointed. Just as Sparda goes to block Hadrian's attack, the young hybrid flips over Sparda, much to the man's shock. Take this, Hadrian yells out as he spun in the air, kicking Sparda in the face, which sends the elder demon crashing into the ground. He pulled a fake, making me think that he was going to attack from the front, Sparda thought with a mix of shock and pride from his son's trick. Hadrian then charged at Sparda and began to throw a barrage of attacks at his father, forcing the demon knight to either dodge or block the attacks. Sparda leans back as Hadrian's uppercut passes by his face harmlessly, while Sparda felt himself thinking about his current situation. I won't lie, Hadrian has certainly improved. He's faster, stronger, Sparda thought to himself as he blocked Hadrian's strike. And he is better than I was when I was at his age. And that is saying something, Sparda thought to himself. The father felt pride at his son's accomplishments. But to Sparda's shock, Hadrian suddenly changed his fighting style and spun around and hook-kicked Sparda right in the face. Sparda fell to the ground while Hadrian stood standing, breathing heavily as he struggled to stay awake. You certainly caught me by surprise, but I won't fall for it this time. Besides, you're tired and you are running on steam. I suggest you give up while you're still ahead, Sparda says with an arrogant smirk as he pulls himself off the ground. Hadrian takes several deep breaths, his vision becoming blurry from pushing himself further than what he can handle. Never! Hadrian refused as he went back into his fighting stance, The dark electricity that surrounded the young hybrid began to increase in quantity. Okay, he's more stubborn than I thought. Looks like I will have to do the same route that my teacher did with me, Sparda thought to himself as he charged towards Hadrian. Without hesitation, Sparda gut-punched Hadrian, who retaliated with a headbutt, causing the both of them to stumble back. You think that a punch like that is going to make me back down? Hadrian asks, coughing. Yep, Sparda answers with a blank face. I'll show you, Hadrian growled as he dashed towards Sparda. Break! Sparda stood next to Hadrian, who laid on the floor unconscious. Damn, he's getting good. He's starting to use his demonic power subconsciously. I can only imagine how powerful he will be when awakening his devil trigger, Sparda thought to himself, proud of how far his son had come as he wiped a bit of his own blood from his lip. Just then the sounds of footsteps made their way towards Sparda. Looking in the direction of the footsteps, Sparda saw his wife making her way towards him. Honey, what happened to Harry? Eva asks, worried as she comes to see her son laying down, unconscious beside her husband. Well, let's just say he pushed himself too hard when trying to beat me, Sparda answers cheekily. Eva sighs and shakes her head good-naturedly. Well, let's get him back to his room so he can rest, Eva suggests with an amused smile. You got it, my jewel, Sparda answers as he lifts up Hadrian and holds the young snow-haired boy in his arms. As the couple enter the mansion, a pair of white-haired kids ran to them, one with messy white hair and one with spiky white hair. Hey, Mom, what happened to Big Bro? Dante asks, confused. It would seem that he is passed out, Virgil stated with a slight head tilt. He has been giving your father some trouble during their training, Eva answers with an amused expression. Really? Both Virgil and Dante ask, curious. Yes, your brother has been improving at a significant rate, Sparda answers with a nod. Wow, Dante says as his eyes sparkle with awe. It would seem our older brother has much to improve before catching up to our father, Virgil states. Oh. But I seem to recall you being unable to even hold a sword yet without losing concentration and getting into an argument with Dante, Sparda says with a smug smirk. Virgil blushes slightly as he looks away in embarrassment. Dante laughs, mocking his twin brother. The same goes for you, Dante, Sparda added, causing Dante to pout. Justice will serve, little brother, Virgil taunted. Hey, you're only older than me by a minute, Dante complained. Facts do not change, no matter the perception, Virgil answered with a smirk. Eva smiled at the twins, amused by their antics. Depends on the facts, sweetie, Eva added, rubbing Virgil's hair. Messing it up? Virgil whined as his hair was now as messy as Dante's. What's wrong with having your hair like mine anyway, Virgil? Dante asks, annoyed, his cheeks puffing as he pouts at Virgil. Because I do not want to look like one of those ridiculous rock stars that you listen to, Virgil replies. Hey, what about Big Brother's hair? It's worse than mine, Don Gay demands, pointing at his unconscious brother, who laid in their father's arms. I think your brother's hair is my favorite, Eva replies, rubbing Hadrian's head. But Mum, all our hair are your favorite, Dante whines while Virgil nods his head in agreement. Sparda couldn't but internally laugh at how wrong his youngest sons were. Eva absolutely loves Hadrian's hair the most out of the three. She always said that he looks like he just had a shag, or in her words, just kid, someone, Sparda thought to himself. And just like Dante and Virgil in the games, Sparda will not swear unless he is too. Of course, that won't count for Hadrian. Okay, you three, I'm going to take Hadrian to his room, and we can spar. How's that? Sparda offers. I don't really want to spar, Dante whined while Virgil nods in agreement. I believe that both Dante and I should wait until we are older before training, Virgil commented as he finished fixing his hair. But honey, you always say that you want to be like your big brother. So, why don't you train with your father? Eva asks, confused. Virgil turned away, his face red from embarrassment. I just think that it could be bad for us to train heavily at such a young age, Virgil answered, unable to look at his parents. Very well. Honey, why don't you take Harry to his room? Eva states, looking at Sparda. Sparda nodded his head and headed upstairs, making his way towards Hadrian's bedroom. As Sparda opened the door to his son's room, he couldn't help but let his mind wander. Hadrian has grown a lot since he started training with me. But I can't help but wonder why there is such a power difference between the three when Hadrian was at their age. Sure, I can accept the fact that Hadrian is a wizard, but why was he 2 times more powerful than both Dante and Virgil combined? Skill-wise, I can understand since they don't train as much as Hadrian did, but there has to be a reason for such a power difference. Sparda couldn't help but wonder as he placed his eldest son on his bed. Time skip. Hadrian entered the living room and saw both his brothers sitting on the couch. Virgil was reading a book while Dante was playing video games. "How have you two been?" Hadrian asks, curious, as he sat beside Virgil. "I am having a little trouble with this boss, but nothing I can't handle," Dante says with a chuckle, while my dim-witted younger brother plays his games. "I am reading a book made by a great author. William Shakespeare," Virgil answers, turning the page. "I'm only younger than you by a minute," Dante snapped. "You are nevertheless still younger," Virgil retorts with a smug grin plastered on his face. "Yeah? Well, I am Harry's favorite brother," Dante says with a smirk. "Really? You think our older brother would prefer you?" "I bet he likes me more," Virgil states firmly. "Oh yeah? I'm better, right, Harry?" Dante asks, looking at Hadrian. "Brother, tell this ridiculous buffoon that he is dreaming," Virgil says, annoyed. Hadrian watched this and smirked internally. "So you want to know who my favorite child of Sparta is?" Hadrian asks. "Please fall for it," Hadrian hoped. "Yes." Both Dante and Virgil answer excitedly. Yes. They fell for it. Hadrian thought with a smirk. "My favorite child of Sparta is me," Hadrian says with a smirk. Both Dante and Virgil froze in shock. Dante's eye twitched while Virgil rubbed his eyes tiredly. "How did I fall for that?" Virgil grumbled. "Now that you got your answer, I'm taking you out for training," Hadrian states, standing up from the couch. "Training?" Virgil and Dante ask in unison. "Yep," Hadrian said, popping the P. "But I don't want to train," Dante whined with a pout. "Not my problem. Let's go," Hadrian says with a sadistic smirk on his face, grabbing both Virgil and Dante's wrists, pulling them away from their previous activities. "No, I don't want to be tortured," Dante pleads, remembering the times when his elder brother always came back home either unconscious or covered in cuts and bruises. Virgil, despite being the calm one, was panicking inside at the thought of sparring against his older brother. It will be like two penguins trying to fight an elephant. "This is so not fair," Virgil thought wide-eyed. What's going on?" The three children of Sparta looked to see their mother at the doorway looking at them, tilting her head slightly with curiosity in her eyes. "Please help us, Mom. Big brother Harry is going to torture us," Dante pleads, begging for their mother to help. "I agree, Mother. We cannot survive a sparring session with Hadrian," Virgil adds, his eyes wide with fear. Eva is shocked by her youngest son's reaction, but sees Hadrian smirking. "I know that smirk. He got it from me?" Eva internally danced upon seeing the familiar smirk on her son's face. Both Virgil and Dante stare in horror as they see the familiar smirk that their brother had on his face form on their mother's. "Have fun, boys. Don't be out for too long. And Harry, please do bring them back alive," Eva says, giggling darkly, causing the twins to shake with fear. Hadrian's smirk grew further, matching Eva's to AT. "You won't have to worry about that," Hadrian says as he drags his youngest brothers out of the house. "He got it from Mom?" Both Virgil and Dante internally scream in fear, now discovering where their brother's sadistic side originated from. Not too far from the commotion, Sparda felt a shiver run down his spine. Currently located in his office, Sparda looked out the window, his office located on the second floor of the mansion, and the father saw his eldest drag Dante and Virgil with a smirk on his face. Sparda's eyes widened at realizing that it was the same smirk his wife would have when she was unnaturally sadistic. May God have mercy on those two, Sparda thought, not wanting anything to do with that smirk. Remembering the horrifying time that his wife had that smirk. "I didn't even know you could even shove that up a demon's ass," Sparda thought, shivering as he remembered the one time his wife had lost it and traumatized both him and the demon that had attacked them. Time skipped. Hadrian laid on his bed with a book in hand. Now 9 years old, the eldest son of Sparda was reading on magic that was used before wizards and witches locked themselves behind their wards and his from the non-magicals. Wow, so there was such a thing as Dragon Slayer magic, Hadrian thought in awe as he saw a picture of a teenage boy shooting fire out of their mouth. Knock, knock, knock. Hadrian lowered his book and looked at his closed door where the knocks came from. "Come in," Hadrian calls out. Moments later, the door to his room opens, revealing Eva, who looked at her eldest with a warm smile. "Hey, Mom, what's up?" Hadrian asks, closing his book and placing it on his bed by his side. "Hey, your father wants you to come downstairs. He said that it was time," Eva says, causing a smirk to grow on Hadrian's face. "A few months ago, Sparda had explained that with the ability to use demonic magic, the individual will be capable of creating styles, which enhance the individual's attributes based on the style. During the lesson, Sparda had given his son a challenge to create an effective style and use it against him in a sparring match. Heading downstairs, Hadrian saw his father standing out at the backyard with a wooden sword in hand. Hearing his footsteps, Sparda looks up and smiles at Hadrian. "Looks like you're here. Good. Now I need to make sure that you have successfully created a style. So grab a sword, and let's see," Sparda says with a smirk. With a nod, Hadrian grabbed one of the many wooden swords that were stacked outside before chasing after his father. Upon reaching his father, Hadrian noted the slight gleam of excitement in Sparda's eyes. "Now, as you know, I gave you a month to decide what type of style you want as well as the time to put into practice. So now I want to see it in action," Sparda states as he raises his sword at Hadrian. With a smirk, Hadrian pulled his sword into a reverse grip, and at that moment, dark purple smoke began to seep from Hadrian's body. Revenge-style, Hadrian activated his ability. Sparda tilted his head slightly, curious at the style his son had created. "Try not to get cocky, Hadrian. It can be your downfall," Sparda warns as he charges at Hadrian. Hadrian smirked and swung his sword, deflecting Sparda's thrust attack. Spinning on his feet, Hadrian slashed in an upwards crescent attack, hitting his father's chin. Sparda stumbles back from the sudden change in his son's fighting style, impressed that Hadrian had completely altered the way he fought. Shaking his head with a proud smile, Sparda swung his sword at Hadrian with incredible speed, the sword hitting Hadrian in the chest, eliciting a hiss of pain from the young hybrid. Sparda internally frowned as he ducked under one of Hadrian's attacks and retaliated with a strike to the side of the ribs. "That's odd. He isn't fighting as well as he normally does," Sparda thought, confused as he flipped over Hadrian and side-kicked the hybrid in the back. Unseen by Sparda, a smirk grew on Hadrian's face as he pushed himself back onto his feet. Lunging at Sparda, Hadrian began to send slash after slash at the white-haired man, causing Sparda to be on the defensive. Parrying one of Hadrian's attacks, Sparda forced Hadrian's sword to swing outward, causing Hadrian's entire body to twist along with it. "Huh!" Sparda let out a yell as he struck the pommel of the wooden sword into his son's stomach, flinging Hadrian back, causing the white-haired hybrid to land on his back. Coughing into his hand, Hadrian turned to his front and pushed himself back up to his feet. Sparda sighed and shook his head with a disappointed frown on his face. "I warned you not to get cocky, and what do? You get cocky," Sparda scolds Hadrian. With Hadrian's back turned to his father, a large grin grew on his face as his eyes changed from emerald green to dark purple that glowed with power. "That should do it," Hadrian thought as he turned to Sparda. "There was a reason why I was fighting like that," Hadrian informed his father. Hadrian chuckled as he saw the confused expression on Sparda's face. "Release!" Hadrian yelled, and purple fire engulfed Hadrian's body, his eyes glowing a bright purple, matching that of the flames that now covered his body. Sparda stumbled back in shock from his son's current state. "What is this?" Sparda wondered. "Try fighting me now," Hadrian yelled as he charged at Sparda. Crack! Sparda's eyes widened as his son practically appeared in front of him with his incredible speed. Quickly raising his sword above his head, Hadrian's sword crashed from above, destroying both swords from the impact as Sparda attempted to block it. Spinning on his feet, Hadrian's side kicked Sparda in the stomach, sending the demon swordsman flying back. Smash! Sparda collided with a tree, crashing through the trunk and landing on the ground with a loud thud. Grunting in pain, Sparda looked up to see the purple flames that covered Hadrian's body dissipate, and for Hadrian to let out a pained gasp as he fell to his knees, sweat drenching his entire body. As the white-haired hybrid attempted to push himself back up to his feet, Hadrian let out a pained grunt as his body began to fail him, causing Hadrian to fall onto his stomach. Sparda noticed this and stood up, wincing as his torso stung from his eldest son's kick. "What was that?" Sparda couldn't help but ask. Struggling to even look up at his father, Hadrian spoke. "I call it revenge style. It absorbs the kinetic energy from hits that I take, storing it within my body, building it up until it is released in one powerful burst. That fire that covered my body multiplied my speed, strength, senses by several times. Since I couldn't use it without actually getting hit, and to avoid tipping you off, I had to work on it based on purely theory. Guess all that energy being released simultaneously was too much for my body to take. Hadrian asked before his body finally lost all its strength as Hadrian's head landed on the ground, the white-haired boy now unconscious. Sparda let out a pained grunt as he made his way towards Hadrian, shocked at what his son had accomplished. I was not expecting Hadrian to make something like that. That is a very dangerous style. If he learns how to use it properly, Sparda thought to himself, as he sighed in relief, as his supernatural healing reduced the pain in his stomach from Hadrian's kick. Picking up his eldest son, Sparda made his way back towards the house, shaking his head with an amused expression on his face upon seeing his youngest children watching them from the living room window. As he entered the mansion, Sparda made his way towards the stairs, noting how both Dante and Virgil seemed to follow as discreetly as 6-year-olds could, which meant not discreet at all. As he began to make his way up the stairs, Sparda came to a stop. "You two better get ready. I'm going to start dialing up your training whether you like it or not," Sparda says over his shoulder, causing both Dante and Virgil to look at their father in shock, surprised that he had noticed them. Entering his son's room, Sparda made his way towards Hadrian's bed and slowly lowered the young boy onto the mattress, allowing a moment to look down at his son as the young boy slept peacefully. "You never fail to amaze me," Sparda thought to himself with a small smile. Sparda then chuckled as he noticed a shine from underneath his son's shirt, a golden necklace with a violet jewel hung from Hadrian's neck, a gift that Sparda had given his son on his 8th birthday, half of a seal that stopped the demons from gaining full access to the human world. It won't be long until Eva gives both Dante and Virgil their version of the necklace, Sparda thought to himself. Within the necklaces holds the key to breaking the seal that holds the demons back. The first, the one that holds half of the seal, was currently around Hadrian's neck. The second and third both contain a quarter of the seal. While Sparda cared about all 3 of his sons, the devil swordsman held more faith in his eldest son's power to protect the larger portion of the seal than that of his younger sons. "Sleep tight, my son," Sparda thought with a smile as he softly stroked his son's hair, before leaving his eldest son's room with a soft click of the door closing. The Attack. Chapter 1. The Attack. Hadrian yawned as he read through his book. Now 10 years old, nearly 11, Hadrian was certain that his project was complete. A precaution that he had worked on should anything happen, the very thing that Hadrian had predicted would happen on this day. Boom! The very house shook as the ward shattered. The sounds of roaring echoed within the halls of the mansion, eyes widening in realization. Hadrian snarled as he threw his book on his bed and ran out of his room. Eyes narrowed as he looked left to right in caution for any demons that had made their way into the mansion. Seeing no sign of any demons, Hadrian ran to the left, making his way towards the staircases as fast as he could. Thud! From above, a large demon landed before Hadrian. The demon was humanoid and abnormally obese, looking more like a manatee than anything. The blood of the traitorous Sparda. The demon roared in rage at the sight of the eldest son of Sparda. Rolling his eyes with a sigh, Hadrian lunged forward, slamming his elbow into the demon's stomach. Letting out a pained gasp, the demon had no time to react when Hadrian spun on his feet, sweeping the demon's legs, sending the large demon spinning into the air. Grasping both the demon's leg and head, Hadrian growled as he began to pull. A loud scream of pain escaped the demon's throat as Hadrian ripped the demon in half. The upper and lower half of the demon dropped onto the ground carelessly. "YEA I worse, Tina Sparda," the demon growled, blood dripping down onto the ground. Staring at the demon with an emotionless gaze, Hadrian lifted his leg up above the demon's head. Splurt! The sound of the demon's head being crushed echoes the hallway as the young half-demon stared down at the corpse. Boom! The mansion shook once more, causing Hadrian to scowl as he ran towards the stairs, jumping down and landing on the lowest floor. "Hadrian!" A voice caught the eldest son of Sparda's attention, causing him to turn to see his mother running to him. "Mom, where's Dad, Virgil, and Dante?" Hadrian yells out. Eva pulled Hadrian into a tight hug, happy that her eldest son was safe. "Your brother is safe for now. I don't know where Virgil is, and your father is somewhere, probably fighting the demons," Eva says. Looking down at her son, Hadrian internally cursed, his plans at risk without his father. "Okay, we need to find Dad and Virgil. If Dante is as safe as you say he is," Hadrian says, pulling himself out of his mother's grasp and grabbing her hand, pulling her along with him as he heads towards the basement. "Harry, honey, where are we going?" Eva asks, confused and fearful. Just as Hadrian opened his mouth to explain, the ground shook. Boom! Damn it, where are you, Dad? Hadrian thought with a scowl. Bang! The wall exploded as Sparda was sent flying through. Sparda/Dad. Both Eva and Hadrian yell out in worry. From the hole in the wall, an arachnid-like demon jumped out, lunging towards Sparda. Seeing Force Edge nearby, Hadrian charges forward, grasping his father's blade and swinging it in a wide arc. The demon was unable to scream as its body was horizontally cut in half, blood and guts splattering across the floor. Okay, Dad, you're here. Come with me, Hadrian says, grabbing his father's hand and pulling him up to his feet. Hadrian? What do you mean? Sparda was unable to react as he was suddenly pulled forward, Hadrian leading Sparda downstairs with Eva following not too far behind. Quickly slamming the door open, Hadrian led Sparda towards the center of the room, right above the carpet. Mom, stand beside Dad, Hadrian says as he quickly moves to his work table not too far from the carpet. Harry, what are you doing? Eva asks her eldest son, following his instructions and standing on the carpet beside her husband. Huh? Here it is, Hadrian says as he pulls out a pair of amulets. We don't have much time. Put this on, Hadrian says, handing both his parents the amulet. Despite the confused frown on their faces, both Sparda and Eva put on the amulets without complaint. All right, it's ready. Don't worry about us. I will look for Virgil and Dante, Hadrian says, looking at both his parents with a sad smile on his face. What? What are you talking about? Sparda asks with a confused expression on his face. At that moment, from underneath the carpet, runes began to glow, turning the carpet to ash as magic began to flow into the air. Harry, honey, what is this? Eva asks with a confused look on her face. Hadrian merely smiled at his parents, tears in the corners of his eyes. I love you, Mom, Dad. I will be seeing you soon, well, for you, that is, Hadrian says, just as both his parents were covered in a bright orb of magic, frozen in time. They should be safe for the time being. Now to find Virgil and Dante, Hadrian thought to himself, his eyes changing from one of sadness to determination. Boom! The mansion shook once more, demons roaring as they searched for the family. Time to kill some demons, Hadrian thought as he ran out of the basement, closing the door behind him just as runes began to glow, causing the door to vanish, an illusion over the door to seem like a normal wall. Break! Virgil ducked underneath the claw of a demon, and with the Yamato in hand, the young son of Sparda drew the blade and slashed the demon with one powerful strike. As the demon stood there, frozen, Virgil slowly sheathed the Yamato, and as the hilt touched the scabbard, the demon fell as its body was cut in half. Standing in front of his home, Virgil glared at the army of demons ready to charge at him and take over his home. The demons, despite hating the young child, were wary. The several corpses of their fellow demons surrounding Virgil were enough to show that the young white-haired boy was skilled. As Virgil waited for them to make their move, the young boy couldn't help but feel his heart race, the fear slowly beginning to overwhelm him as he was able to see the endless horde of demons with a massive stone gate behind them. The demons slowly exiting the gate and to join the assault. How did they get in? How did they find us? Virgil couldn't help but wonder. Too focused on his thoughts, Virgil wasn't able to react as one of the demons grew confident enough and charged at Virgil, lunging at the white-haired child. Whoosh! A blade flew past Virgil's head, hitting the demon's head and embedding itself in the monster's skull. Virgil blinked as the demon fell to the ground, unmoving. But that's when the eldest twin saw the sword. Force Edge seems a little unfair. All of you against my little brother. Virgil perked up as he heard the familiar voice of his older brother. With a bright smile on his face, Virgil turned to see Hadrian walking towards them, eyes glowing purple as his demonic power flowed out of him, scaring the demons. Hadrian! Virgil cheered as the eldest son of Sparda walked past Virgil, grasping Force Edge and ripping the sound out of the demon's corpse. It's time to show you ugly bastards who you are messing with, Hadrian states confidently, the demons hesitating as they saw the rage in the eldest son of Sparda's eyes. Yes, let's take them on together, Virgil yells, ready to fight by his oldest brother's side. No, Hadrian spoke. That one word made Virgil feel like someone poured ice-cold water on him. What? Virgil stuttered, shocked by what his brother said. I said no. I will handle them. You will go inside and find Dante. Once this is all over, we will figure it out from there, Hadrian stated coldly. Virgil blinked, looking up at Hadrian with shock in his eyes. This was the first time Virgil had seen his brother like this, angry and cold. Biba, what about you? Virgil asks, worried. I will be fine. I can handle these ugly monsters. But I can't have you by my side. Hadrian spoke as a demon charged at the eldest son of Sparda. With answer, Hadrian brought his hand up as a dark bolt of lightning shot out of his hand, hitting the demon and causing it to explode in blood and gore. You will only cause me to be distracted, Hadrian finished. Virgil frowned as he looked at his brother, shocked by what the white-haired boy had said. But I can help. Why don't you want me to help you? Virgil demanded, tears beginning to form in the corners of his eyes. Hadrian growled as he turned to Virgil, hand clenched tightly around the handle of Force Edge. Because you are not strong enough, now go. Hadrian roared, causing Virgil to stumble back in shock. Looking up at Hadrian with hurt visible in his eyes, Virgil was able to see the dark electricity coursing through Hadrian's body, occasionally lashing at the ground beneath him. But Harry, I'm 7 years old. I can help, Virgil insisted, ignoring the pain in his heart from what his elder brother had said. Hadrian narrowed his eyes at his younger brother, tense and ready for the demons before him to attack. And I am 10, nearly 11 years old. Now go find Dante and protect him, Hadrian ordered. Virgil clenched his fist tightly, the Yamato tilting upwards slightly around the boy's tense hand. Without a word, Virgil turned and ran into the house, searching for his twin brother. Seeing his brother now away from the danger, Hadrian turned around to face the demon army before him, all tense and slightly fearful of the oldest son of Sparda's power. Well, what do you know? You bastards do know something, Hadrian says as he tightens his grip around Force Edge and lunges, charging head first into the army of demons. With one powerful swing, Hadrian cut a demon in half, quickly spinning on his feet, concentrating his demonic power into Force Edge. Dark electricity cackled around the blade, the movement of the eldest son of Sparda's spin, sending bolts flying off of the blade and hitting any nearby demons. You better have more than that, or you are all toast. Hadrian yells out as he charges towards the nearest demon. Kicking the creature into the air, Hadrian bent his knees and jumped up, reaching the demon as it reached the height of its momentum. With a smirk on his face, Hadrian gripped Force Edge and raised it high into the air, bringing it down onto the demon, forcing both Hadrian and the demon back to the ground. The force of the attack tore the demon in half, blood splattering all over the ground. Hadrian let out a sound of surprise as he saw a demon lunge at him from the corner of his eyes. Quickly jumping back, Hadrian couldn't help but cackle in amusement as the demon that had attacked him had crushed the skull of their fellow demon. You idiots truly are as stupid as Dad said you were. Guess you. Demons truly don't think at all, Hadrian says with an arrogant grin. Oh, I wouldn't say that, a voice spoke from behind Hadrian. Before the young Sparda could react, he was flung through the air, crashing through the brick wall of the mansion. Boom! Hadrian let out a pained grunt as he rolled across the wooden floor of the mansion. Scowling at the surprise attack, Hadrian used Force Edge to help get back up to his feet. From the hole in the wall, Hadrian saw the floating form of a beautiful devil. She had long black hair that floated through the air as if underwater. A seaweed-like bikini just left very little to the imagination, with it tightly gripping her curves, a sadistic grin on her face as her red eyes burned a hole in Hadrian's head. So a devil did join the assault on our home, Hadrian says as he steps through the hole, now back outside the mansion. Oh, most certainly. I would not miss out on this opportunity. Oh, how the excitement of tasting the blood of Sparda torments me. But you will certainly do, the woman says, moaning slightly at the thought. Hadrian raised an eyebrow at that, looking at her with a slight expression of disbelief. You want a part of me in you? I will sadly have to decline. I don't stick my carrot in crazy, Hadrian taunts, eyes flashing violet with the smirk present on his face. The devil looked down at Hadrian, eyes glowing bright red. Oh, you got your father's sense of humor. But too bad you won't get a choice. The bloodline of Sparda is certainly desired among the female devils, the woman says, her head tilting slightly, eyes shining with an unknown gleam. Hadrian blinked, looking at the woman with a confused expression on his face. Is she insinuating that she is going to rape me? Hadrian couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine at the thought. This was noticed by the devil, whose grin grew. "Oh, such a young little child. To think that Sparda would have a son. I would certainly have fun using you," the woman says creepily. The eldest son of Sparda felt his blood boil. The very thought of being treated as nothing more than a plaything angered the demon/human hybrid. "Oh, is that so?" Hadrian asks as he raises force edge, the tip of the blade pointed at the woman. "Then you better put your money where your mouth is, because I am going to kill you," Hadrian snarled, eyes glowing brightly as dark electricity cackled around his body. This causes the devil to blink in surprise, not expecting such anger from the young boy. "Let's do this!" Hadrian roars, charging at the devil, sword gripped tightly. The devil raised an eyebrow, bringing up her hand as the air began to change. As the young demon hybrid got closer, he saw water begin to form in the air, combining together to create a small ball of water. Pushing her arm out, the devil sent the ball shooting at Hadrian with incredible speed. Eyes widening, Hadrian tilts his head and winces as he feels the ball scrape his cheek, drawing blood. Thud! The eldest son of Sparda blinked as he heard something hit the ground from behind him. Turning around, Hadrian couldn't help but blink in surprise as he saw a demon, lying on the ground, a massive hole in the center of its body. "Pay attention, son of Sparda," the female devil yelled out, creating several balls of water before firing them at Hadrian like a bullet. Scowling slightly, Hadrian rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the speeding water bullets, only to jump into the air as a demon lunged at him. Now in the air, Hadrian felt gravity begin to pull him back down, towards the demon below him. Reacting on instinct, Hadrian slammed his feet into the demon's face, flinging himself back into the air and towards the female devil. "You are an agile little thing, aren't you?" the devil asked rhetorically, creating a large ball of water. Unable to move while in the air, Hadrian could only watch as the devil swiped her hand at him, sending the ball soaring towards him like a wave, submerging him within the water and sending him crashing into the ground. Coughing up the water that was forced into his lungs, Hadrian barely had any time to react as the female devil sent a powerful stream of water that shot forward, faster than Hadrian could react. As a result, the eldest son of Sparda let out a pained yelp as the water cut through his side like wet paper, sending the young white-haired boy flying back. The female shook her head with mock sadness, floating towards the young boy with amusement brimming in her eyes. "Oh, such a young boy, so inexperienced. But don't worry, I will train you," the devil cooed. Hadrian growled as he forced himself up. The female devil noticed a dark purple smoke coming off of the eldest son of Sparda's body. "Release!" Hadrian roared, purple fire engulfing the white-haired boy's body. Lunging at the devil with incredible speed, Hadrian sent a flurry of strikes at the woman, forcing her to go on the defensive, using what water she can summon from the air to reduce the speed of the demon hybrid's attacks, just enough to narrowly dodge the blade. Releasing that things weren't going for her, the female devil flew up into the air and summoned forth several balls of water. Instinctively knowing what she was planning, Hadrian moved. From above, the devil sent a barrage of speeding water bullets at Hadrian, forcing the white-haired boy to push his body to avoid and dodge the speeding projectiles, taking advantage of the demons that got in his way, forcing them to be on the receiving end of the many speeding water bullets. "She's being reckless. I can kill the group off before they have the chance to overwhelm me. Then I am going for her," Hadrian thought as he flipped over a charging demon, grinning as he saw the many water bullets piece the creature's body, killing the demon. With one final flip, Hadrian watched from behind as the last demon was killed by the female devil's barrage. Looking up into the sky, Hadrian couldn't help but look at the devil. Despite having stopped her barrage, she didn't seem winded at all. It was tired at all. "This might be more difficult than I thought," Hadrian couldn't help but think to himself. "Done dancing? Good. Let the real fun begin," the female devil says with a grin. Confused at the woman's statement, Hadrian had barely any time to react as massive dragons made of water burst out of the many demons that had been killed by the female devil's attacks. "Oh, they can't be good," Hadrian couldn't help but worry as he saw what looked like hundreds of water dragons looking down at him. "You really think I was stupid enough to kill them just because you put me in a tight corner? Oh, please. Everything has water in them, even blood, which means that by allowing me to kill the others, "You gave me an army to gain water from," she stated with a shit-eating grin on her face. Realizing he was in big trouble, Hadrian tensed up, hand gripping Force Edge tightly as he prepared to fight the devil before him. That's when it happened. In unison, all the water dragons charged at the son of Sparda. As Hadrian jumped over the first dragon, he was unable to do anything as another crashed down from above, sending him smashing into the ground, only for another water dragon to slam into him from the side, flinging the white-haired boy through the air. Despite the pain he was in, Hadrian twisted his body while in the air, slamming Force Edge into the ground, the use of the sword bringing the boy's momentum to a stop. Just as he was about to pull Force Edge out of the ground, Hadrian felt his body give out as the flames that covered his body went out. "Damn, I couldn't hold it together long enough," Hadrian cursed as another one of the female devil's dragons slammed into Hadrian, forcing the young boy back as Force Edge flew out of the ground and into the air. As he soared through the air, Hadrian was unable to do anything as he watched as yet another water dragon hit him, sending him crashing into one of the stone columns that held the balcony on the second floor. Coughing up the water that had once more been forced into his lungs, Hadrian found himself unable to move as he had no strength left in his body. His back leaned up against the column behind him. With what little strength he did have, Hadrian was just able to look up, only to watch as Force Edge flew through the air, directly into his torso. Hadrian let out a pained gasp as the blade pierced his torso, embedding its blade into the column behind him. Feeling his vision darken, Hadrian was barely able to make the female devil, just as a loud scream echoed into his ears as his vision fades to black. The female devil looked down at Hadrian with a frown. The young white-haired boy was slumped back against the column, his father's sword stabbed in his chest. The beautiful woman couldn't help but be confused as to how Force Edge was sent flying towards Hadrian's direction. She had not recalled her using her dragons to do so. The last she recalled seeing the blade was when it was forced out of the ground from her attack. As she got a closer look at Hadrian, the devil couldn't help but let out a sigh of disappointment as she saw no sign of life in him. "Well, that's a disappointment. I had hoped that he would have been mine. For a while at least," the woman said as she began to float towards the entrance of the mansion. As she got closer, the female devil froze as she felt a large demonic presence. Before the devil could react, a hand grasped her shoulder, forcing the female devil to turn around, only to see the face of Sparda and his devil trigger. The female devil only felt the power behind the punch that Sparda had given her, sending the woman flying across the area and crashing into the gate that had brought them here. Shaking with fear, the female devil looked up as Sparda walked towards her. But that is when she saw it. This was not Sparda, as she saw Force Edge sticking out of the being's torso. Quickly turning her head to the side, the female devil looked past the Sparda look-alike only to see that where Hadrian once laid was only a puddle of blood with no sign of the boy anywhere. And that is when it clicked. This Sparda look-alike is Hadrian. Unlike Sparda himself, Hadrian had horns on his forehead, spiked upwards from underneath the metal plates of his body. Hadrian had a slight glow of violet. But aside from the two things, both Hadrian and Sparda in their devil trigger were practically identical. As Hadrian stood before the woman in his devil trigger, the young hybrid couldn't help but breathe heavily as he grasped the handle of Force Edge and ripped it out of his chest, revealing an entirely different sword. Glowing red, the female devil couldn't help but shake with fear as she saw it. The true form of Force Edge, the devil sword Sparda. As the sword glowed, Hadrian's body began to gain a similar glow, his demonic power growing from wielding his father's legendary blade. Realizing that she was going to die, the female devil flew up into the air in an attempt to flee from the son of Sparda. Scowling at the fleeing devil, Hadrian's cloak began to move, revealing 4 massive wings. With one single flap of his wings, Hadrian flew up into the air with incredible speed, moving in front of the woman without a thought. Before she could even react, Hadrian's fist slammed into the woman's face, sending the female devil crashing into the ground. With a massive boom, creating a crater from the force of the impact. Dropping down to the ground, Hadrian gripped the handle of the devil sword Sparda and raised it up. "Any last words?" Hadrian spoke, his voice demonic with a reverb, his voice filled with power, further enhanced with the presence of Devil Sword Sparda. The woman gulped, knowing that she had no other option. "Spare me, and I will give you my power," the female devil pleaded. The eldest son of Sparda paused, looking down at the woman with a narrowed gaze. His sharp teeth gritted slightly as he thought about her offer. After a few moments, Hadrian placed the blade of the devil sword Sparda against her throat. "Betray me, and I will do worse than kill you," Hadrian warned, his voice filled with malice. The woman nodded, her eyes no longer showing any signs of fear, something that the young boy noted. "I have no intention to," she spoke as slowly her body was engulfed in a bright light. Slowly, the devil's form began to change, turning into a bright ball of light as it soon began to float into the air. Narrowing his eyes at that, Hadrian slowly reached out into the ball, only to feel something form in his hand. As the light began to dissipate, Hadrian stared at his hand where a gun was in his grasp. With dark metal covering the barrel of the gun, dark seaweed-like markings formed over the handle of the grip, giving the gun a unique appearance. From behind the son of Sparda, several demons began to come out of the massive gate, forming a portal in the center of the gate. As the last of the demons emerged, the portal closed behind them. But that was when they saw him, Hadrian, in his devil trigger, standing before them. "Let's test this out," Hadrian said, bringing up the gun and pulling the trigger. A bullet made of water shot forward, piercing the head of an unlucky demon. Grinning at the power of the female devil's weapon form, Hadrian fired several water bullets at the demons, killing them with quick succession as the knowledge of how to use her was implanted into his memory. With several demons dead, Hadrian brought the gun up to his cheek and grinned at the remaining demons. "Good night," Hadrian stated as the gun began to glow blue. From the corpses of the demons, massive dragons made of water shot out from the bodies, attacking the remaining demons, either eating them and turning them into nothing within the bellies of the dragons or crushing them under their immense water pressure. But within moments, nothing remained of the demons. With the remaining water dragons moving to his side, Hadrian looked up at the gate before him. "Only the gate left. Then I will figure it out from there," Hadrian thought as he raised the devil sword Sparda in the air and slammed it into the ground, embedding the blade into the dirt. Making his way towards the gate that had brought the many demons to his home, Hadrian scraped his armored claw across the stone, feeling the new power that coursed through his veins. So this is what devil trigger feels like, Hadrian thought, recalling the stories of the power that he would gain upon awakening his demon side. With confidence in his eyes and trust in his newly gained power, Hadrian placed his finger against the stone of the gate and took a deep breath. Pulling his finger back, forming into a fist, Hadrian thrusted his body forward, performing the famous 1-inch punch. Boom! The gate exploded from the force of the impact. Many broken pieces of the gate flew upwards. Looking up at the many massive stone pieces of the gate, Hadrian tilted his newfound devil arm slightly, causing it to glow blue. This causes the remaining water dragons to fly up into the air, destroying the remaining stone pieces, leaving nothing left of the gate that had ruined his day. Releasing a tired sigh, Hadrian fell to his knees as his body was engulfed in a dark light, revealing the human form of Hadrian. "Sparda, that much power can certainly take a toll on you when you aren't used to it," Hadrian thought to himself as he stood up once more, looking around to see the destruction that the demons had caused. "All right, time to find Virgil and Dante. Then we have to get out of here," Hadrian thought out loud. "I wasn't aware that you had siblings." The voice of the female devil can be heard from his newly acquired gun, surprising the young son of Sparda. "Didn't know you could still talk in that form," Hadrian couldn't help but comment. A giggle was heard from the gun, signifying her amusement. "Oh please, just because I changed my form into a devil arm does not mean that I am not aware of what's going on around me," she stated, eliciting a tired sigh from the young white-haired boy. "Of course. Well, since you're going to be staying with me, care to tell me your name?" Hadrian asks, looking down at the weapon form of the female devil that he had fought. "Very well. My name is Kai, the female devil, now known as Kai," introduced herself. "Nice to meet you then, Kai. I am Hadrian." Hadrian introduces himself. "Nice to meet you too. Now then, since you have destroyed the gate, you should search for any stragglers and take them out," Kai suggests, and at Hadrian's hip, he saw a gun holster come into existence. "I doubt you would want to hold me all day," Kai says, her voice showing hints of amusement. Grunting in acknowledgement, Hadrian places Kai into the holster and makes his way towards the devil's sword Sparda, pulling the blade out of the dirt and resting the blade against his shoulder. Closing his eyes, Hadrian focused on his father's blade, causing the devil's sword Sparda to revert back to its unawakened form, force. Edge. Time to find my brothers, Hadrian thought to himself as he made his way back to the now destroyed mansion. Break. Dante. Virgil. Hadrian called out, making his way through the broken hallway of the mansion. Where the hell are they? Hadrian couldn't help but wonder. I do not know. It is certainly odd that they are not here. Could they have fled? Kai asked from her holster, causing Hadrian to look down at the devil arm form of Kai. I don't think so. I told Virgil to find Dante and stay with him. There is no way he wouldn't listen to me, Hadrian thought out loud as he continued to search for his twin brothers, eventually making his way through the house in search of both Dante and Virgil. Hadrian eventually found himself standing before the office of his Sparda, noting the open door. Someone was in here. Dad doesn't usually leave his door open, Hadrian thought to himself as he walked into his father's office, noting the mess of papers on his desk. Moving around the desk, Hadrian saw one of the drawers that his father had always kept locked, smashed open with nothing inside it. Hadrian cursed as he knew what drawer that was. Some bastard stole my dad's guns. Hadrian growled. Perhaps it was one of your brothers. One of them could have come in here and taken the guns to protect themselves before ultimately fleeing from the horde of demons. The same ones that you fought, Kai suggested, causing Hadrian to breath out tiredly. Virgil is too much of a daddy's boy to steal his guns, and Dante may be a troublemaker, but he does care about Dad and respects him to not touch anything that belongs to Dad without his permission. Hadrian thought out loud. Perhaps the fear of death caused one of them to take the guns as not only a way to keep a part of him with them, but to also protect themselves, Kai says from the holster. While not liking the thought that Virgil couldn't trust him enough to kill the demons, but to also disobey him and take Sparda's guns, but to also abandon his brother left a sour taste in Hadrian's mouth. But the thought that Dante had also fled after being told to hide by his mother also left a sour taste in his mouth. Damn it, you two. Where are you? Hadrian thought with a scowl on his face as he gripped Force Edge tightly in his hand. Break. They were nowhere to be found. Hadrian had last seen the Yamato with Virgil, and the rebellion was nowhere to be seen, which means that Virgil had most certainly ignored his orders and either taken both the Yamato and rebellion, or both Dante and Virgil had fled, taking their respective weapon with them. Either way, they were both gone along with his brothers. Now wearing a black shirt with a dark purple coat and black pants, Hadrian found himself making his way up a hill, Kai in her devil arm form at his side with Force Edge hanging at the back of his coat. As Hadrian reached the peak of the hill, Hadrian turned to see what remained of his family home, damaged and broken. The eldest son of Sparda clenched his fists at the sight. Not a good sight, a voice spoke. Quickly grabbing his gun, Hadrian turned and aimed his devil arm directly at the owner of the voice, causing them to stumble back, hands raised in surrender. Whoa, whoa, I mean no harm. The owner of the voice yelled out in fear. Narrowing his eyes at the person, Hadrian lowered Kai and took a closer look at the person. The individual who had spoken was an adult male, with crimson red hair with blue-green eyes. He was wearing a fancy tuxedo with gold trimmings. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Hadrian demands, hand still on the trigger. My name is Xerxes Lucifer. I knew your father back in the Great War. At one point we had to fight an army of demons, and I had the honor to stand by Sparta's side. I hope I had the honor to be called a friend by your father, the red-haired man, now introduced as Xerxes says. This causes Hadrian to remove his finger from the trigger, knowing the man before him. Yeah, I know of you. My father told me about a devil who even impressed him in battle. You may not have been anywhere near my father's power, but you certainly were skilled, Hadrian says, still cautious around the man. A smile lit up on Xerxes' face as he nodded. I am grateful to know that Sparta told you about me, Xerxes says, happy. Hadrian placed Kai back into his holster and crossed his arms over his chest. So, what are you doing here, Lucifer? I most certainly don't recall hearing you knowing about where my family lived, Hadrian asks. This causes Xerxes to pause before nodding his head in understanding. You're right, I didn't know about where your family lived. But recently I had sensed an incredible amount of demonic energy coming from this location and came to investigate. That is when I saw you with your father's blade on your back, Xerxes answers. Hadrian looked over his shoulder, staring at Force Edge as it hung from his coat. Okay, but what does he want with me? Hadrian pondered, shaking his head. The young son of Sparda turned his attention back to Cerzex, arms crossed as he looked at the man up and down. As you can see, there is nothing left of my family home. My dad and mom are nowhere to be found, Hadrian stated, purposefully not mentioning Dante and Virgil as to avoid anyone from learning of the twins' existence and hunting them down, in fear of their power and potential. I see. I am sorry to hear. If you would like, I can offer you a place to stay. I am one of the great Satans of the Devil faction, and I can certainly have you live comfortably until you decide on what to do, the crimson-haired man offered with a warm, yet sad smile on his face. Looking up at the devil, Hadrian couldn't help but ponder on the offer. While I do like the idea of having a comfortable place to stay for the time being, I need to start searching for Dante and Virgil while also growing stronger, and I can't do that in a lavish home, the eldest son of Sparda thought to himself. With a shake of his head, Hadrian declined the Demon King's offer. I am sorry, but I can't do that. Thanks for the offer, though, Hadrian says to the crimson-haired devil. Cerzex nodding his head in understanding as he places his hand into his pocket. A few moments later, the Demon King of the Devil faction pulled out a red card, handing it to the son of the Dark Knight Sparda. Raising an eyebrow, Hadrian looked down at the card to see a red symbol on the paper, causing the white-haired boy to look up at Cerzex with a questioning gaze. The crimson-haired man chuckled sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. I thought that since you will be out in the world by yourself, that maybe you might be willing to do a few jobs for a quick cash grab. I know Sparda is an incredibly powerful man. I am also aware that you, as his son, are incredibly powerful as well. And since you have his sword, I have reason to believe he trained you. So if you ever need a job for some space of money, just focus your magic into the card, and either I or my family will come to you, Cerzex says with a small smile. Looking at Cerzex, Hadrian didn't sense any malicious intent from the man, causing a sigh to escape Hadrian as he placed the paper in his pocket. I will think about it, the eldest son of Sparda answered, receiving a bright smile from the great Satan of the Devil faction. With a nod from Cerzex, Hadrian watched as the crimson-haired man was soon engulfed in a red light as a magic circle formed from underneath him. As the light began to fade, Hadrian frowned as he saw that Cerzex was longer there. Seems like he teleported away, the white-haired boy thought to himself. With a shake of his head, Hadrian turned away from his home and began to walk away, leaving behind the place he had called home for all of his life. Flashback. Jackpot. Both Dante and Virgil grinned as they held their father's guns in hand. Bang! With a pull of the trigger, two speeding bullets shot forward, only for a blade to slash them through the air, cutting both bullets in half. Nice try, you two, Hadrian teased, swinging Force Edge around his hand with a grin on his face. Both twins whined as they lowered both guns, pouting at their elder brother. From the side, Eva giggled as she saw the disappointment in the twins' faces. Why did you have to do that, Harry? It was perfect. Dante whined as he held both the rebellion in one hand and his father's gun in the other. I do agree with my dim-witted twin. We had you on the ropes. If you had not cut the bullets out of the air, we would have one, Virgil states, ignoring Dante's whine from being called dim-witted. Eva smiled behind her hand as she began to make her way towards her sons, amused by the twins' belief that they would have won their spar against Hadrian. Are you sure, you two? From where I was standing, it would seem that your older brother was holding back, Eva says with a teasing tone. Both Dante and Virgil protest at the notion of the eldest son of Sparda and Eva holding back. Are you sure? Harry does spar regularly with your father, Eva asks, a small grin on her face. Both Dante and Virgil deflate. Their mother's words rang true. Hadrian did indeed spar regularly with their father, gaining new skills and growing more powerful the older he got. From the mansion, Sparda exited from the back door, still wearing his fancy suit. Hadrian, could you come with me? I have some things to talk to you about, Sparda calls out, gaining the attention of his family. With a nod of his head, Hadrian spun Force Edge in his hand, holding it in reverse grip with the blade resting against the back of his shoulder. Coming! Hadrian calls out as he makes his way towards his father. Quickly turning on his feet, Hadrian faced both his brothers, now walking backwards. You both continue to practice. You won't beat me otherwise, Hadrian calls out, cackling as he hears both his brothers grumble at the thought of doing more training. Shaking his head with an amused smile, Hadrian turned back around and caught up to Sparda, who had begun to make his way back into the mansion. "So, what's going on?" Hadrian asks, walking beside the Dark Knight. "I have some friends who have come to visit, and I would like you to meet them," Sparda says with a small smile on his face. Hadrian blinked at his father, surprised that the white-haired devil had friends who visited him. "Really? Who are they?" The white-haired boy asks, curious. "You will meet him soon enough," Sparda says as they reach the living room where a group of people sat. From the couch, a dark-skinned man stood. He was fairly built with messy black hair and a goatee. "Hadrian, I would like you to meet John," Sparda introduced with a smile. Flashback end. The eldest son of Sparda found himself making his way up some stone stairs, slowly ascending to his destination. As Hadrian continued to climb up the stairs, the white-haired boy saw the top of a wooden arch, the entrance to his destination. About bloody time, Hadrian thought to himself with a sigh. With every step, the young boy found himself closer and closer to his target, soon reaching the top, where inside was a shrine, a Japanese-style house in the center of the land with a pair of children laughing as they kicked a soccer ball, football if you're European, around. Near the children, a woman sat on wooden steps, leading towards the house. Making his way towards the house, Hadrian saw the woman notice him, standing up to her feet and making her way inside the house. Noticed by the children, the young white-haired boy watched as the two kids made their way to him, curiosity shining in their eyes. "Hello there. Why is your hair white?" the first child asked, a young girl with dark skin. "Yeah, it looks funny," the second child commented, a young boy with the same skin tone as the girl. "Twins, most likely," Hadrian thought. "I was born with my hair being this color," Hadrian answered calmly. "What about that sword? It looks so cool. Can I touch it?" the boy asks, eyes shining in awe as he stared at Force Edge as it gleamed as the sun light shined off of it. "No, you cannot. It is dangerous," Hadrian responded, turning his attention towards the house, waiting for the person he had come here to come out. "Really? My big brother and daddy make swords too, and they let us touch it," the girl says with a slight pout. "You mean our big brother and daddy?" the child says with a frown, glaring at the girl. "So what? It doesn't matter how I said it," the girl says, crossing her arms and turning her head away. "Yes, it does," the boy insists. "No?" the girl responds, blowing a raspberry at the boy. "Don't do that, you mean it," the boy yells, scowling at the girl. "I can do whatever I want. I'm the older sister," the girl states with a smug grin. "By only 3 minutes. That doesn't make you that much older," the boy complains. The girl giggled and patted the boy on the head. "That still makes me older, little kid," the girl taunts. The boy yells at his sister and throws the ball to the ground, chasing the girl as she runs away from him, giggling like a maniac. Hadrian watched as both twins caused a commotion, running around the place as they yelled at each other. "Diego! Ruby! Enough!" a male voice called out, causing the twins and Hadrian to turn and see a man standing on the porch of the home. Stepping down the wooden stairs, a smile made its way onto his face as he saw Hadrian. "Harry, it is good to see you again," the man greets happily as he walks towards the son of Sparda. Hadrian chuckled as the man walked to him, hand held out. "It is good to see you again, John. How have you been?" Hadrian asks as he shakes John's hand. "I have been quite well. I can see you are dressed to impress. Nice coat. Suits your style," John compliments, patting some dust off of Hadrian's coat. Shrugging, the eldest son of Sparda looked up at John with a small smile on his face. "Dad gave this to me. Thought that since my abilities were darker in nature, that I should wear to match the color scheme," Hadrian states with a chuckle. John laughed heartily as he patted Hadrian on the back. "That certainly sounds like Sparda. Come inside. I will introduce you to the family," John says as he throws his arm around Hadrian's shoulder, leasing the demon hybrid into his home. "Diego, Ruby, come inside," John calls out, getting both twins to run inside excitedly. "Break. It is nice to meet you, Hadrian. My name is Padme," the woman from before introduced herself, a small smile present on her face. Currently in the living room, Hadrian found himself standing before the woman who was John's wife and mother to their 3 children. "It is nice to meet you, Padme. I apologize for coming unannounced, Oh, do not worry, Harry. You are the son of a family friend. We don't mind you coming to visit," John says, interrupting Hadrian. "So, what brings you here to our humble abode?" John asks as he sits down on the couch. Hadrian took a deep breath as he drew Force Edge, resisting it on the side of a chair as he sat down. "The demons have found my family and attacked. I was able to take them out, but my home was destroyed as a result. As of now, I am homeless, and both Dante and Virgil are nowhere to be found, most likely taking the Yamato and rebellion with them, Hadrian answers. Immediately, the warm atmosphere grows tense as John lets out a tired breath and Padme looks on with worry in her eyes. I see. And what of Eva and Sparda? John asks, worry in his voice. Both my parents are still alive, though you won't be able to contact them for the time being, Hadrian answers calmly. A sigh of relief escaped both Padme and John, grateful that both parents were still alive. That is good to hear. And as for your request of staying with us, we would be glad to have you, Padme says with a smile. John nodded his head in agreement. That's right, my boy. Your father saved my great-great-grandpa hundreds of years ago, and he saved my family's life when I was just a small child. So having you live with us is the least I could do, John states. Hadrian smiles and nods his head. Thank you for your hospitality. Hadrian thanks. Oh, none of that. Come on, I made some meat pie today. I am certain you will love it, John says as she exits the living room, making his way towards the kitchen. As John leaves, Padme moves to Hadrian and whispers into his ear. I am mostly the cook of the family, but John makes a killer meat pie, the woman says with a slight giggle as she exits the room. Chuckling in amusement, Hadrian smiles as he made his way towards the kitchen, excited to try out some food after traveling to find John's home. Diagon Alley. Chapter 2. Diagon Alley. Hadrian breathed out as he swung Force Edge, his eyes focused as he slashed through the air. The sun shone from above as the young son of Sparda practiced, focusing on improving his speed in battle. I must admit, that blade is something. A voice caught Hadrian's attention, causing the white-haired boy to see a dark-skinned male. He was tall with signs of muscles beginning to form in his arms. If Hadrian were to guess, the male was either 15 or 16 years of age. You must be John's first son, right? Hadrian asks, turning the blade and holding it in a reverse grip. I am indeed. My name is Lance, or Lancelot for short. Lance introduces himself. Hadrian blinked, then raised an eyebrow. Lance. The young son of Sparda couldn't help but question. Lace shrugged his shoulders, a small smile on his face. What can you say? The eldest child of our family is named after something relating to weapons, Lancelot answers. Hadrian paused and stared at Lancelot with a questioning look. Then that means your father has an older sibling, Hadrian states, a silent question in their air. Lance chuckled, knowing exactly what the young white-haired boy wanted answered. Yeah, my uncle is named Dagger, Lancelot answers with a short laugh. Hadrian tilted his head with a small shrug. Can't really say that is a bad name. Hadrian couldn't help but think. So, you're the son of Sparda himself. When I was a child, my dad would tell me stories of the Dark Knight, the bane of the demons. What was that like? Lancelot asks, curious. Hadrian hummed in thought as he attached Force Edge to his coat, somehow holding the blade of Sparda in place with nothing to actually keep it in place. He was caring, loving, slightly serious, a bit of a jokester, and he was an amazing teacher. I remember, out of me, Dante, and Virgil, I was the one who had spent the most time with my father, mostly training and improving my sword skills and demonic abilities. Hadrian answers. Lancelot nods his head, an interested look on his face. Wow! My dad would tell me of Sparda's devil trigger. Have you seen it in person? Lancelot asks. Hadrian shook his head in response. No, my dad was unable to use devil trigger after he had sealed his power in Force Edge, the Yamato, and the rebellion, and sealing up the demon realm, Hadrian answers. Lancelot nodded his head in understanding. I see. It sucks to know that Sparda is unable to activate his devil trigger, but as long as he was happy, then it shouldn't really matter, Lance says, causing Hadrian to look at the young teen with a raised eyebrow. Noticing the eldest son of Sparda's expression, he sheepishly chuckles as he rubs the back of his head. Truthfully, I wanted to know if his devil trigger is the same as the ones in the stories, Lancelot answers. It is. From Hadrian's side, Kai spoke. Lancelot jumped, surprised by the sudden voice. Blinking owlishly, Lancelot looked down at the devil arm form of Kai. Did that gun Jaja speak? Lancelot stuttered, in complete shock at the sudden interruption. I am more than just a gun, human. I am Kai, the water demon of wrath. I am in my devil arm form for when I was bested by the eldest son of Sparda. Kai spoke proudly at her title. Hadrian raised an eyebrow as he looked down at Kai. You made your title up, didn't you? The white-haired boy asks knowingly. Yes, Kai answered unashamedly. Lancelot stared at both Hadrian and Kai in her weapon form, looking back and forth between the two. Okay, I don't want to know anything about that, Lancelot admits, causing both demon hybrid and devil to laugh in amusement. Pouting at the two, a small smile made its way onto the young teen's face as he found himself amused by the oddity that was Hadrian. Sparda, hey, I hope you wouldn't mind, but I would like to show you something, Lancelot says, gaining the attention of both Hadrian and Kai. Break. Like my father, I had found myself so immersed in the art of weapon making and the forging of demon-slaying weapons. I hope that maybe one day I could forge a weapon that maybe someone of your caliber would wield, Lancelot says as he leads Hadrian to a room. Inside this room, weapons of many shapes and sizes covered the walls, from the daggers to massive two-handed swords. I don't really see any of these being powerful enough to kill demons, sadly. But I hope that one day I can, Lancelot says as he leans against a workbench on the other side of the room, papers littered across the desk. Hadrian narrowed his eyes as he walked towards the weapons, his eyes glued to the two swords sheathed into an X. Oh, those. I made those a day after both Diego and Ruby were born. I called them Solis and Luna, Lancelot says, pride in his eyes. Sun and moon. Fitting, Kai commented from Hadrian's side. I thought so as well. But I just can't get the weapons to be as strong as I need them to be for demon hunting, Lancelot says with a sigh as he turns around and begins to look at the papers on his desk. Have you tried using materials of demonic origin? Kai asks, curious. Lancelot laughed slightly and shook his head. Please, if I could, I would. But demonic material is hard to come by, and the ones my dad uses are for his use only, not that I could blame him. I wouldn't trust Diego and Ruby with those types of materials, so why should Dad trust me? Lancelot says to himself. And what if I bring those materials to you? Hadrian asked, causing Lancelot to turn to the young Sparda, shock in his eyes. Could you make some weapons worthy of demon killing? Immediately, Lancelot brightens and nods his head in excitement. Yes, absolutely. You bring me any materials you find, and I will make you a weapon fit for the son of Sparda, Lancelot says excitedly. Hadrian nodded his head. All right, should I find anything good, I will bring it to you. But I should let you know that I will need to leave soon. I have to go to Hogwarts, and I can't demon hunt when I am there, the white-haired boy informed Lancelot. The son of John nodded his head in understanding. Of course, Dad did mention that he went to Hogwarts when he was younger, and that most likely both Diego and Ruby would be going there as well, Lancelot says, surprising the son of Sparda. I wasn't aware your siblings were magical, Hadrian says, surprised. Lancelot chuckled and shook his head with an amused smile. Harry, my dad was magical. Of course my siblings would have magic, Lancelot says with a teasing tone. Hadrian hummed as looked at the young teen. Do you have magic? Hadrian couldn't help but ask. Lancelot smiled and nodded his head. Yes, I do. I just don't go to Hogwarts, Lancelot answers. Bang! A loud bang echoed through the area, causing both Hadrian and Lancelot to tense up, the former expecting a demon attack. Mum, Diego used magic again. The sound of Ruby's voice can be heard, causing both boys to relax. For a second, I thought there was a demon attack, Kai admitted, causing both boys to laugh, silently agreeing with the female devil. Flashback. It is nice to meet you, John, Hadrian greeted the man, shaking his arm. It is nice to meet you too, young man, John greets with a smile. From the side, Sparda chuckled as he watched as another man stood up from the couch, making his way towards Hadrian with a smile on his face, his eyes twinkling behind some glasses. Hadrian. This is Albus Dumbledore. He will be your headmaster when you go to Hogwarts, Sparda introduced, causing the young white-haired boy to turn his attention to a graying man who wore some of the weirdest robes he had ever seen. It is good to see you, my boy. I must admit, when I learned that your father had you, I was quite interested to see what you would be like. But seeing you now, I must admit that you look very similar to your father, the elderly wizard says with a chuckle. This causes the room to burst into laughter, everyone agreeing how similar in appearance Hadrian was to the Dark Knight Sparda. It is nice to meet you, Albus. I hope that I learn a lot at Hogwarts, Hadrian says, hints of excitement in his voice at the thought of learning more magic, aside from the runes that he had been working on. That is good to hear. I look forward to seeing you there, Albus Dumbledore says with a smile. Flashback end. Hadrian took a deep breath as he meditated in a field of grass, eyes closed and legs crossed. As the young son of Sparda meditated, the young white-haired boy searched within himself the remnants of his use of the Yamato, a result from constant exposure from the katana. Focusing on searching the remnants, Hadrian unconsciously twitched slightly as he felt a flicker of energy shoot through his spine. Believing the energy to be a remnant of his use of the Yamato, Hadrian focused on searching for the energy in hopes to gain some abilities by fusing himself with the energy. "Harry, an old man is here to see you." The sound of Lancelot calling brought the young Sparda out of his meditation state. Heaving a sigh, Hadrian uncrossed his legs and stood up, making his way towards Lancelot as he stood there, a small smile on his face. "Meditating? Didn't take you as the type of person to just relax like that," Lancelot says, his voice holding hints of amusement. The white-haired boy sighed as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. "The reason for my meditation was more than just relaxing," Hadrian retorts. Lancelot merely cackles in response. Break. In the living room, Hadrian saw a familiar old man wearing similar ridiculous-colored robes as he did last time. "Albus Dumbledore. Didn't think I would be seeing you this soon," Hadrian says as he crosses his arms, a small smile on his face. Albus looked at Hadrian and smiled, standing up from the chair he was sitting on. "It is good to see you, my boy. How have you been?" Dumbledore asks with a smile, though the worry in his eyes was noticeable. "Well, I've been better, but I am rolling with the punches," Hadrian answers, the headmaster of Hogwarts. Albus nodded his head in understanding as he placed his hand into his pocket, his hand fumbling around as he searched for something in his pocket. After a few moments, Albus pulled out an envelope, holding it out to Hadrian. Realizing what it was, Hadrian reached out and grabbed the envelope, looking down at the neatly written writing. "Hadrian Sparda, Blacksmithing Shrine." Quickly opening the envelope, the young white-haired boy pulled out the paper within, unfolding the paper. "Dear Mr. Sparda, we are pleased to inform you that you have been invited to attend Hogwarts, a school of witchcraft and wizardry." Hadrian raised an eyebrow at the lack of any more writing, something that Albus noticed. "Oh, do not worry, my boy. There isn't much written, as I intended to come visit you for your answer," Albus answers, a small amused smile on his face. Nodding in understanding, Hadrian folded the paper and looked up at Dumbledore. "I always intended to go to Hogwarts, but my biggest worry is my weapons. With the attack on my home, it is a bad idea to be unarmed," Hadrian says, crossing his arms over his chest. Albus nodded his head in agreement as he stroked his beard. "That is true. The problem is your father's blade. It is too large to hide, which makes it a problem when your fellow students see it," Albus states as he began to pace back and forth. "Force Edge contains a portion of my father's power. Should anyone come into possession of my father's blade, then it is theoretically possible for them to take its power. Though the side effects would probably kill them before they realize it," Hadrian says with a sigh. Dumbledore blinked as he turned to Hadrian, a questioning gaze in his eyes. "Side effects?" the headmaster of Hogwarts asks, both curious and confused. Hadrian raised an eyebrow as he looked at Albus with a bewildered expression. "You didn't think a human with the power of a demon would not affect them? Humans are capable of handling power, but demonic power affects their very being. The only reason I do not have any side effects is because I am half demon," Hadrian states. "How about placing Force Edge somewhere safe while I stay by your side?" Kai's voice surprised Dumbledore, causing the oddly dressed man to jump. Hadrian frowned as he looked down at the female devil in her devil arm form. "What are you thinking?" Hadrian asks, curious. "If I am correct, you will need something to store your school, right? Place Force Edge in there and put as many defenses as possible on the storage item," Kai suggested. Hadrian hummed as he rubbed his chin in thought. It does sound like a good idea, but the question is, how safe will Force Edge be in the storage? Hadrian wondered. "Harry, my boy. ISIS that." Dumbledore stuttered, eyes wide as he pointed towards the gun attached to his hip. Frowning, Hadrian looked down at Kai before looking back at Albus with a confused expression on his face. But that's when it hit him. Dumbledore wasn't aware of his new devil arm. "Oh shit. Sorry about that, Albus. This is Kai. She was a part of the assault on my home. After defeating her, she took the form of a gun, so now I have her at my side," Hadrian answers as if it was the most normal thing in the world. "And for a Sparda, it probably is," Dumbledore thought to himself, shaking his head tiredly. "I have a friend that uses an expanded trunk that he wards with the most powerful magic. We can buy a trunk, and I shall ward it for you to protect your father's blade," Dumbledore offers. Hadrian hums as he crosses his arms. "It is probably the best way to protect Force Edge," Hadrian thought to himself. "All right. We get the trunk, and you ward it with the most powerful magic you got, Hadrian states firmly. Albus nodded his head, willing to ward the young Sparda's trunk for when he goes to Hogwarts. Then let us go to Diagon Alley. From there we shall get your school supplies, Dumbledore says with a smile. Break! As a brick wall began to separate, Diagon Alley was revealed to both Hadrian and Kai. With people in robes bustled around, Hadrian couldn't help but notice that some of those few looked at the people around them with disgust in their eyes and a pompous attitude. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Mr. Sparda. Dumbledore welcomes the young son of Sparda with his arms spread out. Raising an eyebrow, Hadrian couldn't help but notice the elderly man's excitement. And what about my last name, Albus? Last I recall, Sparda is quite a famous name. Or infamous if you're demon, Hadrian asks, curious. Albus merely chuckled and waved his hand. Oh, do not worry, my boy. Most of those in the wizarding world do not believe in demons, nor your father. Truthfully, most believe themselves to be the superior species, Albus says, though Hadrian noticed the hint of sadness in the old man's tone. So that means they aren't aware of the supernatural factions, dragon gods, yokai, and all the others? Hadrian asks, curious. Dumbledore sighed, but nodded his head in confirmation. No matter how much I tried to show them the truth, the citizens of the wizarding world do not believe me. As a result, they believe me to be a senile old man, the headmaster says, sighing tiredly. Hadrian snorted, but couldn't help but get an idea of how stupid people in the wizarding world are. And that means someone like me, will be considered a dark creature. As a result, the ministry will either try to capture or kill you. Dumbledore finishes the young Sparda sentence. Hadrian growled in irritation, knowing that if he ever used his devil trigger, then many people would be after his head. As I don't have the demons to worry about, Hadrian thought, irritated. So, where are we going first? Hadrian asks, looking up at the old man. Smiling at the young white-haired boy, Albus pointed to a large marble building. We're going to Gringotts, a bank that everyone goes to. There we will withdraw some galleons for your supplies, Albus answers. Hadrian frowned, slightly confused. But Albus, I don't have any money? The young boy says, confused. Albus chuckled, but nodded his head. That is true, my boy. But I intend to purchase your supplies, Dumbledore says with a smile. Are you sure? Doesn't seem really fair to you, the eldest son of Sparda asks with a worried expression. Albus sighed softly as he looked down at Hadrian with a warm smile. Harry, your father has done so much for me. Buying you supplies is the least I could do, the headmaster says, softly patting the white-haired boy's head. Hadrian sighed, but conceded, accepting the fact that the headmaster would buy his supplies no matter how much he protested. As the two entered the bank, Hadrian raised an eyebrow as he saw odd little green creatures sitting atop stools behind several stalls. These are goblins, Harry. I doubt they will think much of you other than the fact that you appear human. So do not be quick to anger if they insult you. They hate humans, Albus informs the son of Sparda, whispering into the young boy's ear. Hadrian sighed but remained silent, not saying or promising anything. As Albus looked around, he found an available stall and made his way towards it, Hadrian following behind him. Looking at the goblin behind the stall, Albus noted that the goblin was counting jewels as well as inspecting it. The headmaster of Hogwarts waited patiently for the goblin to finish, knowing exactly how annoying it feels to be rushed when working. After a few minutes, Hadrian looked up at Albus with a questioning look in his eyes. Remaining silent, Dumbledore merely raised his hand up, holding one finger up in the universal gesture one moment. As the goblin finished going through the jewels, he looked up only to blink in surprise upon seeing Dumbledore standing before, waiting patiently. Good afternoon. I would like a withdrawal from the noble house of Dumbledore, Albus greets with a smile. The goblin slowly nodded his head in understanding, confusion evident in his eyes. Yes, I can do that. Thanks for waiting, wizard, the goblin says, shocked that the wizard before him was not as arrogant as most. Now, how much do you want withdrawn? The goblin asks professionally. Albus smiled as he handed the goblin his key. I would like 150 galleons, please, Albus answers calmly. The goblin inspected the key before nodding. Very well. We will have your galleons withdrawn, the goblin says before hopping off the stool and making his way towards a goblin near a door at the end of the room. Dumbledore smiled as he turned to Hadrian. Now we wait. Most cases we would have to go to the vault, but thankfully for small transactions, we can have the goblins just take out the amount and take it from the vault, Dumbledore says with a smile. Hadrian cocked an eyebrow as he looked up at the headmaster. And how would you know that they won't steal the money and falsify the records? The young son of Sparda asks, confused. The headmaster of Hogwarts chuckled and nodded his head, understanding the young snow-haired boy's point. That would be the case if they never took the contract of honorability, Albus answers. The son of Sparda blinked, looking at the old man, confusion evident in his eyes. The contract of honorability is a contract enforced by magic itself. That means that the goblins are unable to steal money and falsify the records. Though do be careful. They will certainly try to make as much money for their services, Albus warned. Hadrian, processing the information, eventually nodded his head, understanding what the headmaster meant. Just then, the goblin from before got atop the stool and handed Albus his key, along with a bag of galleons. Here you go, wizard, the goblin says with a nod. Albus smiled and nodded back. Have a good day, Dumbledore says before looking at Hadrian, using his head to gesture towards the exit of the bank. Realizing that the headmaster was silently telling him that they were leaving, Hadrian followed the old man out of the bank and back into the alley. Now where to? The son of Sparda asks, curious. Now we get you a wand. It is important to acquire a focus, as you won't be able to do most magics without it, Albus informs the young demon hybrid. Okay then, so where do we find a place to get a wand? Hadrian asks. A smile wormed its way onto Albus' face. We are going to see an old friend of mine, the old man answered mysteriously. Break, not an alley. Remember my boy. Never come into here without something to defend yourself with, Albus warns. The son of Sparda looks down at the dark alley, confused as to why the two of them were heading there. Come, but stay close. I would rather you not shoot someone while we are here, Albus says, walking into the alley. Following not too far behind the headmaster, Hadrian noted the looks that he received from the many suspicious individuals, ranging from looks of disgust to lust from the few women there. If they can even be called that, Hadrian thought, noting the hag-like appearance of the women. We are finally here, Albus says, stopping before a dark shop. The snow-haired boy raised an eyebrow and sighed as Albus entered the shop, following the headmaster inside, not a moment later. The son of Sparda looked around the shop, noting the many wands on display. Well, Albus Dumbledore, a voice spoke, causing Hadrian to turn and to blink in shock. Standing at the counter was a beautiful dark-haired woman with pale skin and shining crimson-red eyes. But what the half-demon's attention were the fangs. A vampire. Never thought I would meet one so soon, Hadrian thought to himself. Albus smiled and nodded his head in greeting to the vampire. Hello, Priscilla. How have you been? Dumbledore asks, curious. Priscilla merely smiled. I've been doing quite well. But who is this cute boy? Albus. I didn't know you liked them, young Priscilla says, a cheeky grin on her face. Ha, very funny. Albus fake laughs with a deadpan expression on his face. Priscilla laughs and smiles brightly. All right, I will stop. So what are you doing here? I haven't seen you since you and Gellert were a thing, Priscilla asks, curious. Hadrian froze, looking at Albus wide-eyed. Albus was dating Gellert Grindelwald? Didn't expect that, Hadrian thought, surprised. Giving Priscilla a pointed look, Albus sighed as he placed a hand on Hadrian's back, lightly pushing the white-haired boy forward. This here is Hadrian Sparda. He is here for his wand, Albus introduced. The vampire froze, then blinked before looking down at Hadrian. Well, so Sparda had a son, huh? Well, you're certainly the adorable little thing. If you look anything like your father when you're older, come visit me. I would certainly like to see how that demonic strength compares in the bed, Priscilla says with a wink. Albus sighed as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. Priscilla, please do not attempt to seduce my student, Dumbledore says tiredly. The vampire merely giggled and shrugged her shoulders. I couldn't sleep with Sparda before he married that evil woman, so I might as well try with his son, Priscilla says as if it was a normal thing. Dumbledore stared at the vampire with a deadpan expression. Now, you said you wanted a wand? Why not go to Ollivander's? He is the ministry-approved wand maker? Priscilla asks, completely ignoring Dumbledore's expression. The headmaster of Hogwarts sighed once more, but decided to just get to the point. Young Hadrian here is the son of Sparda, Dumbledore states. Priscilla looked at the headmaster in silence. Fair enough, the vampire says, as if that very statement was an explanation in itself. It probably is, Hadrian thought to himself as the vampire entered the back room, pushing out a trolley of jars and boxes. Okay, since you came to me, we might as well get to work. Now, out your hand above one of the boxes and tell me which is the warmest, Priscilla says, stopping the trolley before the young Sparda. Frowning slightly, Hadrian rested his hand atop of the box, only for the vampire to smack his hand. Looking at Priscilla with a questioning gaze, the vampire merely grabbed the demon hybrid's hand, placing it above the boxes. Don't rest your hand on it. Just hover over it, the vampire states, placing both hands on her hips. Hadrian glared at the woman, but did as she said. As the young white-haired boy moved his hand above the boxes, a frown slowly wormed its way onto Hadrian's face. I feel like I am being played, the son of Sparda thought to himself. Just as the young boy's hand passed over one of the boxes, Hadrian paused as he felt a warm feeling on his hand, like warming up your hands near a campfire. Tilting his head slightly, Hadrian moved his hand back and felt the warmth. This must be it, Hadrian thought as he grabbed the box, pulling it out of the cart. Looking at the box in question, Hadrian couldn't help but notice its dark and gloomy appearance. Now this is interesting, Priscilla says as she gently takes the box out of the eldest son of Sparda's hand, inspecting the box before opening it, revealing several long sticks of jet-colored wood. So your wand's wood will be elder. Interesting. Elder is the rarest wood for wands, and all wand makers never typically make wands with elder. Most think having a wand of elder wood is a sign of bad luck, but that is further from the truth. They just can't find anyone worthy enough for elder wands, Priscilla says as she inspects the wood. You most certainly will be a powerful wizard, but that is to be expected of the son of Sparda. Now place your hand above these wands and tell me which one calls out to you. Close your eyes, listen to what your heart says, and point, the vampire says, emptying the box out and placing many different shaped woods before Hadrian. Nodding in understanding, the eldest son of Sparda closed his eyes and held out his hand. Interesting, Hadrian heard Priscilla say, causing the young boy to open his eyes and look at the vampire oddly. Look down, Priscilla says, noticing the confused look in the boy's eyes. Doing what she said, Hadrian looked down and froze as he saw his hand, raised and pointed to one of the woods. I didn't even feel my hand move, the young white-haired boy thought, confused. I can see the confusion. But the thing is that you followed what I had said. As a result, your body knew what to do. Let's hope that's the case in bed as well, Priscilla says with a teasing tone. Both Dumbledore and Hadrian turned to the vampire, looking at her with unimpressed looks. Pouting slightly, Priscilla grabbed the wood in question, placing the rest back into the box, closing it before putting it back into the trolley. Now the core, the vampire says as she bends down, purposefully allowing Hadrian to get the perfect view of her firm ass. Looking away, Hadrian only saw grabbing a tray from the cart and placing it onto the desk. Now, pick the jar, and the item inside will be the core of your wand, Priscilla says, placing both hands on her hip, curious as to what the young son of Sparda would have. Nodding to the vampire, Hadrian repeated what he did before, hovering his hand above the jars, waiting for the familiar warmth to flow through his hand. As jar after jar was passed, the young boy found himself confused as he checked the last jar. No warmth felt. None of the jars feel warm, the son of Sparda says, confusion evident in his voice. Priscilla hums in thought, rubbing her chin with a confused expression on her face. That is most certainly odd. Those were all the jars I had. I know for a fact that I can make a wand for you, as my magic would have. Inform me if you couldn't, the vampire says, confused. I think I might be of some help, Kai's voice cut through Priscilla's confusion as she looked around, wide-eyed at the sudden voice. Who is that? Priscilla demands, shocked and confused as to who was speaking. A glow can be seen from Hadrian's side, causing Priscilla to look over and see a gun holstered. That would be me. Hello, vampire. I am Kai, the water demon. Kai introduced herself. Priscilla blinked and looked down at the devil-arm form of Kai. You defeated a devil, Priscilla breathed out in shock. He did indeed. Now, I have reason to believe that I may have the item that Harry needs to acquire his core, Kai says, causing the vampire to hum as she crossed her arms under her bountiful breasts. It is possible, but I never worked on a wand with a demonic core, Priscilla says, a slight frown on her face. I can guide you through it. With the core being a part of me, I can assist you in helping the wand work perfectly, the female demon says. Priscilla looked over at Hadrian, noting the confused expression on his face. Is it fine that we see if we can use a strand of hair from Kai to use as the core of your wand? Priscilla asks. Hadrian sighed, but nodded his head. I hope I don't regret this, Hadrian thought, as Kai begins to float out of her holster, soon engulfing the room in a bright light. As the three look away, they eventually notice the light beginning to dim. As they look back, all three of them watch as Kai, now in her demon form, floated in the center of the room, pulling off a piece of her hair, placing a few strands onto the table. Give it a try, Priscilla says, her eyes shining with excitement. With a sigh, Hadrian placed his hand over the strands of hair and blinked as he felt the warmth. By the look on your face, I would say that we got your core, the vampire says, giddy with excitement at the thought of working with a demonic core. You're welcome, Kai says. Hadrian could hear the smugness in her voice. I hope I don't regret this, the son of Sparda thought to himself. Dumbledore looked around Priscilla as she grabbed the hair and the wood. How long should it take before the wand is complete? Albus asks, curious. The female vampire hummed in thought. I would say about an hour. 2 at the most, Priscilla informs the headmaster. Nodding his head, Albus gestured with his head for Hadrian to follow him. Understanding what the headmaster wanted, the oldest son of Sparda followed the old wizard out of the shop and through Nocturne Alley, eventually exiting the dark place and returning to Diagon Alley. Now that we are back, we should purchase the rest of your school supplies, Albus says as he smiles down at the white-haired boy. Oh, headmaster, what are you doing here? A voice caught the attention of both Hadrian and Albus, causing them to turn to see an elderly woman standing before them, a young girl by her side. A bright smile made its way onto Albus' face as he saw the woman. Ah, Professor McGonagall, how are you? Albus asks, smiling at his colleague. I have been quite well. Oh, who is this? McGonagall asks, curious. This young man is Hadrian Sparda. He is the son of an old friend of mine. I brought him here to purchase his supplies, the headmaster of Hogwarts answered. Looking up at the elderly woman, Hadrian was surprised when the woman didn't react to the young boy's last name. Seems my dad isn't that well known here, Hadrian thought to himself. I see. If you want, I could take Mr. Sparda with me to purchase his supplies. McGonagall offers. Dumbledore blinked in surprise but looked down at Hadrian. Would you mind if you go with Professor McGonagall to purchase your supplies? We will still retrieve your wand in an hour's time. Albus asks. The young Sparda shrugged his shoulders in response. I don't mind. If you have something else to do, then best you handle it while Professor McGonagall helps me buy my stuff, Hadrian answers. Dumbledore smiled gratefully and placed the bag of galleons into the son of Sparda's hands. Thank you, my boy. When it is time, I will return, and we will collect your wand, Albus said as he turned around and made his way to Gringotts. Seems like whatever he is doing either requires money or is related to his vault, Hadrian thought to himself as the girl accompanying McGonagall stepped forward. She was a young and beautiful redhead with long silky hair that flowed down past her shoulders with captivating emerald green eyes. It is nice to meet you. My name is Lily Evans. It is nice to meet you, the red-haired girl introduced herself, holding out her hand. Shaking the girl's hand, Hadrian nodded to her. Hadrian Sparda, but you can call me Harry. Hadrian introduced himself, smiling at her. Lily blinked and frowned to herself before shaking her head. Wonder what that was about, Hadrian thought to himself before internally shrugging it off. So you're going to Hogwarts as well? Lily asks, curious. The young Sparda nodded his head in confirmation. Yes, I am, Hadrian responded. All right, Mr. Sparda, Ms. Evans. Let us go purchase both of your supplies, Professor McGonagall says, catching the attention of both children. All right, the kids answered in unison. Time skipped. Lily skipped around excitedly, a large book in her hand. I can't believe that you got me a book. Thanks, Lily thanks with a bright, pulling Hadrian into a hug. Hadrian chuckled and patted Lily's back softly. I don't think the headmaster would mind. He was always one who liked to share knowledge, Hadrian answers with a shrug. The red-haired girl beamed at the white-haired boy. But still, thank you. I had so much fun, Lily cheers. Not too far away from the duo, McGonagall smiled behind her hand, trying not to show her amusement. Those two get along quite well, the professor thought to herself. Having collected everything they needed, the trio found themselves near the ice cream stand, waiting for Albus Dumbledore to arrive. It didn't take long for the trio to see the headmaster of Hogwarts making his way towards them, eyes twinkling as he saw both Hadrian and Lily's interaction. I see you two have gotten along quite well, Albus says, amused. Lily smiled up at the headmaster, and nodded her head. Yes, it's fun talking to Harry. He knows quite a bit, and it's interesting, Lily answers. Dumbledore chuckled and looked over at Hadrian. You certainly seem to have your father's charm, the headmaster says, causing Hadrian to freeze. Letting out a sigh, Hadrian knew that trying to protest would only make it worse. Mum certainly made sure that was the case, the eldest son of Sparta thought, recalling all the times Eva would tease him. Now I believe it is time we go collect your wand. Thank you for taking care of young Harry here. I shall see you back at Hogwarts, Dumbledore says before turning to the young red-haired girl. It was lovely to see you, Ms. Evans. I look forward to seeing you at Hogwarts, Albus says as both he and Hadrian leave. I like him, Lily says with a smile. Covering her mouth, McGonagall hides her smile, her eyes shining in amusement at the quick friendship between Ms. Evans and Mr. Sparda. He is certainly quite an attractive young man. Perhaps that's the reason Ms. Evans seems so smitten with him, the professor of Hogwarts thought to herself. Break. Back in the wand shop, Hadrian stared in awe at the wand, laying on the bench. It is finally completed. 15 inches, rigid and made of elder wood, and containing the core of a demon, Priscilla says with a smile. Slowly reaching his hand, Hadrian grasped the wand with his right hand and watched a dark light glow from the wand. A perfect match. I was afraid that I might have failed, the vampire admitted. From one of the rooms, Kai floated in, a sly smile on her face. Relax, dear. You followed my instructions and completed the wand, Kai says before a glow enveloped her body, replacing her form to that of her devil arm. Without a word, Kai floated back into the holster attached to Hadrian's hip. Don't worry, my dear son of Sparda. I won't leave you, Kai cooed from her weapon form. Both Priscilla and Albus chuckle as the young white-haired boy sighed in exasperation. Is this going to be a thing for women to flirt with me? Hadrian asks, recalling the looks of lust he had received from the many women of Nocturne Alley, and both Kai and Priscilla flirting with him. You are quite the handsome young man. I can't really blame the women, Priscilla admitted with a shrug. A groan escaped Hadrian as he shook his head. This is going to be a common thing. I just know it, Hadrian thought to himself. Hogwarts. Chapter 3. Hogwarts. Hadrian nodded his head to John in thanks. The two found themselves standing before the train station, beside the car that the dark-skinned man had driven. Wearing a dark purple coat with a black shirt and black pants with dark purple stripes on the legs, the young son of Sparda had his wand hidden under his sleeve with Kai holstered at his hip, hidden by the white-haired boy's coat. Remember, Harry, these people may be magical, but they are still humans. They break as easily, John says, though the glint in his eyes portrayed his amusement. Hadrian raised an eyebrow at the man, unimpressed by the joke. You need work, Kai spoke, causing John to look down at the devil arm. And what would you know about jokes? John asks, crossing his arms over his chest and raising an eyebrow. A devil and an angel walk into a bar. They see each other and point. Hey, what is that unholy thing doing here? Said the angel. Hey, what is that holy pest doing here? Said the devil. Then a fallen angel enters, and both the devil and the angel turn to them. Leave, you unholy, holy, pesky thing. Both the devil and angel demand, Kai jokes. After a few moments of silence, Hadrian hesitantly spoke. Kai, was that the punchline? The young white-haired boy asks, slightly worried about the female demon's sense of humor. Why, yes. What do you think? Kai asks, causing both Hadrian and John to look at each other. Well, truthfully, that type of humor is not to my taste, John admitted with a shrug of his shoulders. Yes, sorry, Kai. Not my sense of humor, the son of Sparda answered with an apologetic look. Last time I'm ever trying to make a joke, Kai says, and Hadrian gets the sense that if the female demon was in her original form, she would be pouting. John chuckled slightly, but shook his head. Listen, Harry, I understand that this will be a new place for you. So have fun, make some friends, and learn. Don't worry too much about the demons and money. You are welcome to my home anytime, John says with a smile. Hadrian looked up at the man and gave a grateful nod. Thank you, John. I know that having me around is a risk to your family, but I thank you for doing so, the eldest son of Sparda says grateful. John waved his hand, declining the young boy's thanks. You don't have to worry. Your father has done so much for my family and this world. It's the least I could do, John says, happily. Hadrian nodded his head and turned to his cart where his belongings were stacked. Stay safe. You hear? John calls out as the young white-haired boy begins to push his cart forward. I will. Hadrian shouted as he got further and further away. Break! Hadrian went down a slope as he made it to the platform. Ok, platform 9. Where is that? Platform 7. No. Platform 8. No. Okay, I'm close. Platform 9 and... What? Hadrian thought with a frown, seeing platform 10. You gotta be shitting me. Platform 9 is over there and platform 10 is here. So where is platform 9 and 3/4? The young white-haired boy thought with a frown. Humming in thought, Hadrian crossed both his arms as he looked around, wondering where the platform 9 and 3/4 were. Okay, so the wizarding world hides from the non-magical world, so that means that they would hide it. But where? Hadrian wondered before he noticed it. Where the sign that said platform 9 was, there were 2 separate columns in between before it reached the sign for platform 10. It couldn't be that simple, right? Harry wondered, pushing his cart to the last column, right before platform 10. Inspecting the column, the son of Sparda looked around, making sure that he wasn't seen, then placed his hand on the column. The effect was immediate. The young boy's hand phased through the column. Bingo! Looks like I might have found it, Hadrian thought as he grabbed his cart and pushed it through the column, phasing through the column and coming out the other side. Upon seeing what lay on the other side of the column, the white-haired boy gaped as there were people bustling around the platform, saying their goodbyes with tears of sadness from parents and excitement from the children. Hadrian's eyes were captured by the train, crimson red in color with many carriages attached behind it. Looks like I made it, Hadrian thought to himself as he pushed the cart forward. With only his trunk as cargo, Hadrian placed the cart along with the others that seemed to be placed together and grabbed his trunk, carrying it without issue. Entering the train, Hadrian walked through the narrow corridor of the carriages, searching for an empty compartment to stay in. Oh, sorry about that, a young girl, around 15 in age, and wearing the Hogwarts uniform apologizes. As the young girl looked at Hadrian, she blinked as she stared at his hair. You okay? Hadrian asks, raising an eyebrow. The girl blinked and smiled, nodding her head. Yeah, I am fine, she says before walking past the young son of Sparda without a word. Odd, Hadrian thought to himself, deciding it was best to shrug it off. Searching through the train, the young son of Sparda smiled as he saw an empty compartment. Without hesitation, the young white-haired boy entered the compartment, placing his trunk on the rack and laying on one of the seats, resting his head against the soft cushions. As the young boy closed his eyes, the door to his compartment opened, causing Hadrian to open an eye to see who had opened the door. The son of Sparda sat up as he saw a familiar red-headed girl. Lily, it's nice to see you again, Hadrian greets with a nod. The young girl smiled brightly at Hadrian and nodded back to the young white-haired boy. It is nice to see you again, Harry. How have you been? Lily asks, curious. I have been quite well. What about you? The young boy asks, curious. Lily nodded her head to the half-demon. I've been quite well. Oh, this is my friend, Severus Snape, Lily introduces, stepping to the side to reveal a young boy with long black hair that fell down to his shoulder and a slightly crooked nose. Severus looked at Hadrian, a look of distrust and anger present on his face. The young Sparda raised an eyebrow at the anger before internally shrugging. Hi, name's Hadrian Sparda, Hadrian introduced. Severus remained silent, glaring at Hadrian. Lily blinked in surprise, confused at her childhood friend's behavior. Sev, say hi, the red-haired girl says, encouraging her friend. Severus scowled, as if he swallowed something sour. Hi, the young boy responded, reluctantly. Lily smiled brightly and nodded her head. There you go. Hey, Harry, is it fine if we sit together? Lily asks, looking at the white-haired boy. Hadrian shrugged his shoulders in response to the young girl's question. Sure, why not? I don't mind, the young Sparda responded. Sitting on the other side of the compartment, both Lily and Severus sat next to each other. I am so excited to see Hogwarts. I wonder what house I will be in, Lily gushes, a bright smile on her face. Looking over at the young girl, Hadrian chuckled in amusement at her enthusiasm. Well, what house do you think you will be in? The son of Sparda asks, curious. The young redhead hummed in thought, crossing her arms over her chest as she scrunched her eyebrows together with a contemplative look on her face. She is certainly cute when she looks like that, Hadrian thought, surprised slightly at his thoughts. I don't really know, but I guess we will see, the young girl says with a cheerful smile. Time skipped. The sound of the Hogwarts Express coming to a stop caught the attention of Hadrian, Lily, and Severus, who were all in their Hogwarts uniform. Thankfully, the young son of Sparda was able to hide Kai under his robe, keeping her at his hip. The last thing I want is to be unarmed, Hadrian thought to himself as the trio stood up from their seats and exited the train. First ears of air, a voice called, and Hadrian turned to see a giant man towering over him. Wow, he is really tall, Lily says in awe, standing beside the young son of Sparda. Hadrian blinked in surprise, just noticing that the young girl was so close to him. Follow me, this way, the man calls out, causing all of the first years to follow him. Making their way down a steep slope, the first years found themselves standing before several wooden boats, enough room to fit a maximum of 4 first years comfortably. Cocking an eyebrow at the odd choice of transport, Hadrian stopped into one of the boats and sat down. At that moment, Lily joined Hadrian, sitting beside the young white-haired boy, with Severus following in, scowling at the young Sparda, not happy that the young girl sat next to the demon hybrid. After a few moments, a young blonde girl entered the boat, sitting beside Severus. Lily smiled at the young girl. Hello, my name is Lily Evans. What is your name? Lily asked with a smile. The young girl smiled at the red-haired muggleborn. My name is Pandora. Pandora YEA I. Pandora introduced herself. It's nice to meet you, Pandora. This is my friend Severus Snape and Hadrian Sparda. Lily introduced both boys. Pandora blinked and turned to Hadrian, staring at the son of Sparda with an unblinking gaze. You are just like him, aren't you? Pandora asks, her eyes showing interest. The young white-haired boy cocked an eyebrow, but smiled at the girl. I guess you can say that, the young boy says with a small grin. Both Severus and Lily looked at the son of Sparda with confused expressions on their faces. Break! Getting out of the boats, the giant led the first-year students up a flight of stairs, stopping before Professor McGonagall, who looked down at the students as they climbed up the stairs. First years. Professor McGonagall, the giant introduced the professor. McGonagall nodded to the giant, a small smile on his face. Thank you, Hagrid, the professor says before turning her attention to the students. Welcome first years to Hogwarts. My name is Professor McGonagall. I am the Transfiguration Professor and the head of house for Gryffindor. You will be sorted into your houses shortly. There is Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Your house will be like your family. Your triumphs will earn your house points. You will wait here until it is time, Professor McGonagall says, turning around and leaving. As the first-year students waited patiently, the sounds of whispers could be heard as many came up with theories on what tests could be used to determine what house they would be in. I heard that we would have to fight a monster, a young boy says, causing everyone to turn to him. The boy in question was short, slightly pudgy, with a look on his face that put Hadrian on edge. I don't trust him. Seems like the type to switch to the winning side when things get tough, the son of Sparda thought to himself. Severus scoffed as he sneered at the boy. What ridiculous nonsense are you spouting? As if they would have us fight a dangerous monster, Severus snapped. Lily frowned as she looked at her oldest friend. Well, I wouldn't say it like him, but the teachers are many things, but they are not complete idiots. Besides, what would they get out of fighting a monster? Hadrian asks, causing the kid to look down with a slight frown. He does have a point. A young boy with raven black hair and hazel brown eyes spoke, causing everyone to turn to him. The young boy looked at Hadrian with a smile. Nice to meet you. James Potter. James introduced himself, holding his hand out to the white-haired boy. The young Sparda nodded his head and shook the boy's hand. Hadrian Sparda, the eldest son of Sparda, introduces himself. The young boy noted that James had not reacted to his last name, unlike Pandora. Now that is indeed interesting, the demon hybrid thought to himself. At that moment, screams echoed through the place, causing Hadrian to tense, hand grasping the handle of Kai in her devil form, ready to kill anything that might seek to harm any students. The demon hybrid blinked in confusion as ghosts flew through, arguing over something. I say we forgive and forget, a ghost says. One ghost in particular scoffs and shakes his head. We could forgive him for the next 100 years, and he will still do the same thing. Peeves will not be attending the sorting or be allowed in the Great Hall, the ghost states firmly before the group of ghosts flies off. Just then, Professor McGonagall entered, causing everyone's attention to diverge to her. Follow me, the Transfiguration Professor says, causing everyone to follow right behind her. Upon entering the Great Hall, many were amazed by its appearance. The open night sky of the ceiling was incredible, even to the son of Sparda. I have to admit, the founders have the style, the young white-haired boy thought to himself. When I call your name, You will be seated and sorted into your house, McGonagall calls out, causing everyone to turn to her. All the first years blinked in surprise as they watched as a hat, of all things, began to sing. The son of Sparda winced as he rubbed his ears. Damn, the bloody hat is tone deaf, the young white-haired boy thought to himself, cursing his enhanced senses due to his power. Increase upon awakening his devil trigger. Soon the song came to an end, causing the eldest son of Sparda to let out a sigh of relief. Black, serious, the professor calls out. Stepping out of the group, a young boy walked towards the stool. Whispers heard around him. I bet he's going to be a Slytherin. Do you think he has the Black family madness? He's a Slytherin, no doubt about it, and many others. As the young Black sat on the stool, the Transfiguration professor placed the hat onto the boy's head. After a few moments, the Sorting Hat made its decision. Gryffindor, many were shocked as Sirius Black made his way to the Gryffindor table, a small smile on his face. Bones, Amelia from the group, a young red-haired girl, leapt forward, sitting atop the stool as the Sorting Hat was placed atop her head. Hufflepuff, the hat announced. Clapping erupted from the house as the young girl sat down at the table. Evans, Lily, McGonagall calls out as the young Muggleborn girl stepped forward, walking towards the stool, a small yet excited smile on her face. Hadrian frowned as he heard many grumbled, disliking the girl despite having yet to get to know her. Great, another mudblood, they should all just stay in their pathetic world. Oh, she has beautiful hair. She is adorable. A mixture of responses was heard by the young son of Sparda. From what the young boy was able to deduce was that the House of Green were the ones with the most negative responses. Blood, huh? I'll show you how important blood is when I ram force edge into your guts, Hadrian thought darkly. Taking a deep breath, the son of Sparda let the dark thoughts go, knowing that if he let his anger control him, he would lose his temper. You have your mother's temper. In her ire, the voice of Sparda rang in his head, causing the young snow-haired boy to smile slightly. One of the few things that the young son of Sparda got that wasn't Sparda's was his mother's morals. Unlike Sparda, Eva was willing and able to hurt and kill humans based on their actions. But Sparda was hesitant, even with the worst type of humans, unless they hurt his family or had some involvement with demons, morals which Dante seemed to share. Gryffindor, the Sorting Hat called out, causing the House of Red to cheer as the young girl skipped to the table, a smile on her face. Lupin, Remus, a young boy, stepped forward. He seemed nervous, looking around with slight fear in his eyes. Sitting on the stool, Professor McGonagall placed the Sorting Hat on his head. Gryffindor, once more, another first year was placed in the House of the Lions. Pettigrew, Peter, the kid from before, stepped forward. So that's his name? Still, I wouldn't trust him with anything important. Hadrian thought to himself. Gryffindor again, the same house was called. Potter, James stepped out of the group, a small grin on his face as he walked towards the stool, a mixture of confidence and arrogance in his steps. Gryffindor, a loud cheer was heard from Gryffindor table as James sat next to Sirius Black, patting the young boy on the back, getting Sirius to smile. Snape, Severus. Next, Severus stepped forward, sitting on the stool as the hat was lowered onto his head. Looking at the Gryffindor table, Hadrian noted the look of excitement on Lily's face as she watched her friends sorting. Slytherin, the hat shouted. The Slytherins softly clapped for their new housemate as he made his way to them. Lily frowned slightly, her eyes showing sadness, but she still smiled at her friend, happy for him. Sparda. Hadrian, it was now his turn. Stepping forward, Hadrian looked around, noticing the lack of reaction to his last name, except for one. Sitting at the Slytherin table, a young girl looked at Hadrian with a narrowed gaze. Not too far away from the girl, a near-carbon copy of her was seen, with a blonde girl at her side. Wow, he really does look like a male Vila. A voice was heard, causing Hadrian to blink in surprise. Looking around, the son of Sparda saw the girl that he had bumped into earlier that day, sitting beside some girls at her table as they looked at him with interest. Sitting on the stool, Hadrian felt the Sorting Hat be placed onto his head. Quickly taking a look around, Hadrian noted all of the stares from every single house, mostly from the women, as they seemed to have some sort of fascination with him. They certainly see you as attractive. The voice of the Sorting Hat was heard in Hadrian's head, causing the young son of Sparda to cock an eyebrow. So it seems, my mom always said that I had my father's charm. Even at a young age, Hadrian communicated back, causing the Sorting Hat to chuckle. Yes, I would agree. Both Rowena and Helga certainly fancied your father back when they were in their prime. But your father was more focused on the war the Sorting Hat states, causing the young boy to nod in understanding. So what house do you think I should go to? Hadrian asked the hat, curious. You are most certainly intelligent, quite the bookworm as well. But that is not what defines you. No, Ravenclaw is not the house for you. You are indeed incredibly hardworking and loyal. But while that is one of your key features, it is outshined by your other qualities. Slytherin is a tricky one. You are incredibly ambitious, seeking to gain more power, and you can be cunning. But your personality and how you act could very well change everything. You are blunt like a bludger, but you always seek to have something up your sleeve, something that gives you an edge. But within Slytherin, you are more likely to kill them than actually tolerate them. Which leaves Gryffindor. You are incredibly brave, willing to fight demons even when outmatched. You are unbreaking, and you don't let others control you. So better be. The Sorting Hat paused for dramatic effect. I already know you're going to pick Gryffindor, so why are you trying to be dramatic? Hadrian asks, slightly annoyed. Oh, come on. Can't an old Sorting Hat have a little fun? I'm stuck in a stuffy office all year, the hat says, and if Hadrian were to be honest, he would have thought it was pouting. Doesn't matter. Better be. Gryffindor, the hat shouted, causing Gryffindor table to burst into cheers. As Professor McGonagall took the Sorting Hat off of Hadrian's head, the young son of Sparda made his way towards the table, only to blink in surprise as he saw Lily move over, tapping at the empty spot at her side, wanting him to join her. Shrugging it off as she wanted to spend more time with him as her new friend, Hadrian sat beside the red-haired girl who beamed at him. You probably took the longest out of everyone, an older girl says, causing both Hadrian and Lily to turn to her. Really? Hadrian asked, surprised. Lily turned to Hadrian and nodded her head in confirmation. Yep, you took quite a while. I wonder what you two were talking about, Lily says, tilting her head to the side with curiosity shining in her eyes. The older girl laughed and shook her head with an amused smile. Well, it doesn't matter. My name is Alice Fortescue, the older girl, now known as Alice, introduced herself. I am Lily Evans. It is nice to meet you, Lily responds, nodding to the older girl. Hadrian Sparda. Hadrian nodded his head in greeting. Soon there were very few first years left. YEA I, Pandora was called out. Stepping forward, the young blonde sat on the stool as the Sorting Hat was placed in the young girl's head. Ravenclaw, the hat announced, causing cheers to erupt from the Ravenclaw house. As the last of the first years were sorted, Albus Dumbledore stood up from his seat, making his way to the podium. I would like to welcome both returning and new students to Hogwarts. It is with great pleasure to see you all at your best and ready to learn. So all I have to say is, dig in, Dumbledore says, clapping his hands as hundreds of plates of food litter all 4 tables. Whoa, Lily says in awe, eyes wide as she stares at the many food available. Alice giggled in amusement, enjoying the young redhead's reaction. Well, don't just stare. Enjoy, Alice says, grabbing several different foods from the plates and placing it onto her own. Looking at the many foods available, the young son of Sparda couldn't help but hope that Dante and Virgil were healthy and being fed properly. Wherever you are, I hope you are okay. The white-haired boy prayed before grabbing food off of the plates and placing it into his own. Break! Hadrian looked around the Gryffindor common room as they entered. The place was quite homely, the fireplace giving the common room an even more homely feel. Now, I understand that you are all still new, but if you need anything, do not hesitate to ask, the prefect informed the first years, looking down at them with a smile. A tap on Hadrian's shoulder caused the young boy to turn and see Lily, smiling brightly at him. Are you excited for class? I certainly am, Lily says excitedly. Hadrian snorted and shook his head in amusement. If you are so excited for class, which class in particular are you most interested in? The young son of Sparda asks, crossing his arms over his chest. Ooh, that would have to be both potions and charms. I always found the 2 subjects so fascinating. With potions, it's like cooking, but with more science-y, Lily says, giddy with excitement. Hadrian chuckled, but understood the young girl's point. I guess so, the young boy says. So, what are you excited for? Lily asks, tilting her head slightly. Hadrian hummed in thought before giving his answer. I would have to say defense against the dark arts. It certainly sounds interesting, Hadrian says, causing Lily to nod her head in agreement. It certainly does sound interesting. I can't wait to learn new things about magic, the red-haired girl says with an excited smile. Hadrian chuckled in amusement. She is certainly very excited to learn, the son of Sparda thought to himself. Break. Inside the first-year Gryffindor dormitory, Hadrian made his way to the bed with his trunk beside it. Placing a hand on the lock, the young son of Sparda smiled as he saw the lock glow red before a click was heard. Opening up the large trunk, Hadrian looked down to see his books, clothes, and stationery inside. But what the young white-haired boy was more focused on was the items separated from the others. Force. Edge was protected by several locks and wards so that no one aside from him could take it. It's safe. Good, the young boy thought to himself, grabbing his clothes and pulling it out, closing his trunk afterwards. Before heading to the bathroom, the son of Sparda discreetly placed Kai in her devil arm form under his pillow and left, changing his clothes and wearing his pajamas. A simple cotton pants, leaving the young boy's slightly muscular torso bare. So, I guess we should introduce ourselves, James Potter says, the rest of the Gryffindor first-year boys in the dormitory. The son of Sparda nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, so let's get straight to it. I am certain many of us want to get some sleep, Hadrian says, receiving nods from the other boys. My name is Hadrian Sparda. Nice to meet you, the young Sparda says, turning to the left, looking directly at James. My name is James Potter. It is nice to meet you, the bespectacled boy introduced himself. My name is Remus Lupin. Nice to meet you, Remus says, slightly shy. I'm Sirius Black, and no, I am not like my family, Sirius added. I am Peter Pettigrew, Peter introduces himself, looking around with a fearful gaze. Well, now that that's over with, I am hitting the hag, Hadrian says, jumping onto his bed and closing the curtains. A light shone from beneath Hadrian's pillow as Kai, in her normal form, floated out from under the pillow and landed on the bed, lying seductively on the mattress with her arms out. Come on, dear. You may use me as you wish, Kai says, eyes half-lidded and burning with lust. The son of Sparda grumbled by laid in Kai's arms as she wrapped both arms around his torso, pressing his head against her breasts as he slowly fell asleep, too tired to argue with the female devil. Watching as the young boy fell asleep, Kai pouted slightly, disappointed to not have had some intercourse with the young boy, but accepted the profess, kissing the white-haired boy on the head before closing her eyes, enjoying Hadrian's warmth as she soon fell asleep. Break. Slowly opening his eyes, Hadrian let out a sigh as he felt a pair of arms wrapped around his torso. Rubbing the crust out of the corner of his eyes, the young son of Sparda blinked in surprise as he saw Kai, holding him in her arms, his face pressed up against her large breasts. Oh yeah. Kai went back to her normal form and pulled me in her arms, the white-haired boy thought to himself. Morning, my little Sparda, Kai cooed, stroking Hadrian's hair as he relaxed in her arms. The son of Sparda grumbled as he lifted his head, looking up at the female demon. Hello, Kai, Hadrian greets, slowly pulling himself out of Kai's grasp. Hello. Have a nice sleep? Kai asks with an amused smile. I guess, the young boy says, sitting up. Kai rolled her eyes, amused by the young boy's short answer. Glowing brightly, the female demon changed forms. Now in her devil arm form, the demon holstered herself at the young Sparda's side. Opening the curtain to his bed, Hadrian blinked as he saw a small, gray creature with long ears staring up at him. Blinking at the creature, the son of Sparda tilted his head in confusion. Ah, hi, the young boy greets with a confused expression on his face. I is Stilly. I is happy to meet Sparda's son. The creature introduces themselves, their voice feminine. Hi, Stilly. Is there something you need? The son of Sparda asks, confused. Stilly shook her head in response. Stilly would like to thank you. Sparda saves us from demons. I offer son of Sparda Stilly's thanks, and Stilly offers the come and go. Room, Stilly says with a grateful smile on her face. I see. Out of curiosity, what are you? The white-haired boy asks, curious. That is a house elf. They are creatures that are basically slaves of wizards, Kai informs the young demon hybrid. The house elf stared at the female demon in her devil arm, fear in her eyes. Deepening Stilly stuttered, shaking with fear. Hadrian sighed as he placed his hands on his lap. Relax, Stilly. Kai won't hurt you. Right, Kai? Hadrian asks, looking down at the female demon with a pointed gaze. Kai sighed from her devil arm, but spoke. Yes, I will not hurt you. Relax, Kai responds, getting Stilly to sigh in relief. Stilly thanks you, son of Sparda. Stilly thanks before disappearing with a pop. Break. Making his way down the stairs to the common room, the son of Sparda smiled as he saw a familiar red-haired girl sitting at the couch. Lily Evans stared down at a book, reading through it with awe. "So, what are you reading?" Hadrian asks from over the young girl's shoulder. Lily let out a scream of surprise as she jumped up, turning around to Hadrian, glaring at the now laughing demon hybrid. "Don't scare me like that," the red-haired girl exclaimed, lightly smacking the white-haired boy. "Oh, come on, I had to. You were just so invested in that book that I need to bring you out of it," the son of Sparda says, letting out a laugh of amusement. Lily pouted cutely as she huffed, crossing her arms as she puffed out her cheeks. "Don't make fun of me," the young Evans grumbled. The young boy chuckled in amusement, causing Lily to pout more. "Let's just go downstairs." "You smug prat," the red-haired girl suggested, causing Hadrian to laugh in amusement. Break. Sitting at the Gryffindor table, Hadrian ate breakfast as Lily read through the timetable that they had been given thanks to Professor McGonagall. "Hey, Lily," a voice spoke up, causing both Hadrian and Lily to look up and see Severus, looking down at the red-haired girl with a small smile on his face. Lily beamed at Severus, moving to the side and tapping at the empty space beside her. Understanding what the young girl wanted, Severus sat beside Lily and looked over the red-haired girl's shoulder. "What are you doing here, Slytherin?" a voice growled, causing the trio to look over to see an older Gryffindor sneering down at Severus. "What do you want?" Severus demanded, annoyed at the older boy. "For you to leave." "You snake," the older boy growled. Lily scowled at the boy and stood up, slamming her hands onto the table as she did so. "Who are you to tell us what to do?" the young Muggle-born girl demanded. The older boy scoffed as he scowled down at the young girl. "Because we are Gryffindors. We don't do anything with Slytherins," the boy says, disgust in his voice. Both Lily and Severus seethed at the older boy's words. "And who do you think you are to believe that we would listen to you?" Hadrian's voice cut in, causing the older boy and Lily and Severus to turn to the demon hybrid, shock present in their eyes. "What?" the boy asks, confused. "I said, who do you think you are to believe that we would listen to you? In case you're too stupid to realize, I have to basically ask why the duck should we care what you think?" Hadrian asks, glaring up at the older Gryffindor boy. "Because Gryffindors aren't friends with Slytherins. That's how it is," the older boy exclaims. The son of Sparda scoffed as he shook his head in disbelief. "Who gives a shit what other Gryffindors do or don't do? You don't control us," the young snow-haired boy says, standing up to the older Gryffindor. Severus stared at the son of Sparda, shocked at the young boy's words. The older Gryffindor snarled and turned away, stomping away from the trio. Lily smiled at Hadrian, happy that the demon hybrid stood up for her and her friend. Severus, on the other hand, looked down at the table with a frown. He didn't really like the son of Sparda. Just looking around, the young Slytherin could see the eyes of the girls, looking at the white-haired boy with appreciative gazes. But the very fact that the young demon hybrid stood up for him made it difficult to hate the young boy, as it showed he wasn't arrogant. "Hey, Sev, guess what? We will have potions together soon," Lily says with an excited smile on her face. The young Slytherin blinked at that and took a closer look at Lily's timetable. After a few moments, a small smile grew on Severus' face. "I guess we are," the young Slytherin responds. Break. "Welcome, class, to your first potions lesson." A man welcomed the class, capturing the attention of Gryffindors and Slytherins alike. "I am Professor Slughorn, and today we will be going through the safety procedures of creating a potion. Now, if you would pull out your potions and how to make the books, we will begin on Chapter 1, Inch the Potions, professor says. Following the professor's instructions, the young Sparda pulled out the book and opened the page, flipping to the first chapter. One of the most important things about creating a potion is using the right spells to protect yourself from any and all mishaps that could be caused due to a failing potion. Such results could be an unusable potion or a dangerous explosion. So do pay attention, Slughorn says as he moves to his desk where a cauldron sat. Now watch as I do this. Place the tip of your wand at the edge of the cauldron and softly press your wand around the rim of the cauldron and say the incantation. Like so, Custodire, the professor says, causing a transparent shield to form over the cauldron. This spell will protect you from any dangerous substances from escaping the cauldron, but it will also stop anything from going into the cauldron without your magical signature, Slughorn says before giving everyone a pointed gaze. Some students in the past seem to find it funny to risk everyone's lives over minor arguments. As a result, this spell is a must-win in this class. Failure to do so will result in 25 points being taken from your house, the potions. Professor states before continuing the lesson. The son of Sparda found himself listening to Slughorn's lessons, despite not having a passion for the act of potion making. The young hybrid will admit that the teacher knew how to make a lesson. Interesting. Break. Welcome, class, to your first lesson in defense against the dark arts. A grizzled man spoke out, catching everyone's attention. In the class were Gryffindors and Ravenclaws. The young Sparda found himself sitting in between Lily Evans and Pandora Weesia. Both girls were watching their professor with interest. My name is Jack Ryder, but you may call me Professor Ryder. The professor introduces himself. Today, we will be going through the basics of magic. The first is elemental magic. What is defined as elemental magic? Professor Ryder asks, looking at the students before him. A hand was raised, and Professor Ryder looked over to see Lily with her hands raised. Yes, miss? Professor Ryder asks. Evans Lily answers with a smile. Professor Ryder nodded his head. And what is your answer, Ms. Evans? Ryder asks, curious. Elemental magic is magic that is related to the elements of the world, such as lightning, fire, water, air and earth, and others, Lily answers. A good answer. 10 points to you, Gryffindor. Elemental magic has 4 tiers. There is the low tier, an easy-to-use level which many can wield without difficulty. Then we have the mid-tier, a more powerful level of elemental magic. This one is difficult for the average magic user to wield. Then we have the highest level a normal witch or wizard can use. High tier, this level of elemental is incredibly powerful and the most difficult to wield. Even our headmaster struggles to use these magics. They not only require sheer willpower and magical power. Then we have the final tier. Not much is known about this tier. No one knows how to use it, how to gain it, or even how to understand it. This tier has only been used by elementals, Professor Ryder says, captivating everyone. Pandora frowned as she raised her hand. Yes, MS. Ryder asks. Weesia, sir. What are elementals? Pandora asks, curious. Ryder chuckled as he placed both hands behind his back. I was hoping someone would ask that question. 15 points to Ravenclaw. Elementals are individuals who have the ability to use an element to unbelievable levels of power. Merlin himself was an elemental. He was in fact a quintet elemental. He controlled fire, water, lightning, light, and darkness. But what many fail to realize is that it is not only humans that can be elementals, but other magical creatures as well. Thunderbirds are well known for their elemental abilities in lightning, but elementals could also be half-humans. If you read Elementals, you will be able to find in Chapter 4 that there was a half-giant that was an earth elemental, the professor informs the class. From behind Hadrian, James raised his hand, catching the attention of several students. Yes, mister? Professor Ryder asks. Potter, I wanted to ask something. I remember when I was younger that my dad made mention of an elemental spell. Fiendfire. He said it was dark magic, the young Potter says. Understanding what James was silently asking, the professor answered. I was planning on going on to this topic later in the year, but since you brought it up, I might as well do it now. What most are not aware of is that excluding the tiers that elemental magic are placed in, there is also separate alignment. There are 2 alignments that elementals are placed in, dark and light. Now I understand that most are told that dark-aligned wizards and dark magic are evil, but that is not true. Dark magic is only called that in very few countries. In most countries, what you would call dark magic is in fact battle magic. What the ministry considers evil magic is known as black magic, and they are truly evil. In nearly all countries, a practitioner of black magic is killed on sight, Professor Ryder states firmly. Hadrian frowned as he raised his hand, gaining the attention of the professor. Yes, mister? Ryder asks. Sparda, Hadrian says, noting the slight widening of the professor's eyes as recognition is present. I wanted to ask if dark magic is just called battle magic. Then why are there 2 alignments for elemental magic? The son of Sparda asks. At that moment, a massive grin formed on the professor's face. Yes, that is what I want to hear. 20 points to Gryffindor, Mr. Sparda. The difference between those 2 things is that elemental alignments are not based on good or evil, but what they are. So let's say if a Vila were to become an elemental, then they would be placed in either alignments, dark or light. Should they be on the light side, they will have more defensive capabilities, while those in the dark alignment would have more offensive abilities, the defense against the dark arts professor states. From the front of the classroom, a young girl raised her hand. Yes, MS? Ryder asks. Tila, you said if a Vila were to become an elemental, but they're already fire elementals, Tila says. Ah, I see your confusion. While Vila do indeed have some fire abilities, they are not in fact elementals. Should a Vila become, let's say, a fire elemental, their flames would go from regular red to hot white. I am aware of this because the Vila matriarch is in fact a fire elemental, and she wields powerful white flames, Professor Ryder states. Break. RINNGGG. The sound of the bell echoed through the classroom, signaling the end of class. Packing up his stuff, Hadrian stood up from his chair just as the professor spoke. Mr. Sparda, can you please stay for a minute? Ryder requests, nodding his head. The son of Sparda held his bag as he waited for the rest of the class to leave. Do you want me to wait for you? Lily asks, placing a hand on Hadrian's shoulder. The son of Sparda shook his head in response. Nah, I'll be fine. You go on ahead, the young boy insists, causing Lily to nod her head and leave the classroom. As the young girl left, Hadrian turned to the professor, noting how he sat on the edge of his desk, hands placed by his side. I must admit, I never thought I would meet a descendant of the Dark Knight Sparda, Ryder says, causing Hadrian to tense up and narrow his eyes. How did you know that? The son of Sparda growled, hand ready to grab Kai from her holster. Relax, you don't have to worry. I have studied a lot of history. As a child, I always found myself fascinated by the Dark Knight Sparda, Professor Ryder says. And I assume my last name was a giveaway? Hadrian asks, crossing his arms over his chest. The defense against the dark arts professor chuckled and nodded his head in confirmation. Not only that, but your white hair as well. It was said that your father, in human form, had snow-white hair. Just like you, Ryder states. Hadrian sighed, but understood how the professor came to the conclusion that he was related to Sparda. You're right. I am the son of Sparda, the white-haired boy says firmly. Ryder blinked in surprise, staring at the young boy in awe. I was not aware that you were actually his son. I had assumed you were perhaps his great-great-grandson or something, the professor says in shock. The son of Sparda shook his head in response. No, I am his son, Hadrian stated, not caring if the professor tries anything. The defense against the dark arts professor's eyes widened in complete shock as he stared at the young boy before him. Wow, that is unbelievable, Ryder says in awe. I am standing before the son of the Dark Knight, the professor says, looking down in shock. Taking a deep breath, looked up at Hadrian, a small smile on his face. It is amazing to think that I'm going to be teaching the son of the Dark Knight himself. Well, I guess it is best that you be on your way. Your break will be over if I keep you for too long, Ryder says with a small smile. The demon hybrid nodded his head in agreement and turned away, exiting the classroom without another word. Break. Severus Snape frowned as he was shoved back. Before the young Slytherin, several older Slytherins scowled down at the first year, arrogantly taunting the young Bly. You think you can hang around that little mudblood and think you can get away with it? You are just a pathetic half-blood, and you will learn your place, the older boy says, before striking Severus in the face. Thud! The young boy fell to the ground, a bruise beginning to form on his cheek as he glared up at the older Slytherins. Stay away from that mudblood, or you will get worse, an older Slytherin boy snarled, kicking Severus in the stomach. The young Slytherin grunted in pain as he laid there, a bruise forming on his cheek as he held his stomach in pain. Break! Lily had a frown on her face as she looked around the great hall for Severus, confused as to why he had yet to arrive. Hey, you alright? Hadrian asks, making his way towards the red head. Lily shook her head in response. No, it's just that I haven't seen Sev yet. I'm worried, the young girl says. The young boy hummed in thought as he crossed his arms over his chest. If you want, we can ask around. Maybe one of the Slytherins have seen him, Hadrian suggests. I wouldn't do that if I were you, a voice spoke out, causing both Hadrian and Lily to turn to see Alice. And why not? Lily asks, eyes narrowed. It isn't because I hate Slytherins, that is not true, but the fact that most Slytherins are blood purists. Trust me, If you give them a reason, then they will try to make your life as miserable as possible at Hogwarts, Alice warns. Lily frowned as she looked down in thought. Hadrian sighed in frustration as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. Of course, blood. I wonder what they would think of blood if theirs is splattered across the floor, Hadrian growled darkly. Lily heard the young boy's words, but couldn't help as a part of her agreed with her new friend. Why is it when you go somewhere, it is always something? Color, sexuality, religion, nobility, blood. It always has to be something. When is it enough? The young girl thought to herself. Break. Hadrian sighed as he leaned back on his chair, staring up at the classroom ceiling as he relaxed. By his side, Lily stared at the front of the classroom, disbelief on her face. The current class was History of Magic, taught by a ghost that somehow made a story about wars boring. Looking around, the son of Sparda noted the sleeping faces of his fellow classmates, all either on the verge of going to sleep or already asleep. How the duck has no one complained about this? The demon hybrid wondered. Everyone looks like they are about to fall asleep, Lily comments, causing the son of Sparda to hold his head to the side, looking at her with an unimpressed gaze. Really? It's almost as if that has been what has been going on for the past 20 minutes, Hadrian says in mock awe. Lily huffed as if upset, but the small twitch of her lips portrayed her amusement. Ha, very funny, Lily says with a mock laugh. The son of Sparda puffed out his chest as he looked down at Lily with a grin. I know. Bow before I smite thee with my powerful humor, the young boy says with a cheeky gleam in his eyes. Lily rolled her eyes as she shook her head, a small amused smile on her face. Marauder's beginning. Chapter 4. Marauder's beginning. Making his way towards the Great Hall, Hadrian sighed as he rubbed his eyes, removing the crust off the corner of them. Having just woken up from his sleep, by the young Sparda's side, Lily walked beside him, reading a book as she found herself captivated by the subject. The snow-haired boy rolled his eyes as he slowed down, moving behind Lily, grabbing her shoulders and lightly moving her to the side, avoiding a pair of Ravenclaws, who were also reading as they walked, not watching where they were going. Lily blinked in surprise as she looked up, turning to Hadrian with a confused expression before spotting the Ravenclaws, doing the same thing as she did. The young girl blushed in embarrassment as she scratched the back of her neck sheepishly. Sorry, Harry. Guess I wasn't paying attention, the redhead apologized, only to receive a deadpan from the son of Sparda. No shit, Hadrian says, causing Lily to pout, puffing up her cheeks as she cutely glared at him. Don't be mean, the young girl huffed, causing Hadrian to cackle as he rolled his eyes in amusement. Break. Entering the class, Hadrian frowned as he looked around, a confused expression on his face. Hey, where's the professor? Lily asked by his side. The young Sparda grunted as he shrugged his shoulders in response. No idea. Maybe she is late, Hadrian says, walking to one of the tables, sitting down, and placing his belongings onto the table before leaning back on his chair. Following her friend's lead, Lily sat beside the demon hybrid, placing her stationery on the table and waiting patiently at her desk. As the young girl waited, she paused as she saw a cat sitting on the desk, watching her and Hadrian as the two were currently the only ones in the class. Oh, it's a cute kitty, Lily gushed as she went to stand up, only for the eldest son of Sparda to grab her shoulder, stopping her from leaving. Looking at the young boy with a confused expression, Lily frowned as Hadrian shook his head. It's probably the professor's cat, and the last thing we need to tell her is that you possibly ran her cat off because you disturbed it, the white-haired boy said, answering Lily's unspoken question. Tilting her head slightly, the young redhead conceded with her friend's response and sat back down, staring at the cat in curiosity. The cat sat on the desk as slowly more and more students arrived, both belonging to either Gryffindor or Hufflepuff. As the class began, the cat leaped off the desk, transforming into Professor McGonagall. Entire class gawked at their transfiguration professor, while both Lily and Hadrian blinked in surprise that the cat was in fact there. Professor. Lily slowly leaned to the side and whispered into her friend's ear. Thank you for stopping me, the young girl thanked, knowing how embarrassing it would have been to hug her teacher. Welcome to Transfiguration. In this class, I will teach you to turn one object into another, McGonagall says as she waved her wand, turning her desk into a pig. Oink! The pig walked around, making noises as if it was alive. Lily's eyes shone in awe as she looked down at the pig as Hadrian tilted his head, Thinking of the many, he could use transfiguration to brutalize any demon stupid enough to challenge him. In this class, I expect you all to be mature. I will not have any of you waving your wand around like a bunch of misbehaving, babbling baboons, the transfiguration professor states with narrowed eyes. The entire class was drawn to the professor's words, taking the woman seriously as she spoke. In this lesson, you will be turning a matchstick into a needle. The incantation for this spell is Per Acus with a swish of the flick and a right slash, McGonagall says, waving her wand as she floated a box of matchsticks over the class, the box opening as multiple matches floated out of the box and onto the desk, each in front of a student. You may begin, the professor says as she begins to walk around. Taking a deep breath, Hadrian pulled out his elder wand with Kai's hair as the core and pointed the tip of the wand at the needle. Per Acus, the son of Sparda, chanted. The young boy blinked as he watched the match slowly turn gray before stopping. Not a bad start, McGonagall says from over Hadrian's shoulder, causing the son of Sparda to nearly jump in surprise. Looking back at his professor, the young snow-haired boy watched as McGonagall continued her walk around the class, inspecting her students' progress on their match. Shaking his head, Hadrian turned his attention to Lily, who was looking down at her needle in concentration, the tip of her tongue poking out of her lips as her eyes were narrowed on the match. Per Acus, Lily casted. Hadrian tilted his head as he saw the tip of the matchstick become more pointed, gaining an edge before stopping. The young redhead pouted at her lack of success. Hadrian chuckled in amusement as he patted her back, causing the young Muggleborn to turn to him. Relax, I know you can do it, the young boy says, encouraging Lily. The red-headed girl smiled at her friend, nodding her head as she turned back to her match. Once more turning back towards his match, Hadrian took a deep breath as he concentrated once more, imagining his match turning into a needle. Adrien casted. Slowly the match started to become smoother as it gained a silver shine, but soon stopped halfway. Impressive, Mr. Sparda. Your transfiguration is halfway complete. 5 points to Gryffindor. McGonagall congratulates, surprising both Lily and Hadrian as they turn to see the professor looking at the duo, not too far away from them. As McGonagall walked around the room, she paused as she saw a student transfigure their match into a perfect needle. Making her way towards the student in question, the transfiguration professor grasped the needle and blinked as she felt the metallic smoothness of the needle. Moving her finger up the needle, the professor lightly tapped the tip of the needle, feeling the sharp pointed end. Incredible, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Gryffindor for a perfect transfiguration. McGonagall praises the young boy who grinned in pride. Both Hadrian and Lily look at each other, hearing that the young Potter was able to perform a perfect transfiguration. The duo shrugged their shoulders and turned their attention back to their needles, hoping to complete their work before the end of the class. Break. All right, class. For those who have not successfully performed the transfiguration, I would like a page essay on the differences between needles and matchsticks, Professor McGonagall announces as the class stood up, grabbing their things as they left the classroom. Out of all the students in the class, James, Sirius, Remus, Hadrian, and Lily were the only ones able to turn a matchstick into a needle for the Gryffindors, while a few Hufflepuffs had also succeeded, but not as many. You have to admit, James' needle was the best out of everyone's. Both Lily and Hadrian heard Remus say from behind them, both friends walking ahead of James, Remus, Sirius, and Peter, as they had slowly begun to form a group between them. You got that right. Maybe Potter can teach us a thing or two, Sirius says, letting out a small laugh as he throws his arm around the Potter heir's shoulder. James chuckled as he rolled his eyes, throwing Sirius' arm off of his shoulder. Is James to you serious? And you know it, the young Potter says, grinning at his newest friend. The young black cackled as he smiled at the young boy. Are you sure? I think I like Potter more, Sirius says, placing a hand on his chin, as if thinking hard on the subject. James laughed as he threw his arm around Sirius' shoulder, pulling the young black into his chest and giving the young boy a noogie. Ah, no, James. Sorry. Sirius laughs as James' knuckles pressed against his skull. Lily scoffed as she rolled her eyes at the boy's antics, while Hadrian chuckled in amusement. And what got you so upset? The young Sparda asks, curious as to why the young redhead was upset. Lily turned her head to the white-haired Hoy, giving him an unimpressed look. Those two can be so weird. Why would you do that to your friend? I would never do that to you or Sev, Lily states, looking down with an annoyed expression. The eldest son of Sparda blinked in confusion as he looked at Lily. Are you talking about the noogie? Lily, some friends mess with each other. That's just how it is. Besides, they are having fun and not getting upset. So long as no one is hurt, it shouldn't really matter, Hadrian says, causing Lily to look back up at him. The young girl frowned and looked behind her to see the smiles on all four boys' faces as they talked and laughed, occasionally messing with each other as they did so. I guess you have a point, Lily conceded. Hadrian chuckled as he patted Lily's surprisingly soft hair. I know. I'm the best, the young Sparda says cheekily. Lily gaped at Hadrian before she shook her head, a grin slowly growing on her face as she looked at the eldest son of Sparda, eyes shining with mischief. Is that so? Come here, Lily yelled as she charged at Hadrian, who yelped in surprise and ran away from the young girl, who continued to chase him. What's wrong? The best can't handle a little girl? Lily yelled out as the young Sparda continued to run away from her. Students from the corridor watched as the white-haired boy ran, a grin on his face as Lily chased him, a similar grin on her face as the two played around. Break. Sitting at Gryffindor table, Hadrian looked down at the card that he was given by Surzex, one of the great Satans of the Devil faction. If I wanted to use this thing, how would it work? The young hybrid wondered, inspecting the card. Hey, what are you looking at? Lily asks, looking over the young boy's shoulder. Hadrian makes a noise of acknowledgement to the young girl as he places the card back into his pocket, turning to face his newest friend. Nothing much. How are you doing anyway? The son of Sparda asks, causing Lily to beam at Hadrian. I've been quite well. Alice says that Charms is a class to look forward to, so I am excited for that, the young Muggleborn girl says with a bright smile that soon dims as she looks down in sadness. Though for some reason, Sev doesn't seem to want to spend as much time with me, the redhead says, saddened. Hadrian sighed as he stood up from his seat, patting the young girl on the head. Looking up at the white-haired boy, Lily tilted her head with a confused expression on her face. Just relax, Lily. More than likely that Severus is just trying to get used to his new house and its members. And how are you handling your new dorm mates? Hadrian asks with an amused grin. Lily snorted as she rolled her eyes. There's only one other girl besides me. You would think that there would be more girls, but most are in the other houses, Lily states, causing the young demon hybrid to let out a snort of amusement. I see. And is little Lily upset that she couldn't make more friends? Hadrian asks, rubbing the young girl's head something fierce, causing it to frizz up and stick up everywhere. The young girl blinked as she looked up at her hair. Oh, you little, Lily growled before pulling out her wand. The son of Sparda laughed as he ran away, Lily chasing right behind him. Get back here, you cheeky little Snow White. Lily yells out, chasing the young Sparda as he laughs maniacally, finding himself amused when messing with the young redhead. Break. Sitting beside Lily, Hadrian looked at the front of the classroom, watching as the professor, a half-goblin, stood atop a stack of books, calling out the roll. Ms. Evans? The half-goblin calls out. Here, Lily responds, causing the professor to nod his head, looking down at the roll. Mr. Sparda? The charms professor calls out. Here, the eldest son of Sparda responds, causing the goblin hybrid to nod, ticking Hadrian's name on the sheet. All right, class. Welcome to your first charms class. I am Professor Flitwick, and today you will be learning a simple yet useful charm. Wingardium Leviosa, Professor Flitwick says. Hopping off the stacked books, the half-goblin professor walked across the classroom. For this particular spell, you will need to swish and flick your wand while saying the incantation. Like so dash, the professor says, turning to the stack of books and pulling out his wand. Wingardium Leviosa, Flitwick casts, causing everyone to watch as the stack of books begin to float, much to the awe of most of the class. Smiling at the students' awe, Flitwick lowers the books before, waving his wand, causing feathers to appear before the students. Your objective in this class is to float your feather off your desk, the charms professor says with a smile. Taking that as a start, the students pulled out their wands and attempted to cast the spell. Wingardium Leviosa, Hadrian casted. The young demon hybrid watched as the feather lifted slightly before dropping back down onto the desk. Wow, you nearly did it, Lily says in awe. The young white-haired boy chuckled as he turned to the young girl. I did all right, but let's see you do it, the eldest son of Sparda says with a smile. Lily nodded her head as she looked at the feather, wand in hand. Wingardium Leviosa, the young Muggleborn says, and slowly the feather begins to rise. Well done, Ms. Evans. 10 points to Gryffindor. Professor Flitwick congratulates, a bright smile on his face. The young redhead nodded her head to the professor, happy that she had impressed the half-goblin. You did well for your first attempt, Mr. Sparda. You two keep up the good work, the charms professor says with a smile. Time skipped. A week had passed since the beginning of school. Having now attended every single class, Hadrian could say for certain that defense against the dark arts was his favorite class. Making his way towards the Gryffindor table, the young son of Sparda sat down, grabbing a few plates of toast along with eggs and bacon and placing it in front of him. Yawning slightly, the eldest son of Sparda ate his breakfast. The young white-haired boy blinked as someone sat beside him. Looking at the person, the young boy raised an eyebrow as he saw that it was Alice that had sat next to him. Hey, sorry for disturbing you, but I have to ask, are you really a male Vila? The older girl asks bluntly. The effect was immediate as Hadrian began to cough, nearly choking as he was not expecting the question. What? The young Sparda exclaims in shock. Yeah, you definitely look like a young male Vila. You have the hair, the looks, and you definitely have the charm. So, are you a male Vila? Alice asks with a raised eyebrow. No, I am not, the young Sparda states firmly. Alice looked down at Hadrian and slowly nodded her head. That's just what a male Vila would say, the older girl thought with narrowed eyes. Break. Lily smiled as she sat in the library, a book in hand. Currently going through the history of magic, the young girl found herself fascinated by the history of the wizarding world. Lily, a voice spoke, causing the young girl to look up and see a familiar friend. Sev, how are you? The young Muggleborn girl asked with a smile. A small smile grew on Severus' face as he looked down at the young girl. I've been good, the young Slytherin hesitantly answers, something that the young girl noted. Sev, are you okay? Lily asks with a worried expression on her face. The young boy looked away, unwilling to answer the young girl's question. Sev, please, what's wrong? The red-headed girl asks, placing a hand on Severus' shoulder. The young Slytherin sighed and shook his head. The young Evan sighed but conceded, knowing that Severus Snape would not talk unless he wanted to. Well, at least sit. We have time to make up for, Lily says, causing the young boy to nod his head with a small smile. Time skipped. Leaving history of magic class, Hadrian frowned as he saw James along with his group walking off together, away from the class, a mischievous look on their faces. Despite being in the same dorm as the boys, Hadrian rarely, if at all, spent time with the boys, finding himself more interested with Lily, who had begun to hang out with Severus more often. Making his way towards the Great Hall, the son of Sparda sat at the Gryffindor table, resting his head on the table as he closed his eyes. While defense against the dark arts was interesting, the young hybrid found himself bored with the other classes. Sure, that would be useful for normal wizards. But one thing for sure was that Hadrian Sparda was not normal. Just then, the young snow-haired boy raised an eyebrow as he saw James and his group enter the Great Hall, sitting at Gryffindor table with shot-eating grins on their faces. Oh, the young Sparda thought with a frown. Looking at the group of Gryffindor first years, Hadrian noted the sheer excitement on their faces as they stared directly at Slytherin table. Turning to the table, Hadrian looked over the students, searching for the cause for James and his group's excitement. Poof! From the center of the table, a cloud of pink smoke exploded, engulfing the Slytherin students. From the front of the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall made her way towards the Slytherins, waving her wand and banishing the smoke. As the Slytherins were revealed, laughter ensued. Instead of wearing their Hogwarts uniform, the Slytherins from first year up to 7th year were in pink dresses, covered in makeup with pink wigs on their heads. Hadrian cocked an eyebrow at that before shrugging it off, not thinking much of it. Unseen by the young hybrid, Lily was narrowing her eyes at James and his hang, watching as they laughed, high-fiving in triumph. Break! James smiled as he and his friends walked through the corridor. They had succeeded in doing their first prank, causing all the Slytherins to be in nothing but pink. That was amazing, James, huh? Sirius laughed, patting the Potter heir on the back. It surely was funny, Remus says with a small smile on his face. How could you do that? A voice spoke out, causing the group to turn and see Lily, standing before them with her hands on her hips. James cocked an eyebrow as he looked at the young girl before him. Why does it matter? You weren't affected? The young Potter says, slightly confused as to why the girl before him was so upset. The young redhead huffed as she shook her head in disbelief. "You cover my friend in pink clothes?" Lily exclaimed in disbelief. James scoffed as he rolled his eyes. "Oh, please. He is a Slytherin. He's not much of a good friend if he is hanging out with blood purists," the young boy says with an arrogant grin on his face. Lily reddened with anger as she stormed towards James. "Don't you dare call him a bad friend. Just because you don't like Slytherins doesn't mean you can be rude to them." The young girl snapped. Sirius chuckled as he shook his head with an amused smile as both Remus and Peter looked over at James. The young Potter merely rolled his eyes as he walked off, the rest of his friends following behind him. Lily stared, watching as the group walks around the corner, heading off to who knows where. Break. Sitting in potions, Hadrian found himself partnered with Remus as the two of them worked on the potion together. "All right, now we dice the wolfsbane into small pieces." Remus reads the instruction out loud as he looked down at their ingredients. Without a word, the young Sparda grabbed the wolfsbane, taking the knife and dicing it at speeds faster than what Remus could see. "Done," Hadrian answered, placing the knife beside the now diced wolfsbane. Remus gaped at the son of Sparda, shocked at how fast he sliced the ingredients. How did you do that?" the young boy asked the demon hybrid in complete shock. The son of Sparda chuckled in amusement as he looked over at Remus. "I have practice. Now on to the next thing," the white-haired boy said, pointing towards the book in Remus' hand. "All right," Remus stuttered, looking over the steps. "Well done, you two. Well done. A perfect potion. 20 points to Slytherin and Gryffindor," Professor Slughorn congratulates, causing both Remus and Hadrian to turn to see the potions professor standing before Severus and Lily, smiling brightly at both students. Break. As the young demon hybrid left the potions class, he looked over to see Remus run off, joining James, Sirius, and Peter. Not too far away from them, Severus and Lily walked off, talking together, and with his enhanced senses the young Sparda was able to hear them talking about potions. The young Sparda sighed as he shook his head. "Looks like I am going to have to spend my time elsewhere," the young demon hybrid thought to himself, heading towards the library with his hands in his pocket. "Ah, Mr. Sparda," a familiar voice called out, causing the young boy to turn around and see Albus Dumbledore, standing before the young son of Sparda with a small smile on his face. "Albus, I didn't get much of a chance to talk to you since coming to Hogwarts. How have you been?" the snow-haired boy asks, curious. "I've been quite well. Thank you for asking," the headmaster of Hogwarts says, taking a step forward. "No problem. So what's up?" Hadrian asks, placing his hands in his pockets. "I would like to ask if I may have a moment of your time for a cup of tea in my office," the headmaster asks. The snow-haired boy shrugged his shoulders with a small smile. "Sure. Why not?" Hadrian responds, causing Dumbledore to chuckle in amusement. Break. Sitting before the headmaster, Hadrian took a sip of the tea that the old man had given him. "Not bad," the young demon hybrid says, placing the cup on the desk. Dumbledore chuckled as he too had a sip of his tea. "How was your first few weeks at Hogwarts, my boy?" Albus asks, curious as to how his friend's son has been handling being in a new environment. "Not bad. Some of the classes aren't really much of an interest for me, but they do keep me from falling asleep," the young boy answers. Nodding his head, Dumbledore was happy at the young boy's response, though was slightly disappointed that not all of the classes caught the young boy's interest. "Are there any classes that you enjoy?" the headmaster of Hogwarts asks. "I guess defense against the dark arts," the young boy answered. Dumbledore hummed in thought as he leaned back in his chair. "I see. Perhaps as you get older I can provide some books from my personal collection should you desire to pursue any subjects in magic," the headmaster offered. Hadrian looked at the old man with a surprised look on his face. After some thought, the young snow-haired boy couldn't help but think that the offer was one of the best he was going to get. After all, the headmaster didn't ask for anything. "We will see. Maybe I will accept your offer when I am older," the demon hybrid answered, receiving a nod from the old wizard. "That is perfectly fine. My offer is always open to you," Dumbledore says, nodding to the young hybrid with a smile. Break. Hadrian entered the defense against the dark arts class and sat down in his chair. In front of the class, Professor Ryder was inspecting a piece of parchment, reading through it with a calculated gaze. "I wonder what it says," the young Sparda thought to himself. At that moment, someone sat beside Hadrian, causing him to turn and see Lily, looking at him with a smile. The eldest son of Sparda raised an eyebrow at her, causing her to look at him oddly. "What?" the young girl asks, confused. "Nothing. Just surprised you sat next to me," the white-haired boy answers, causing Lily to tilt her head slightly. What do you mean? I always sit next to you, Lily states, causing Hadrian to look at her with a disbelieving expression. No, you don't. I don't mind you hanging out with other people, but you basically ignored me for the past few days, Hadrian states, causing Lily to frown as she looked down in thought. It took a few moments of thought before her emerald eyes widened in shock. I'm so sorry, Harry. Please forgive me. It's just I hadn't been able to talk to Sev for nearly a week, and it was normally just me and Sev before I came to Hogwarts. Lily apologized profusely. Hadrian chuckled slightly as he softly smiled at the red-headed girl. Lily blinked in surprise as she saw him smile, feeling her cheeks warm up slightly as she looked up at him. Don't worry about it. As long as you didn't do it on purpose, then we are good, the young Sparda says, receiving a smile and a nod in response. Time skipped. Hadrian sat in his bed, legs crossed and his eyes closed. It has been several months since the young Sparda had come to Hogwarts, and Yule had almost arrived. With the Muggleborn students celebrating Christmas and purebloods celebrating Yule, things had been somewhat calm. As Hadrian mediated, the young son of Sparda concentrated on the energy within him, the remnants left behind by the power of the Yamato. Concentrating on the echoes of the powerful katana, Hadrian attempted to grasp the echo, hoping to find some way to utilize it and use it against his foes. But as the young hybrid felt some sort of grasp over the power, he felt it slip away from him again. Cursing to himself, Hadrian let out a sigh as he placed his head into his hands, frustrated by his lack of progress. How can I use the power of the Yamato? Every time I think I got it, it escapes my control. The young boy wondered. With a tired sigh, Hadrian leaned back against the board of his bed, wondering as to how he could control the echoes left behind by the Yamato. And that's when it hit him. A style. I need to use the excess energy and try to use it as a style. The young boy thought of triumph. With a grin on his face, the young Sparda closed his eyes and searched for the echo of the Yamato. After a few moments, he felt it. The embers of the power of the Yamato, left behind from the constant use of the legendary blade. Reaching out to the energy, Hadrian felt it being tightened in his grasp as he captured it. With a growing grin on his face, the young boy used the energy used to power styles and enhanced his control around the echoes of the Yamato. After a few moments of struggling, Hadrian let out a gasp as his entire body filled with magical power, eyes snapping open to reveal glowing violet. Taking a deep breath, the young Sparda held out his left hand and watched in awe as a near-identical replica of the Yamato appeared, glowing violet as it seemed to be made of pure demonic energy. Staring at the beautiful blade, Hadrian let out a laugh in triumph as he stared at the energy form of the Yamato, pride in his now violet eyes as he looked down at the blade. Looks like I have just created the base of style, the young son of Sparda thought to himself. Styles contain several key factors to its creation. First, there is the base, the start of the style, and the very foundations of its key functions. Then there are the components, such as what is needed to use the style. For the revenge style, all it needs is the body and an empty core to contain the buildup of energy from every attack. But for this new style, Hadrian had yet to know what its capabilities are, but the young demon hybrid knew one thing. It will utilize both the echoes of the Yamato and the ethereal blade. Break! Lily smiled as she made her way down the stairs, seeing the Gryffindor common room before her. Looking at the couch, the young redhead beamed as she saw Alice, sitting down with a book in hand. Hey, Alice, the young Muggleborn greets with a smile. Looking at the person calling out to her, the older girl softly smiled at Lily and patted the empty spot beside her. How have you been? Alice asked the young girl. Lily shrugged her shoulders in response to the older girl's question. Not bad. I enjoy the classes, though history of magic needs work. But honestly, I think potions and charms has to be my favorite classes, the red-headed Muggleborn answers, causing Alice to chuckle in amusement. True. History of magic definitely needs a new teacher, the older Gryffindor agreed with a nod. So, what's going on with you? Lily asks, curious. Alice hummed in thought as she crossed her arms under her growing bust, something that Lily noticed, causing the young girl to look down at her own chest, a slight frown on her face. When will I start growing there? The young redhead wondered, before shaking her head and looking back up at Alice. Not much. Though there certainly has been quite a talk about a certain friend of yours, Alice says, looking down at the redhead with a mischievous grin on her face. Lily tilted her head as she looked at the older girl with a confused expression on her face. What have people been saying about Sev? The young redhead asks with a worried expression. Alice frowned as she looked at Lily with an odd expression. Oh, whatever. I mean, a certain Sparda, the older Gryffindor says with a coy smile. Lily blinked in surprise at the sudden change in direction to her friend, but decided to ignore it. What do you mean people have been talking about, Harry? Lily asks, confused. Alice merely giggled, placing her hand in front of her mouth to hide the growing smile on her face. There have been many people that believe he is in fact a male Vila, Alice states. Lily stared at the older girl, then blinked. What? The young girl asked, staring at Alice with a confused expression on her face. The older girl merely smiled as she leaned back. Yep, people think that your friend, Hadrian Sparda, is in fact a male Vila, Alice confirmed. Lily felt her eye twitch at that moment. No, I was asking what is a male Vila, the young redhead answers, singing slightly at the current situation. Alice blinked before looking down at Lily with a shocked expression on her face. Seriously, you don't know what a Vila is? Or a male Vila? The older Gryffindor asks, surprised. Lily merely shook her head in response. Alice sighed as she rubbed her forehead. Okay, let me take you to the library, okay? I will show you what is known about a Vila and male Vilas, Alice says, dragging Lily out of Gryffindor Tower. First Year's End. Chapter 5. First Year's End. Hadrian sighed as he sat on his bed. With the moon shining in the night sky, the son of Sparda had both hands on his lap as he concentrated on his thoughts. Having been unable to use Force Edge for months put the young boy on edge. Being too far away from his father's blade would always keep the young boy alert and cautious. If it were possible, Hadrian would find some way to carry the legendary blade on his person. Sadly, that was not the case. As he sat on his bed, the young hybrid could sense it. The sheer power hidden within the legendary weapon, if not careful, could attract demons like a moth to a flame. Sadly, unlike the wards that once kept the mansion of the Spardas protected from demons, the wards of Hogwarts is incapable of hiding the sheer demonic power that both Hadrian and Force Edge contain when used. And should both be actively used in unison, it will make the attack on the mansion seem like a minor inconvenience. Taking a deep breath, Hadrian focused on his demonic power, keeping it sealed within him and forcing it to not seep out of his being, risking the chance of a demon from detecting it. Thankfully for both the son of Sparda and headmaster of Hogwarts, the wards covering Hadrian's trunk and the subsection within the trunk that held Force Edge was just enough to hide the latent power of the legendary weapon, though it will fail should the blade enter its awakened state. With barely any time to train in sword fighting, the young boy found himself either meditating to focus his energy or physically training, pushing his body to its peak without the enhancement of his demonic abilities. Thankfully, these meditation helped the young hybrid's control over his power, allowing him to be more precise with his power, potentially allowing Hadrian to use more concentrated moves, allowing for more devastating attacks. Break. Professor Ryder stood before the class, hands behind his back. All right, class. Today we will be using the spell, Flipendo, the knockback jinx, the defense against the dark arts professor announced. This spell is good to knock a person off their feet and get away. You're all still children, so don't expect to be able to fight a dark wizard that decides to attack you. This jinx is good to get away from anyone intending to harm you, so I expect you to learn it, Ryder says, narrowing his eyes at the children before him. Now, I want you all to stand up and form a single file line. You will all use the knockback jinx on this dummy, the professor says, just as a dummy magically wheeled towards the center of the room. Excited murmurs were heard from the students as they all went into a single line. The first notable person was James, who grinned at the dummy. Flipendo, the young Potter casted, causing the dummy to be sent back a fair distance away before wheeling back to its original spot. Very well done, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Gryffindor, Ryder congratulated. Next was Pandora, who walked up with a small smile. Flipendo, the young blonde casted, the jinx hitting the dummy and flinging it back, though not half as far as James. Impressive, Ms. Weasia. 5 points to Ravenclaw, Professor Ryder congratulates. The young girl smiled and nodded to Ryder, going to the end of the line. Next was Peter, who nervously scuttled towards the dummy. Flipendo, the young boy casted. The dummy was sent not even an inch back, causing Ryder to frown in confusion. Looks like he is not as magically powerful as Mr. Potter and Ms. Weasia. In fact, he seems to be below average, the professor thought before shaking his head. Good job, Mr. Pettigrew, Ryder compliments with a small smile. Peter, on the other hand, frowned as he saw the lack of distance that his spell jinx caused. Next was Sirius, who walked up the dummy with a grin. Flipendo, the young black, casted, causing the dummy to be sent back, nearly as far as James' attempt. Very well done, Mr. Black. 10 points to Gryffindor, Professor Ryder congratulated. Smiling at his professor, Sirius went back to the end of the line, whispering to James and Peter. Next up was Remus, who took a deep breath, raising his wand up to the dummy. Flipendo, the young boy, casted, sending the dummy back, nearly as far as Pandora's attempt. Well done, Mr. Lupin. 5 points to Gryffindor, the defense against the dark arts professor complimented. Smiling, the young boy made his way to the back of the line. The next was a Ravenclaw girl, who made the dummy be sent back just as far as Pandora's attempt, earning 5 points for her house. Next was Lily, who nodded to the professor as she raised her wand. Flipendo, the redhead, casted, sending the dummy back just as far as James' attempt. Very well done, Ms. Evans. 10 points to Gryffindor, the professor says, nodding to the young girl. Lily beamed and nodded her head, heading to the back of the line. Finally, it was Hadrian, walking up the dummy. The young hybrid raised his wand at the dummy and casted. Flipendo, the eldest son of Sparda, says, shooting the knockback jinx at the dummy. Smash! Everyone gawked as the dummy was sent soaring through the air and smashing through the window. Well done, Mr. Sparda. 20 points for Gryffindor, Professor Ryder stuttered, in complete shock by what he had just seen. If that was a real person that could kill them, the young man thought, shocked by the sheer power behind a knockback jinx. Time skip. Do you believe it now? Alice asks, standing beside Lily with a grin on her face. The young girl looked down at the book in hand, a page on Vila in front of the young girl. Lily sighed as she rubbed her head. The signs were there no matter how many times she tried to ignore it. Hadrian had unnaturally white hair, something that all Vilas had, even male Vilas, incredibly good looks that even Lily couldn't help but admit that she stared, and he is even supernaturally powerful in magic. Though more in defense against the dark arts, the young girl thought, remembering how the young demon hybrid turned a simple knockback jinx nearly as dangerous as a regular reducto. Why don't we just ask Harry? After all, he would probably answer truthfully, the young Muggleborn asks, confused. Alice sighed as she shook her head. Lily. My dear, he is a male Vila. Do you have any idea how rare they are? I wouldn't be surprised if a pure-blood family tried to bribe him into a marriage contract with their daughters, knowing that he could further strengthen their bloodline, the older girl says, much to the confusion of Lily. What? The young redhead asks, tilting her head slightly. Alice sighed as she shook her head. Right? Forgot that you were Muggleborn, Alice muttered. What I mean is that male Vila are known to be magically powerful with their children, just as, if not more so. Purebloods value two things the most: magic and blood. And while your friend does not have the pure blood that they want, his magic more than makes up for it, the older girl informs Lily. The young Muggleborn frowned as she looked off to the side in thought. While not knowing Severus as long as Hadrian, the young girl couldn't help but find herself fascinated with him. He was funny, smart, skilled, and dare she say it, cute. The very thought of him being with some other girl made her stomach turn, something that confused the young girl. Why do I feel weird? Lily wondered. Break. Hadrian sat beside Lily, letting out a yawn as he covered his mouth with his hand. Currently in the Great Hall, everyone watched as Dumbledore stepped to the podium, a smile on his face. Another school year has passed. It is with great pride for me to congratulate all of you for a long year of hard work and dedication. For the 7th year, I would like to congratulate you all on completing your newts and hope you all do well in life. And for the rest of you, congratulations on completing your OWLs and exams. And with that, it is with great enjoyment of mine to announce the winners of the House Cup. In 4th place, with 296 points, is Hufflepuff, the headmaster announces, as the Great Hall claps softly for the house. In 3rd place, with 310 points, is Ravenclaw. Once more, claps were heard for the house. And for 2nd place, with 354 points, is Gryffindor and Slytherin. Dumbledore announces, causing noises of confusion to be heard from everyone in the Great Hall. Dumbledore chuckled as he smiled brightly at the students, the teacher behind the old headmaster chuckling in amusement. Yep, it is with great amusement For both I and my fellow teachers that both Slytherin and Gryffindor had tied and must share the house cup, Albus says, his eyes twinkling brightly. Hadrian snorted as he chuckled at the confusion in both his house and the Slytherin house. Well, that is certainly one way to end the year, the eldest son of Sparda thought, looking at all the annoyed and confused faces. Break! Making his way towards the train, Hadrian perked up as felt someone tap his shoulder, causing the white-haired boy to see the bright smile of one, Lily Evans. "Hey, Harry, I wanted to ask if you have the time, if you could come visit me on the summer holidays?" Lily asks, tilting her head to the side. Hadrian crossed his arms over his chest, looking up in thought. "I could certainly come visit if I have the time. But I don't know where you live," the young demon hybrid couldn't help but point out. The young Muggleborn blinked before face-palming. "Of course, how could I forget something as simple as that?" Lily grumbled to herself as she quickly made her way towards her trunk, rummaging through it and pulling out a quill and ink, resting it on the concrete beside her, and pulling out a parchment. Quickly inking the quill, the young girl rested the paper on the trunk as she began to write. After a few moments, Lily stood back up, closing and placing her ink into the trunk while grabbing a rag and rubbing the ink off of her quill. With that done, the young girl closed her trunk and returned to Hadrian, handing the parchment to the young hybrid. Looking down at the parchment, the white-haired boy saw what was written onto the parchment. "Number 4, Privet Drive, Surrey." Hadrian smiled slightly and nodded his head to the red-haired girl. "I will come visit if I have the time," the eldest son of Sparda says, receiving a beaming smile from Lily. Just then, Severus walked to Lily's side, tapping her on the shoulder, gaining the young girl's attention. "Come on, we got to get in," the young Slytherin says. Lily nodded with a smile and grabbed both Hadrian's hand and Severus' arm, pulling them into the train and to an empty compartment. Severus looked at Hadrian, noticed his amused expression as the young redhead drags the both of them into a compartment. The young Slytherin scowled, not liking that the white-haired boy was joining them. "It's just Lily being nice. Eventually, he will leave and stop hanging out with her, and it will be the two of us," the young boy thought, nodding to himself with a small smile. Time skipped. As the train came to a stop, Hadrian, along with Lily and Severus, exited the train to see many parents and students interacting, a mix of tears of happiness and joy. With his trunk in hand, along with the red-headed Gryffindor and dark-haired Slytherin, the trio exited the platform, just as Lily let out a squeal of excitement as she ran off, hugging what seemed to be her parents. "Hi, Mom, Dad." Lily greets with a smile before turning to a slightly older girl, around early teens. "Hi, Petunia. It is so good to see you again," Lily says, hugging what seemed to be her older sister. The girl, Petunia, had a small smile as she hugged her sister, though there were signs of jealousy in her eyes, something that Hadrian noticed. "It is good to see you, dear. I see you brought some friends." "It is good to see you again," Severus, Lily's mother, says, smiling at the young Slytherin. In the corner of his eyes, Hadrian noticed the sneer on Petunia's face as she glared at Severus. "That doesn't seem good," the eldest son of Sparda thought, noticing the rage in her eyes. "And who is this? He better not be your boyfriend. Otherwise, I will have to keep you locked in your room. Can't have my little girl growing up on me," Lily's father says, referring to Hadrian, causing Lily to blush brightly. "No, he is my friend," Lily exclaims, not noticing the narrowed eyes of Severus as the young boy glared at Hadrian. The very thought of the white-haired boy being Lily's boyfriend caused jealousy to burn in the young Slytherin. "I see, dear. Will you introduce him to us?" Lily's mother asks with a smile. Nodding her head, Lily made her way to Hadrian's side. "Mom, Dad, this is Harry, my friend. Harry, this is my mom and dad. And Petunia is my older sister," Lily introduces. Hadrian smiled as he nodded to the parents and Lily's older sister. "It is nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Evans. I am Hadrian, though Lily calls me Harry as a nickname. It is also nice to meet you, Petunia," the eldest son of Sparda greets, causing both parents to nod to the young boy while Petunia blinked owlishly at the demon hybrid, surprised by his respect. Maybe he isn't like that Snape boy, the older girl thought, surprised by the respect he showed. "Well, it is nice to meet you, Harry. I hope you have no intentions with my daughter," Lily's father says with narrowed eyes. The young boy cocks an eyebrow at the older man, confused by his statement. Just then the man snorted, then laughed. Lily's mother sighed as she looked at her husband, shaking her head with an amused smile. "Sorry, lad. Just messing with you." Though that is quite an interesting response. "I certainly didn't have that when my father-in-law asked me that same question," The man laughs. Lily's mother rolled her eyes as she turned to Hadrian. I was more than certain that this lump over here was going to pass out, the woman says, gesturing to the man. Hey, the woman's husband protests, causing Lily and Petunia to giggle while Hadrian chuckled as Severus sneered. Just then, a familiar voice was heard. Harry. Turning to the voice, Hadrian smiled as he saw John walking towards him. John, how are you? The son of Sparda asks, placing his hand on his hip. The older man chuckled as he reached the white-haired boy. I have been quite well. Though it is good to see that you haven't been causing much trouble, the dark-skinned man says, causing Hadrian to roll his eyes good-naturedly. Oh, please. I don't get into that much trouble, the young boy lightly protested. John merely cocked an eyebrow at that. Oh, don't worry. I know your father well enough that his luck has most definitely rubbed off on you, the man states. Hadrian looked away and whistled a tune. John chuckled before noticing the group that the eldest son of Sparda was talking to. Oh, hello there. The name's John, and I am a friend of Harry's father, the older man greets, holding out his hand. You can call me Andrew, Lily's father greets, shaking the man's hand. And I am Rose. It's nice to meet you, Lily's mother introduces herself. John nodded to both parents before turning to Hadrian. Say your goodbyes. I am certain that Lance would love to talk to you again. And I'm sure Padme would love for him to talk to someone instead of working all the time, John says with a chuckle. Hadrian snorted but nodded his head. Turning to Lily, the young boy smiled as he waved to the young girl. Goodbye, Lily. I will see you if I have the time. If your parents don't mind, the demon hybrid says, looking up at both parents. Andrew merely chuckled as he waved his hand. Don't worry, lad. I don't mind you coming over to visit. As long as your parents don't mind, Lily's father says with Rose nodding her head in agreement. The young white-haired boy nodded his head before turning to Severus. I guess I will see you at the start of second year, the young Sparda asks, only to receive silence from the young Slytherin. Rolling his eyes, Hadrian turned to a John, giving the older man a nod. Let's head off then. I am excited to see your family again, the eldest son of Sparda says with a smile. Time skipped. Hadrian sighed as he found himself before his old home. The mansion was damaged but not destroyed. With some work, we could fix it. Good as new, the young boy thought to himself. Entering the home, Hadrian frowned as he saw many pictures damaged. One specific picture had a slash mark between him and his siblings, and another between the twins, and another between him and his parents, separating them from their children. Just like now, all of us are separate. Most likely not even Dante and Virgil are together, which means I need to find them fast. But if they are anything like me or Dad, then I ain't going to find them until something goes wrong, the eldest son of Sparda thought to himself. Making his way through the broken mansion, the young boy eventually found himself standing before a wall that slowly changed, revealing itself to be a door. Taking a deep breath, the young hybrid turned the knob to the door to see a flight of stairs heading down. Taking a step forward, descending the stairs, the eldest son of Sparda eventually reached the end of the stairs, where another door was located. Without a moment's hesitation, the young boy opened the door to see the time sphere, currently holding both Sparda and Eva. Taking a deep breath, the young boy went towards the corner of the room, grabbing a chair and dragging it. As he sat down, body facing his frozen parents. I doubt you would really hear me, but maybe voicing my thoughts would at least help me, the white-haired boy spoke. Both Virgil and Dante are nowhere to be seen, and I have no clue where they could have gone. With both the Yamato and Rebellion out in the world, I fear that either Dante or Virgil could lose them, causing some random human to find them, wishing to either study it or gain its power. Humans aren't supposed to contain such demonic energy as you mentioned, Dad, resulting in the complete and total corruption of the human, Hadrian states, rubbing the bridge of his nose in frustration. And with the fact that both Dante and Virgil are like cats and dogs, I don't think they would try to stop someone like that. Not yet at least. While Virgil acts patient and calm, he can be quite the cocky little shit, and with Dante, he acts go-lucky as if he is invincible, but he is angry at himself, angry at you, angry at me, angry at Virgil. All because he is burdened by the demonic power we contain. I don't know what to do, Dad. You have always given me guidance when I asked, but now I am on my own, the eldest son of Sparda says with a sigh, lowering his head into his hands as he felt his confidence wane. The knowledge his parents couldn't help him weighed heavily on the white-haired boy. Sighing deeply, the young boy leaned back, resting his head against the stone wall as he placed his hands in his pockets. The eldest son of Sparda blinked as he felt something in his pockets. With a frown on his face, the young snow-haired boy pulled the item in question and pulled it out, revealing a familiar card. "Oh yeah, Surzek's card," Hadrian thought to himself, recalling how he inspected it back in Hogwarts. Taking a closer look, the eldest son of Sparda recalled how the Satan of the Devil faction offered to give him jobs in exchange for money. "Maybe I can use the money to fix home," the demon hybrid thought to himself, recalling how damaged the mansion was. "What are you thinking?" Kai asks from Hadrian's side. "Remember how Surzek offered a way for me to make money?" The young hybrid asks, looking at the Kai in her devil arm form. "Yes, that was the day we met, and I became your weapon," the female demon answered, causing Hadrian to snort as he rolled his eyes. "That was also the day you tried to kill me with the intent to rape me," the young demon hybrid says. A giggle can be heard from Kai. "I didn't try to kill you. The blade stabbing you was not my intention, because if it didn't, then I would have brought you back to hell, and me and my friends would have already been bearing your children," Kai states, causing Hadrian to cough and choke in surprise. What?" the young boy exclaims in complete shock. "Oh, don't tell me you didn't know. You are half demon. As a result, you hit puberty earlier. We demons could tell that you were fertile and ready for mating, so I intended to take you with me, so me and my friends could have our way with you," the female demon states. Hadrian groaned as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Why?" The eldest son of Sparda couldn't help but ask in disbelief. "Oh please, Sparda back in his day was a catch. Many demons desired him, including yours truly. So just imagine what I thought when I saw you, a young boy who had his blood. You are literally the child of the most desired demon. In fact, even Mundus didn't have as many suitors as Sparda. And that is saying something, since the former is the king," Kai informs the young Sparda. Hadrian sighed as he rubbed his forehead. The knowledge that his father was more desired than Mundus back when he was still with the demons was something to take in. "Okay, I get that my father was desired, but what does that have to do with me?" the young boy asks, confused. "You are his son. That's more than enough for even you to be desired. And you are also quite the handsome young man," the female demon states. "Whatever. I'm not going to think too much on that," Hadrian states, standing up from his chair and making his way out of the room. "If you're ever in the mood, I wouldn't mind giving you a blowjob," Kai stated bluntly. Hadrian froze, eyes wide with shock. "What?" "Break." Placing force edge onto his back, the eldest son of Sparda found himself dressed in his dark purple coat, Kai strapped to his side with his father's blade now on his back. A whistle was heard as the young boy looked over to see Lance, standing at the door with his arms crossed, leaning against the frame. "You look like you were about to kick some ass, man. What's going on?" the older boy asks, curious. "I am heading to meet one of the Satans of the Devil faction," Hadrian answers. Lance hums in thought as he places a hand on his chin. "Bring something back for me?" Lancelot asks, a small grin on his face. Hadrian chuckled as he placed a hand on his hip. "If I find anything that you might like, sure," the demon hybrid responds. Lance smiles and nods to the young boy, accepting the son of Sparda's answer. Placing his hand in his pocket, Hadrian pulls out of the card, handed to him by Surzek, and closes his hand, slowly pushing his magic into the card. The effect was immediate as a magical circle formed beneath Hadrian, causing the young white-haired boy to glow red as he slowly faded away. "Change." Surzek's Lucifer, formerly Gremory, sighed as he rubbed his head. The devil had just finished a meeting with his fellow Satans and now found himself walking back to his office, with Graphia, his wife and queen, by his side. Finally reaching his office, Surzek opened the door only to blink in surprise as he saw the son of Sparda, Hadrian, standing in the middle of the room, arms crossed with an eyebrow raised. Graphia, tensed up, ready to attack the young, white-haired boy. "You chose your car to take me to your office?" Hadrian asks, a deadpan expression on his face. Graphia frowned as she looked at her husband with a questioning gaze. Taking a deep breath, Surzek smiled at the young boy, slightly fearful of angering the young boy, already sensing the sheer power the young boy was hiding. "Mr. Sparda, it is good to see you again," the Satan greets, noticing the slight head tilt from his wife. Graphia Lucifer frowned as she looked up at her husband. Graphia is a beautiful woman with snow-white hair and silver eyes, with a curvaceous body. The beautiful young woman couldn't help but look between the young boy and her husband, confusion evident on her face. "Sorry, Graphia. Let me introduce you to. I never did get your first name, the Satan asks, curious. Hadrian merely raised his eyebrow further, but sighed. Hadrian, Hadrian answered. Serzek smiled and nodded his head to the demon hybrid. Thank you. Meet Mr. Hadrian Sparda, son of the Dark Knight. Sparda, one of the leaders of the Devil faction, introduced, noticing the eyes widening of his wife. Graphia felt herself nearly stumble back in shock. The normally stoic Ice Queen was incapable of hiding her sheer shock and awe as she looked at the young boy before her, now known to be the son of one of the most feared individuals in all of the supernatural world. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Sparda, Graphia greets shakily, the memory of the Great War taking place in her mind, the image of Sparda in his demon form, standing in the middle of the chaos, covered in blood and surrounded by corpses, sword in hand. Likewise, Hadrian responded shortly before turning his attention to Serzek. So, the last time we met, you mentioned the potential of you having jobs? I want you to go into more detail on those, the son of Sparda says, practically ordering the Satan. Normally, either Graphia or Serzek would not tolerate such disrespect, especially from one so young. But this is the son of the Dark Knight Sparda, one of the most powerful beings in the supernatural world, and the same demon who killed Drake and Albion, forcing their souls into gauntlets for human use, something that God himself took advantage of, placing it in his system, allowing humans to be born with the power of either of the two dragons. The power the young boy held was also a deterrent, in terms of sheer power on par with both Graphia and Serzek combined, from what the two could sense behind the young boy's impressive control over YEA's power. And from what I could tell from the stories of DMC, the demons seemed to be far more powerful than anything the Devil faction could ever hope to achieve, with Mundus being a universal level threat and Sparda being on par. I'll try to make it as close to that as possible, with the stories still being interesting. So regular demons will not be something that devils or any other supernatural being could kill like it's nothing. So it goes like this: low-tier demons, Impusa and other weaker demons, equals middle-class devils. High-tier demons, demons like Fury and the Behemoth, equals high-class devils. Low-tier devil, demon asterisk e.g. Cerberus, equals ultimate class devil. Medium-tier devil, demon asterisk e.g. Kai, equals Satan level. Top-tier devil, demon asterisk e.g. Hadrian, Dante upon awakening devil trigger. Virgil asterisk upon awakening devil trigger, equals super devil, super demon, prime Sparda. Mundus, equals on par with the dragon. Gods. Now, while Hadrian will be absolutely OP to the factions, it does not change the fact that other demons can't give him a challenge. Keep that in mind. Knowing that any sign of aggression might cause a problem, Graphia remained silent as her husband nodded and made his way towards his desk, sitting on the chair as he rested his hands on the desk. Yes, I did mention having jobs for you. I will offer them to you, and you will choose to accept or decline. Of course, you will be paid for your services, the Satan of the Devil faction states. The young hybrid raised an eyebrow as he noticed the slight fidget in the older man's posture. Something you want to tell me? The young son of Sparda asks. Serzek sighed, but nodded his head in confirmation. Yes, I don't know you well enough to understand what makes you tick, how you think, but I do know that you can fight. I wanted to ask, if you don't mind, if you could guard my sister so she can go and see Earth. Of course I will pay you, the red-haired man says, looking up at the young white-haired boy. Hadrian frowned as he looked off to the side. Guarding this guy's sister? To be honest, the son of Sparda was expecting many things, but this was not one of them. And why not just have your parents take her? I am pretty sure most parents take their children out, so they don't feel cooped up. Or is this a devil thing I don't know about? The young hybrid asks. The Satan chuckled as he shook his head in response to the young boy's question. No, this is not a devil thing. My parents are just overprotective at times, the older man answered. Hadrian hummed in thought as he scratched his chin. While I would prefer killing demons and looking for Dante and Virgil, I also need funds for our home, and I might be able to search for both of them as I hang around with the guy's sister and get the funds in the process. Truthfully, it seems like a win for me. The eldest son of Sparda thought to himself. Nodding his head, the young boy looked at the red-haired man. Sure, I will take the job, but what do you expect from me exactly? Hadrian asks. Serzek blinked and then frowned slightly. As in the job or other jobs? The Satan asks, causing his wife to sigh and shake her head. Nah, I mean being a tooth fairy, of course I mean the job the son of Sparda snapped. Severus chuckled nervously as he rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, I probably should have known you were referring to the job I just offered you, the red-haired man says, sheepishly. Graphia sighed as she rubbed the bridge of her nose. Sometimes I wonder how he gets through all his paperwork, the white-haired woman thought to herself, recalling how forgetful the red-haired Satan can be. Okay, so what is expected for this particular job is that you take my sister to Earth. She basically just looks around and has fun, and you just stay by her side, making sure that no one either hurts, kidnaps, or kills her. In return, I can give you $50,000 as payment, the older man informs the hybrid. Hadrian blinked in surprise at the payment, but nodded. Sounds like a good job. I get good pay, and as the kid runs around, I can try to sense either Dante or Virgil's demonic power, the young boy thought, instinctively grabbing the necklace given to him by Sparda, the same one that holds a large piece of the seal that protects humanity and the supernatural world from the hordes of demons, waiting to escape purgatory and destroy the world. Okay, I will take this job then, Hadrian answered, receiving a bright smile from the red-haired devil. That is great to hear. I look forward to more business with you, Mr. Sparda, Severus says, holding out his hand to the young boy. Letting out a grunt of acknowledgement, the demon hybrid reached out to the devil's hand and shook it. Badump. Hadrian froze as he heard it. Badump. It was soft, quiet, but it was enough for the young hybrid to hear it. Narrowing his eyes slightly, the young boy ignored the confused gaze of Severus as the young Sparda looked off to the side, listening intently to the sound. Badump. That's when he realized where it was coming from. Looking towards Graphia, the white-haired boy realized that the heartbeat was coming from her. But what confused the eldest son of Sparda was that he could already hear the heartbeats of both Severus and his wife, Graphia. So, what was the third one doing here? That's when it hit him. She is pregnant, the young hybrid realized, slightly shocked at that, recalling how Sparda would always inform the young boy that devils were the closest thing to infertile that one could get without actually being infertile. Mr. Sparda, are you okay? Severus asks, slightly confused at the sudden change in the young boy before him. Without a word, the young boy turned back to the Satan and gave him a nod. I guess congratulations are in order, the white-haired boy says, confusing the older man and woman. Pardon? Severus asks, tilting his head slightly. Have your wife get checked. You will know, the young Sparda answers, mysteriously. The red-haired man frowned and stood up from his chair as he turned to Graphia. We are having you checked, the Satan says, just as his wife began to open her mouth, more than likely to protest. I am not going to argue with this. After we introduce Mr. Sparda to my parents and sister, we will go to Beelzebub and have you checked, the red-haired man states firmly. Graphia sighed but nodded her head, happy with his wife's acceptance. The red-haired Satan turned to the young hybrid as he gestured for him to follow. With a nod, Hadrian followed Severus as he led him out of his office and towards another part of the house, taking him through hallways of what seemed like a mansion. I guess being a Satan of the devil faction pays well, the eldest son of Sparda thought to himself as the man led him to an odd room. Runes covering the wall with a red circle in the middle. Now, normally I would teleport us straight to my childhood home, but it is considered rude to arrive unannounced and without using the resident teleport pad, as it's like jumping through the window of a person's house, Severus says, chuckling at the end. Hadrian let out a small amused snort at the thought of the red-haired devil, dolphin diving through the window. From behind the young hybrid, Graphia stood, watching her husband with a small, nearly invisible smile. Despite being an ice queen, the young woman always found herself amused by either the Satan's jokes or his attempts at jokes. So just stand in the middle and we will head to my old home, Severus says, standing in the circle. Nodding to the older man, Hadrian stepped into the circle as Graphia moved into the circle beside her husband. Gremory Manor, Severus calls out. The effect was immediate as the circle began to glow red, the runes gaining a reddish glow that grew in intensity. A bright light engulfs Hadrian's vision, causing the white-haired boy to cover his eyes with an annoyed growl. Slowly, the light began to fade, revealing a massive garden with a large mansion in the distance. Welcome to Gremory Manor, Mr. Sparda. Currently, we are in the garden. So I spent a lot of time in this place as a kid, Severus says with a small smile as he looks around the place. A chuckle then escaped the red-haired man as he saw a hedge maze. "Oh, I would always drive my parents mad when I hide in there," the Satan says, causing Hadrian to look in the direction of the maze. It is something you would expect a kid to go to even if the parents warn them not to. The young hybrid thought to himself as he followed Serzex as the older man made his way towards the front door of the mansion. Change. Lord Zeoticus Gremory, father of the Satan Serzex Lucifer, formerly Gremory, sighed as he found himself sitting in his office, going through paperwork on the investments and land of the Gremory household. The lord of the Gremory household was a handsome man with red hair and a beard. He wore a tuxedo and had an air of confidence and professionalism. Scratching his chin, the man found himself contemplating his current situation. As of this moment, the devil was looking down at a marriage contract, one offered by the House of Phoenix, for his daughter to be wed to their third child. While Zeoticus married the love of his life against his parents' wishes, the red-haired man couldn't help but imagine a child, with the power of his wife, the power of destruction which both his children had inherited, with the power of the Phoenix household, incredibly powerful regeneration and healing tears. Knock, knock, knock. The lord of the Gremory household perked up as the door to his office slowly opened, revealing his wife, Venelana Gremory. She is a beautiful woman with brown hair and eye-catching purple eyes with a figure that made Zeoticus envied by many men. "Hey dear, Serzex is here with his wife and a young white-haired boy," the brown-haired devil informed her husband, causing the lord of the Gremory household to blink in surprise. "White-haired boy? I don't recall Serzex mentioning he has a son," the red-haired man says, confused. Immediately, Venelana's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I am a grandma," the female devil squealed in excitement as she quickly ran out of the office. Zeoticus blinked in surprise at his wife's sudden change in behavior, but chuckled, standing up from his desk and making his way towards the door, completely forgetting about the marriage contract as it falls off of the desk, swaying back and forth through the air before landing on the ground, sliding across the wooden floor and underneath the desk. Break. Zeoticus expected many things, but what he was not expecting was to see that the young boy that had occupied his son and daughter-in-law had a massive sword on his back and was wearing a dark purple coat. "Ah, Dad, it is good to see you. And where is Rius?" The Satan of the Devil faction asks, curious. Just as the name was spoken, a red blur passed Zeoticus, slamming into Serzex, causing the red-haired man to chuckle in amusement as he looked down, where a small red-haired girl smiled brightly up at him. "Oni I-chan, come, let's play outside," the young girl says, trying to pull her brother's arm. Both Zeoticus and Venelana chuckled in amusement at their daughter's excitement, while Graphius smiled at the young girl. "Don't worry, Rius. You will have a chance to play," Serzex says before turning his attention to his parents. "Mom, Dad, meet Hadrian Sparda, the son of the Dark Knight Sparda," the Satan of the Devil faction introduces. The effect was immediate as both parents stared at the young boy in shock, unconsciously taking a step back from the boy. The power that Sparda had wielded was so massive that all of the factions in the supernatural world became aware of him, both in awe and fear. The demon's very actions made him just as worshipped by the church as God. "I'd nice to meet you, Mr. Sparda," Venelana stuttered, fearful of angering the young boy. Likewise, the demon hybrid answered dryly. "Ooh, your hair is so white," Rius says, moving to the young boy and playing with his hair. Both Zeoticus and Venelana let out a scream of fear, while both Graphia and Serzex stared at the young girl in shock. "Why is it so messy?" The young girl wonders out loud, attempting to straighten the young Sparda's hair. Hadrian merely raised an eyebrow at the young girl, but let her continue playing with his hair, not really caring as long as she had no intention of attempting to hurt or insult him. "So, you were about to explain to your parents what was going on," the young Sparda says, turning his attention to the red-haired Satan. Serzex's sweat dropped at his nonchalance with the fact that his little sister was playing with his hair, but coughed into his hand, nodding to the young boy. "Very well. Recently, I had offered Mr. Sparda here a job. This job was to guard Rius, as she gets to see Earth without having any of us worry about her," Serzex says, looking at his parents. Despite hearing their son speak, the two parents still watched as Rius continued to smoothen Hadrian's hair, her tongue sticking out of her mouth as she narrowed her eyes in concentration, doing her utmost to tame the young boy's hair. Unlike her parents, Rius perked up as she heard what her older brother had said. Moving her head to the side, The young devil tilted her head slightly in curiosity. Does that mean I can go see Japan? Rias asks, hints of excitement in her voice. Serzex smiled down at his little sister and nodded his head in confirmation. That is what I am saying. With Mr. Sparda protecting you, you will be able to visit the places you always wanted to visit, the red-headed. Satan says, receiving a cheer of excitement from the red-headed girl. Zeoticus blinked as he turned from his daughter to his oldest son, a frown marring his face. Are you sure that is a good idea? Leaving our little girl with him, Vinalana asks, worried. Rias huffed as she puffed up her cheeks. I am not little. I am 10 now, the young girl says, holding out her hands with all 10 fingers pointed up to show how old she was. You don't have to worry about Rias, Mum-Dad. Mr. Sparda will protect Rias from anyone trying to hurt or kidnap her, Serzex states firmly. Both parents look at each other, having a silent conversation before Vinalana hesitantly nodded her head, eliciting a tired sigh from Zeoticus. Very well. We will trust you on this, Serzex. What happens is on your head, the red-headed devil states. The Satan merely nods his head, a confident smile on his face. I am certain that everything will turn out all right. But as of this moment, both me and Graphia have to go check on Beelzebub. Love you both, Serzex says before both he and his wife leave the room, heading to the teleport pad to go see his fellow Satan. Zeoticus sighed as he turned to Hadrian, watching as Rias jumped around in excitement before turning her attention to him, pulling his arm and dragging him out of the room. Come on, I want to go see Japan, the young devil says, a bright smile on her face. The Lord of the Gremory household frowned before feeling a hand rest on his shoulder, causing the red-headed devil to turn to see his wife, looking at him with a worried smile. I think we should trust Serzex. After all, he said that the boy is the son of Sparda. And if that is true, and he is a tenth as strong as his father, then nothing short of Ophis or Great Red themselves could hold a candle against the young boy, Vinalana says, comforting her husband. Zeoticus sighed, but nodded his head, understanding the brown-haired woman's point. Then let us hope that he is telling the truth, Zeoticus says. Vinalana merely smiled as she raised her hand, stroking her husband's cheek. Let's not worry about that. I think we have a good few hours when both Rias and Hadrian leave. So how about when they are gone, you and I can spend some time intimately? The woman purred, causing Zeoticus to stiffen, eyes shining with excitement. Well, you drive quite the bargain, my dear. One I simply can't refuse, the Lord of the Gremory household says with a grin. Change. Ajuka Beelzebub, formerly Astaroth, blinked in surprise as he got the results. Ajuka is a handsome green-haired man and one of the great Satans of the Devil faction, a co-worker of Serzex, you can say. But as of this moment, the green-haired Satan found himself standing before the red-headed Satan and his wife. Well, I am certainly surprised you came to me this soon. You just started showing the signs, Ajuka says, not noticing the worried faces of both Serzex and Graphia. Signs? Can you explain more? The red-headed man asks, placing a hand on Graphia's lap as she sits on one of the chairs before the green-haired Satan. Well, as you know, most devils don't show signs of it until a few months, but it is quite a wonderful thing, that is for sure, Ajuka says with a smile as he looked at the both of them. Wonderful? How so? Graphia asks, confused. Ajuka blinked, looking at the couple in confusion. I thought you had your suspicions on coming here? Graphia, you're pregnant, the green-haired Satan states, causing both Serzex and Graphia's eyes to widen in shock. Is that what he meant when he said congratulations? Both husband and wife wondered, recalling a certain Sparda congratulating them. A devil and a demon. Chapter 6, A Devil and a Demon. The world can be a beautiful place. It holds wonders that is awe-inspiring. But it can also be cruel. It can be unforgiving. Sometimes lives are taken too soon. Live your life the way you want it, so if you die before your time, you could say, yeah, I think I lived it the way I wanted it. Rias Gremory, the heir to the Gremory household, looked in awe as she found herself in the streets of Japan, within Kyoto. By her side, Hadrian Sparda walked at the same pace as the young girl, sword on his back and Kai at his side. Despite having a sword that a bodybuilder would be hard-pressed to carry, the young boy noticed the amused glances from strangers, more than likely believing the sword to be fake. Not really caring of the opinion of others, the demon hybrid watched as Rias ran around, smiling brightly as she finally got to adventure Earth while also having the option to decide where to visit, something the young red-headed devil accepted with glee. Wow, this is all so amazing, Rhea said in awe as she saw a massive palace-like building. That must be the home to the leader of the yokai faction, Yasaka, the young Sparda thought, recalling how his father told stories of all the other factions. The snow-haired hybrid merely grunted as he followed the young girl, making a mental note to not let Rias get close to the palace. Doubt the yokais and their leader would like a devil so close to their territory. We are already pushing it as it is, the young Sparda thought to himself. Just then, a young woman with short brown hair walked up to both Hadrian and Rias. Konnichiwa, Futari Tominanika, Sagasite Amesaka? The woman asks, causing the young Sparda to look up at her with confusion evident on his face. I'm using Google Translate, so if it is wrong, blame them. What? The young hybrid asks, confused as all hell. Rias, on the other hand, smiled and shook her head at the young lady. Kekadisu, the red-headed devil, responded. The young lady merely smiled and nodded to the children before turning around and walking off. Hadrian blinked in confusion, then turned to Rias, his confusion evident on his face. Oh, she was asking if we were looking for something, and I told her that we weren't, the red-headed devil answered with a smile. The white-haired hybrid made a noise of understanding before shrugging it off, following Rias as she continued to adventure the streets of Kyoto. Break. If Hadrian were to be honest, $50,000 might not be enough of a reward for guarding the little devil. Rias was a ball of energy, running around with every new thing she sees. The little firecracker was certainly filled with excitement, as she practically dragged him all over Kyoto, and if it weren't for the fact that he kept an eye on his surroundings, the young demon would have thought that they had traveled all over Japan, what with how much the young girl ran around, walking beside Rias. Hadrian let out a chuckle of amusement as she yawned, covering her mouth as she stubbornly continued to see the sights. As the young Sparda was about to suggest heading back to Gremory home, the young demon hybrid froze, sensing a surge of demonic energy not too far from his location. Narrowing his eyes, the young Sparda looked towards the source of the energy, causing the young boy to let out a frustrated sigh. Not too far from his location, a large hill can be spotted, with a home at the top with what looks to be a shrine. Are you okay? Rias asks, causing Hadrian to turn to the young devil who stared at him with her head tilted to the side. Yeah, just got a problem I need to deal with, the young Sparda says with a growl and narrowed eyes as he glared up at the home. Rias frowned, but nodded her head with a smile. Then let's go do it, the young devil says, causing Hadrian to turn to her in surprise. What? The snow-haired boy asks, confused. Rias merely giggled and shook her head with a smile. Silly, you played with me all day. It's only fair that I do what you want now. That's what best friends do, the young girl says with a bright smile. Hadrian merely blinked at the little red head, surprised by her attitude. Heaving a sigh, Hadrian only nodded his head and began making his way up to the hill, Rias following not too far behind him. Break! Hadrian narrowed his eyes as he slowly moved across the outside of the home, Rias looking on in curiosity at the young boy's caution. Now, whatever happens, stay away from the fighting. I can't leave you alone because I am protecting you, but I can't have you close, so when I tell you to do something, you do it, okay? Hadrian asks the young devil. Rias merely tilted her head, but nodded in understanding. Hadrian took a deep breath and nodded. Good, the young Sparda mumbled as he reached the front door, broken down with bits and pieces scattered across the floor. The demon is further in the home. It doesn't seem to be moving, so it is either docile or currently preoccupied. With my luck, it is the latter, the young demon hybrid thought to himself. Creak! Hadrian froze as he heard Rias walk a little too loudly, causing the floor to make a sound. Quickly turning to the young girl, he noticed her surprised expression, but remained as calm as a normal child can be, not knowing the danger of the current situation. Be a little more quiet, okay? There is something dangerous in this house, so I need you to stay by my side until the fighting starts. So be as quiet as you can. It's best to get a drop on it, Hadrian whispers. Why, what is it? The young girl asks, curious. A monster. A very bad monster, Hadrian responded, causing Rias to pale, but listen to the young boy, moving even slower through the place. Reaching what seemed to be a living room of sorts, Hadrian saw the half-destroyed door, hanging on the edges as it swayed back and forth. Crunch! Hadrian and Rias froze upon hearing the sounds of eating, bones breaking and blood splattering. Slowly looking around the corner, Hadrian narrowed his eyes as he saw a large, abnormally obese creature, pig-like in nature, eating a bunch of grown men laying on the floor dead. Rheus looked at the scene, eyes wide with tears of fear forming in the corner of her eyes as she shook like a leaf. What is that? The young devil stuttered, fear present in her eyes. Demon, Hadrian snarled, not noticing the shocked expression on Rhea's face. A demon? But Mum, Dad and Oni-chan always told me to stay away from demons. The young girl thought, afraid of being killed by the creature. Get out of here. You still have time, a voice whispered, causing both children to turn to see a beautiful black-haired woman hiding inside a closet, her arms wrapped around a girl around their age who appeared to be a younger version of the mother. Hadrian blinked in surprise, shocked that the demon hadn't found and killed them. Seems like I will have to kill this ducker before it finds them, the young Sparda thought to himself as he turned to the young devil. Rheus, I need you to get those two out of here. I will handle Chubby, Hadrian states, causing Rheus to look up at him, eyes widening in shock. What? No, I can't let you go and fight a demon, the young devil hissed, grabbing the young hybrid's arm to stop any attempts for Hadrian to go and fight the demon. Don't worry about me. Your brother chose me to protect you for a reason. Get those two out of here, Hadrian states, gesturing to both the mother and daughter. Rheus looked up at Hadrian, worry present in her eyes. Despite having met the son of Sparda only today, the young girl found herself enjoying his company. He wasn't like other devils who were sticks in the mud or using her for her title as heir of the Gremory house. As the young redhead looked up at Hadrian, she saw the confidence in his eyes, the lack of fear as he looked down at her. Recalling how overprotective her family were, Rheus couldn't help but wonder why her parents and older brother were fine with the idea of letting her get to see Earth with only a boy a little older than her. Maybe Oni-chan chose him for a reason, the young devil thought to herself. Taking a deep breath, Rheus stared up at the young demon's emerald green eyes, seeing the same confidence and lack of fear as before. Okay, just please be safe, Rheus says as she slowly makes her way towards the mother and daughter, seeing in the corner of her eyes as Hadrian stepped put of their hiding place, making his way towards the demon with a stride in his step. What is he doing? You both got to get out of here. Take my daughter, I will get your friend out of here, the mother hissed, getting out of her hiding place to help the white-haired boy. The mother froze as she felt her daughter tighten her hold around the woman, causing her to look down at the girl with sadness in her eyes. Mummy, don't go, the girl begged, their voices still silent to not attract the demon's attention. Aquino, I can't let him die, the mother says, stroking her daughter's hair. Not too far away from the three, Hadrian stopped a few feet from the demon, its back still turned to him. Hey, Stinky, Hadrian called out, causing the demon to pause, slowly turning around to look at the young hybrid. Looking at the demon, the eldest son of Sparda cocked an eyebrow as he got a closer look at it. Despite having the body of an abnormally obese pig, the demon had a pig-like snout half torn with blood dripping from the nostrils. It had two small mouths at each side of its face, lacking any lips, revealing its sharp, bloodied fangs with another set of teeth under its fangs. You are one ugly mother ducker, Hadrian blurted out as he raised his arm, drawing force edge from his back. I think it is time to put you down. You are already a sore on the eyes. Time to send a little. Piggyback to mommy with a face that not even a mother can love, the son of Sparda taunted. As if understanding the hybrid, the demon squealed much like a pig would and charged at the young boy, jaws opened wide to eat. Hadrian, scoffing at the pathetic and predictable attack, the son of Sparda, jumped over the demon, raising force edge and impaling the blade into the back of the demon. With a snarl, Hadrian gripped the handle of his father's blade tightly as swung the sword, the blade still within the demon, causing the pig-like creature to squeal as it was suddenly pulled off of the ground and sent flying through the air as its body slid off the blade, crashing through the walls of the home. Not too far away from the young hybrid, Rheus and the mother-daughter duo stared at the young boy, eyes wide with shock. Rheus couldn't believe what she had just seen. Her new friend had just hurt a demon and sent it flying within seconds. Not even a sign of struggle. Incredible, the young devil thought in awe. Back with Hadrian, the young Sparda stepped through the hole created by the massive demon. The young hybrid scoffed as the pig-like creature got back onto its hooves and turned towards Hadrian. Mouth opened as it squealed once more, charging at Hadrian mindlessly. How pathetic! Demons truly do the same thing and expect a different result. The eldest son of Sparda rolled his eyes as he pulled out Kai. Her devil arm form pointed directly at the pig. Bang! Firing a bullet, the projectile pierced the demon's head, causing the creature to let out a squeal of pain as it fell to the ground, trying desperately to get back up. Looking down at the demon, Hadrian scoffed. "That's it? I know for a fact that you lot can smell my blood and who my father is, yet you all stupidly think you have a chance in hell to fight against me. You are merely a middle-class demon, not even worth looking at, yet you lot still think you can challenge me. Your healing factor is practically non-existent compared to the likes of me." Hadrian snarled as he walked towards the demon, sneering down at the ugly-looking creature. Raising Kai to the creature's head, the eldest son of Sparda scowled down at the demon, disgusted by its very existence. "Goodbye, you pathetic thing," the young boy growled as pulled the trigger. Bang! Hadrian grunted in pain as spikes shot out of the demon's body, piercing through the young hybrid's torso. The bullet that had been fired from Kai narrowly missing the pig-like demon as the force of the spikes sent Hadrian into the air. "So, you got some fight left in you, huh?" Hadrian growled, blood dripping from his lip as he slowly grasped the spike that had pierced through him. Crack! The eldest son of Sparda snapped the spike like a twig, gravity pulling him down as he was no longer held up by the spike. Snarling at the demon, Hadrian front flipped in the air and slammed his feet into the demon's snout, causing it to squeal in pain. Using the pig-like demon's face as a springboard, Hadrian flew into the air and drew Kai. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets pierced the demon's skin, causing it to let out a sound of pain as it turned to Hadrian just as he landed and charged at the son of Sparda. Grabbing the spike that was still pieces into his torso, the eldest son of Sparda pulled the spike out, causing blood to splatter across the ground as he pulled his arm back and threw the spike at the demon, causing it to fall as it attempted to avoid the spike as it narrowly misses the pig-like creature. Scoffing at the demon, Hadrian spun Force Edge in his hand and held the blade in a reverse grip. Slowly, a dark purple glow began to form around Force Edge's blade, glowing brighter and brighter as the demon got closer. "Good night," the young hybrid snarled as he, with a single move, slashed upwards with Force Edge, sending a massive arc of demonic energy at the demon. Boom! The energy slashed straight through the demon like a hot knife with butter and continued to fly through the air, eventually colliding with a mountain, cutting it completely in half, causing the top half to explode into massive pieces of rock and rubble, leaving the other half intact, with a smooth surface of where the other half of the mountain once was. "Oh my God," a voice spoke, causing Hadrian to turn and see Rius and the mother-daughter duo staring at him, shock and awe on their faces. "So that's why Oni-chan let me go out," Roas realized, looking at the now destroyed mountain, caused by Hadrian's attack. "How did you do that?" The mother stuttered, looking at the young hybrid, wide-eyed. Hadrian sighed as he raised Force Edge, placing it onto his back as he made his way to the trio. "I was taught by my father. What I just did was a move that he used often when he wanted quick and efficient kills. Though I put in a bit too much power into that attack," the eldest son of Sparda answered. The mother nodded her head before looking down at her daughter, seeing the look of awe in the young girl's eyes. "Thank you. If it weren't for you two, me and Aquino would certainly have perished," the mother thanked with a bright smile. Rias smiled at the mother and daughter, nodding her head to them. "Don't worry. It was actually thanks to Harry that we found you," the young devil says, gesturing to the hybrid. The mother smiled at the young boy, bowing to the young boy, much to his confusion. "Thank you, Harry. You have my gratitude. My name is Himejima Shuri, and this is my daughter Aquino," Shuri introduced herself. Rias quickly moved to Hadrian, whispered into his ear. "In Japan, they say their last name first. Just a heads up," the red-headed devil informed the eldest son of Sparda. Nodding to the young girl in thanks, Hadrian turned his attention back to Aquino and Shuri and raised an eyebrow at them. "You know, when I arrived here, everyone that even attempted to talk to me spoke Japanese. How are you speaking English right now?" the demon hybrid asks, curious. Aquino blinked as she tilted her head, confused as Shuri smiled at them. "I can certainly understand the confusion. In school, I was taught basic English and found myself driven to completely understand it. Aquino, on the other hand, is able to understand it thanks to her father," Shuri says with a smile. "Really? That is so cool," Rias gushed as she smiled at Shuri. Smiling down at the young girl, the The mother looked down at Aquino, happy that the events from before were out of the young girl's mind as the son of Sparda's power shocked her daughter. Not too far away from the group, a bright red circle formed over the ground, causing everyone to turn to the magical circle as they began to grow in intensity, soon revealing the familiar form of Severus. Rius, are you okay? I sensed a lot of demonic energy and came to see you immediately, the Satan of the Devil faction says, running to the young girl and pulling her into a hug. Rius giggled as she hugged her brother back. I am fine, Oni-chan. Harry killed a demon. It was so cool. He was like whoosh, bang, bang, stab, Rius says, making sound effects as she pretended to slash and stab an invisible enemy. Severus looked down at Rius and let out a sigh of relief to see that the young girl was smiling. Turning to the son of Sparda, the Satan blinked as he saw the cleaved demon and the completely destroyed mountain off in the distance. Forget to hold back? The red-haired man asks, knowingly with a raised eyebrow. Hadrian shrugged his shoulders in response, placing both hands in his pockets. Severus sighed as he shook his head, turning his attention to both Shuri and Aquino. Hello, you two. My name is Severus. This is my little sister Rius, and that's Harry. Are you two all right? The red-haired Satan asks. Aquino nodded her head in confirmation, while Shuri smiled sadly. Yes, we are fine, the mother responded. Turning her attention to her daughter, Ahuri lightly pushed the young girl towards Rius, receiving a questioning gaze in response from Aquino. You go play with Rius. She certainly seems excited to get to know you, Shuri suggests. No sooner than the mother's words came out, Rius practically teleported before Aquino, smiling brightly at the dark-haired girl. Yeah, let's go play. It would be fun, the young redhead says with a smile. Looking up at her mother, Aquino smiled as she received a smile from Shuri, causing the dark-haired girl to smile at Rius, nodding her head in agreement. Without another word, both girls ran off to go have fun, causing Hadrian to raise an eyebrow as he looked at both Shuri and Severus. You sure that's a good idea? After what just happened, I am pretty sure keeping them with us would be a better idea, the eldest son of Sparda says. Severus sighed, but nodded his head. While normally I would agree with that statement, they saw what you were capable of. That is more than enough to calm them for the time being, the red-headed Satan says, confusing Hadrian. Huh? How is my power going to keep them calm? The eldest son of Sparda asks with a tilted head. When we saw you kill that demon, it felt like we were safe, protected. I don't understand how, but it felt like your very presence was a comfort, like a warm fire on a cold night. Shuri spoke up, causing Hadrian to look at the dark-haired mother. She is right. Your father had that same presence, search is confirmed, causing Hadrian to sigh. And wait, I have to ask, is your daughter a half-fallen angel? I could sense the energy within her, the red-headed Satan asks, turning his attention to the mother. Shuri flinched, but reluctantly nodded her head in confirmation. Fair enough, Severus says with a shrug. Just then the sounds of running caught the attention of Shuri, Severus and Hadrian, causing them to turn and see both Rius and Aquino running to them, smiles on their faces and eyes lit with excitement. Oni-chan, we have an amazing idea, Rius says excitedly. Severus raised an eyebrow as he looked down at his little sister. Oh, and what is that? The red-headed Satan asks, curious. Both Harry and Aquino will be in my peerage when I can get one, the young devil says with a bright smile. Severus recoiled as he looked at Hadrian, wide-eyed. Despite knowing that the young boy wouldn't get angry at Rius for suggesting such a thing, the Satan knew that having the son of Sparda a part of the devil faction only would be a disastrous problem. Even as a child, Severus could feel the sheer power that the young boy held. Even the thought of having Hadrian a part of the devil faction sent shivers down his spine. After all, Sparda was on par with the dragon gods. That would cause every faction in the supernatural world to band together to try and kill him. And knowing how powerful the young boy is, he would probably be able to kill them all. After all, demons had healing that were on par with the Phoenix family, but the likes of Sparda had healing that far surpassed them, something that Severus knew Hadrian had. Saudi Hias. But Hadrian is too powerful for you to have in your peerage, the red-headed devil says to the young girl, causing her to pout. What do you mean? The young girl asks, puffing up her cheeks. Severus chuckled, amused by his little sister's puffed-up face. Well, Harry here is incredibly powerful. It is the reason I and our parents let you go out. But one thing about the evil pieces is that you need to be at least as powerful as the individual. So if you were to try it with someone like me, it wouldn't work as I far surpass your power. That is the case with Harry here, Xerxes explained, knowing that there would be no way in hell that his little sister would reach the eldest son of Sparda's level of power. After all, even he himself can't compete with Hadrian's power as it is now. Rius looked down, saddened before perking up. Then I will train, the young girl says confidently, causing Xerxes to blink in surprise. Huh? The Satan asks, confused. I'm going to train so Harry can be in my peerage, Rius states. Hadrian tilted his head at the young girl, surprised at her statement. Xerxes looked over at the son of Sparda, seeing the young white-haired boy shrug his shoulders in a response, silently informing the Satan that he had no clue. Xerxes chuckled as he patted Rius' head, causing the young girl to puff her cheeks once more. Well, you will need to ask him yourself, Rius. But you will need to train properly as Harry here is really powerful, the Satan informs the young girl. Rius, still looking up at her brother, nodded her head, a fire in her eyes. I will do it, Oni I-chan. I will be strong enough that Harry will be my queen, the young girl says, causing Hadrian to blink. Wait, what? The eldest son of Sparda asks, confusion evident on his face. Xerxes chuckled as he shook his head. It's just the piece that she would want to use. It's based off of chess, the red-haired man answered with a chuckle. That's when it clicked for the young demon. He was referring to the way the devil faction gained new devils. Odds are she will never be able to actually turn me into a half-devil, so it doesn't really matter no matter how hard she tries, the eldest son of Sparda thought to himself. Rius, you will have to train a lot to reach Harry's level of power. So, I suggest you have a different queen, and when you are strong enough you can ask Harry, okay? Xerxes asks his little sister. Rius frowned as she looked down in thought. After a few moments, the young girl looked back up and nodded her head firmly. Okay, the young girl says before turning to Aquino. Aquino, is it fine if you become my queen? Rius asks. Aquino blinked in surprise before turning to her mother. Shuri smiled softly at her daughter. You follow what your heart says, the mother encourages her daughter. Aquino smiled brightly and nodded her head enthusiastically. The group watches as both girls cheer, holding hands as they jump around in excitement. They got along pretty fast, the Satan of the Devil faction says in surprise, with Shuri nodding her head in agreement. Hadrian chuckled as he crossed his arms over his chest, amused by the girls' antics. Unknown by the eldest son of Sparda, something inside of him awoke. Break. Now this is interesting, Lancelot mumbled to himself as he inspected the spike that the eldest son of Sparda had provided him, courtesy of his battle against the pig-like demon. So, what do you think? Can you make something with it? Hadrian asks, crossing his arms over his chest. Lance hummed in thought as he twisted and turned the spike, looking at it as he thought of weapon ideas for the massive spike. Well, a spear would certainly be an interesting choice. After all, it definitely has the shape of a spear. Just need to thin it out more, sharpen it, and create a handle, and voila. A spear, the older boy informed Hadrian. The demon hybrid hummed in thought and couldn't help but make a noise of agreement as he thought of what the spear would look like. I can certainly see this being turned into a spear. So what materials do you need to create this spear? The eldest son of Sparda asks, curious. Lancelot chuckled as he patted Hadrian's shoulder. Don't worry about it, mate. I already got the materials for the spear, just have to ask my dad, and he will give me some, Lance says with a smile. Hadrian frowned as he looked at the older boy oddly. Didn't you say your dad doesn't let you use his resources considering how hard they can be to get them? The son of Sparda asks, confused. Lance chuckled as he nodded his head in agreement. That is true, but the items I need are nowhere near as rare as materials of demonic origin. The stuff I need can be found on Earth, and Dad has a lot of those available. In fact, he practically stockpiles them, the older boy says with an amused smile. Hadrian hummed in surprise but shrugged his shoulders. Fair enough then. I wish you the best of luck, the young hybrid says. Time skip. Walking through the streets of an incredibly abnormal neighborhood, Hadrian found himself disturbed as he saw rows of identical houses. This is Privet Drive? Duck me. This is a very creepy neighborhood, the young hybrid thought to himself. Normally Hadrian would bring Force Edge with him, but the eldest son of Sparda had gained a new style, one that could change the very way he fought, and bringing a massive sword to what seemed like a normal neighborhood to see his friend seemed excessive. Though the legendary blade was in his trunk back with John and his family, protected under the massive amount of wards protecting his trunk. Harry, a voice spoke out, causing the young Sparda to turn around and see Lily, standing before the young boy, wide-eyed. Hey Lily, what's up? Hadrian asks, placing a hand on his hip. Lily smiled brightly as she ran to the young hybrid, practically bouncing with excitement as she reached him. "It is so good to see you again. I was worried that you weren't going to come because you weren't answering my letters and I hadn't seen you yet, and all," the red-haired Muggleborn says. Hadrian blunked as he looked at the young girl oddly. "Letters? I never received any letters all summer," the eldest son of Sparda states, causing Lily to frown as she tilted her head in confusion. "That is odd. How come it didn't reach you?" The young girl wonders, rubbing her chin in thought. Hadrian made a noise that Lily determined as his way of saying, "I don't know." Lily shook her head and looked at Hadrian with a smile. "Well, it doesn't matter now. You are here, so let me show you around," the young redhead says with excitement. From there, the eldest son of Sparda was guided by Lily around the street, looking at the many identical houses that seemed to plague the streets. "What the duck is wrong with these people? Ever heard of the word unique?" the young boy thought to himself, shaking his head in disappointment. "Too bad Sev couldn't be here." Hadrian heard Lily mumble to herself, sadness in her eyes. The eldest son of Sparda blinked in surprise as he looked at the young girl. "He visits you often?" the white-haired boy asks, curious. Turning to Hadrian, Lily nodded her head in confirmation with a smile. "Yep, Sev lives near here, but he seems to be busy for some reason," the young girl says, slight confusion evident in her voice. The son of Sparda frowned in confusion, remembering how the young Slytherin would always try to spend as much time with Lily as he could. Odd. Very odd, Hadrian thought to himself, but shrugged it off. "Lily, it's time for dinner," a voice called out, causing Hadrian and Lily to turn and see the young girl's mother, standing in front of their home, waving to them. "Oh, dinner," Lily says excitedly. Hadrian chuckled in amusement as looked at the young, red-headed Muggleborn. "I assume they made your favorite food?" the eldest son of Sparda asks, curious. Lily made a noise of confirmation as she nodded her head excitedly. "Yep. Why don't you come and join us? Mom always makes enough for leftovers, so I am certain we would have enough for you," the young witch says with a smile. Hadrian frowned as he looked off to the side and thought, "Are you sure? I wouldn't want to intrude," the eldest son of Sparda asks, worried. Lily merely smiled and shook her head. "Don't worry. They won't mind, and I certainly won't," the young girl says, grabbing Hadrian's hand and pulling the young boy to her home. Break. Sitting at the dining table, Hadrian looked at the family before him, eating and chatting with smiles on their faces. "So, Harry, what do you think of Hogwarts? Lily says she loves it, but I want your opinion." Lily's father, Andrew, asked, curious. The son of Sparda blinked in surprise, but lowered the cutlery and thought, Truthfully, it is like a normal school, but we live there and learn magic. While learning magic can be fun, we also have quite a bit of theory for even the simplest of spells, even though there honestly doesn't need to be that much theory," the white-haired boy answered. Lily's mother, Rose, hummed in thought. "I see. But do you enjoy it there?" the older woman asks. Hadrian nodded his head in confirmation. "Yeah, I like it. Some classes aren't really my favorite, but they are all right," the young hybrid answered with a shrug. Finishing his food, the eldest son of Sparda looked around the dining room, inspecting all the items on display. But that's when the young hybrid spotted it. Dangling from one of the shelves, a necklace can be seen. It was the Holy Cross with a large sword behind it, a sword that was very familiar to the eldest son of Sparda. Force edge. "Ah, I see you noticed the necklace," Rose says, breaking Hadrian from his stare down with the necklace. Turning to the mother, Hadrian noted that the woman had finished her food, grabbing her and his plate as she stood up. "We're Catholics, so we believe in God, but we also believe in Sparda," Rose says, making her way to the kitchen, placing the plates into the sink. "I see," Hadrian says, turning his attention back to the necklace. "While some people think it is weird, we actually believe that Sparda saw potential in humanity and became our guardian. Kind of like Jesus if you think about it," Andrew says with a chuckle. Lily opened her mouth to eat her food but froze, turning her attention to the young hybrid, her eyebrows scrunched in thought. "Isn't Harry's last name Sparda? Maybe it is a coincidence. After all, Sparda is a demon, and Harry certainly does not look like a demon," the young girl thought, shaking her head. The redhead couldn't help but scold herself for thinking of such a stupid thing. While Hadrian certainly had Sparda in his name, it does not mean that he is related to Sparda. After all, it is like saying a guy named Robert is related to Robert Downey Jr. Time skip. Standing before Xerxes, the eldest son of Sparda couldn't help but look at the Satan oddly. It's been an entire summer, And you haven't even given me one job that involves killing demons, the young boy says, annoyed. The red-headed devil chuckled sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. Yeah, normally that would be the case, but the summer was surprisingly quiet. Don't worry, when I have a job that involves killing demons, I will certainly let you know, the older man says with a surprising amount of firmness in his tone. Hadrian sighed, but conceded, nodding his head in understanding. Very well. Guess I am going to head back, the young boy says, placing his hands in his pockets. Serzex perked up as he looked down at the eldest son of Sparda. Are you going to visit Rius and Aquino again? I noticed that you have been doing that quite a bit recently, the red-headed man asks with a sly grin on his face. The young Sparda looked at the Satan with an unimpressed expression on his face. The devil pouted as he didn't get the reaction that he had wanted from the young Sparda. Fine, ruin my fun then, the man grumbled, much like a child would, causing Hadrian to roll his eyes with a sigh. Break! Rius frowned as she held her hands out, a surge of destruction emanating from her arms. Come on, I can do it, the young girl says through gritted teeth, concentrating her magic into her attack. The young girl then launched an orb of crimson-red energy that struck a dummy, completely obliterating it. The young devil let out a laugh of triumph as she jumped around in excitement. Well, I wasn't expecting something like that when I came to see you, a familiar voice spoke out, causing Rius to perk up and turn to see Hadrian, leaning against the frame of the door, Force Edge on his back with Kai at his side. Harry! The red-headed girl squealed in happiness as she ran to Hadrian, pulling the young boy into a hug. The young Sparda chuckled as he rolled his eyes in amusement. Now what's with the hugs, puffy cheeks? The white-haired boy asks, causing Rius to glare at him cutely. Who are you calling puffy cheeks? The young devil growled as she puffed up her cheeks with a pout. She really likes proving me, right, doesn't she? The white-haired hybrid thought in amusement. You puffy cheeks, Hadrian responded with a grin. Rius narrowed her eyes as she grabbed both of Hadrian's cheeks, then began to pull them. What are you doing? The young boy asks, his voice sounding out as the young girl messes with his face. I am not puffy cheeks, Rius complained, pouting cutely. You've proofing me otherwise, Hadrian stated, the young girl now squeezing his cheeks, forcing his lips to be similar to that of a fish. Soph, what you doing? The white-haired boy asks. Rius blinked in surprise, but released her grasp on Hadrian, placing both her hands on her hips. I'm trying to improve my magic, but I am making so little progress, the young devil complained, pouting. The young snow-haired boy hummed in thought as he scratched his neck in thought. Are you concentrating the energy into one singular point? The eldest son of Sparda asks, curious. Rius sighed as she nodded her head. Yeah, but I can't seem to have enough control to do so, the young girl answered. Hadrian raised an eyebrow as he stared at the red-headed girl. Then perhaps let's try something else. Try to make 2 projectiles, the young boy suggests, causing Rius to perk up and look at the young boy in surprise. What do you mean? The young girl asks. Try separating the energy and creating another. This way you can attack twice with 2 quick blasts instead of 1 short and powerful attack, Hadrian says. The young Gremory shrugged her shoulders, trusting Hadrian as she raised her arms. Slowly, a dark reddish glow began to form around the young girl's arms. Hadrian blinked in surprise as he sensed demonic energy swirling around the girl. Now, normally the son of Sparda wouldn't be bothered by it, as all devils had a far weaker and less corruptible energy, but what Hadrian was feeling now. It was the closest thing to true demonic energy one could get that the demons used. Hell, even Hadrian used it as his entire being was filled with the power. It is what was used to turn into his demon form. But the fact that this young girl standing before him has energy similar to it worried Hadrian. Dad said that the devils had begun to appear after he betrayed the demons. Could it be possible that the devils were formed out of the demons' remains, absorbing the energy in the vicinity? But that wouldn't make sense for the devils to have formed out of true demonic energy. Then they would have been at least more demon. Like hell, I am a perfect example. While I am half human, the demonic energy within me still corrupts me. That is why my demon form is practically identical to my father's. But then that means... Hadrian froze in realization as he looked at Rius, just as she fired 2 small orbs of destruction. Devils were once humans that had been exposed to demonic energy from the remains of the demons. That is why they aren't like me, because they were only in the vicinity, not having actually taken the power from the corpses of the demons, As a result, they were basically just humans with a weaker variation of the demon's power, the eldest son of Sparda realized, shock present on his face. I did it, yes. Rius cheered, breaking Hadrian out of his thoughts. The young girl turned to the white-haired boy and smiled brightly at him, running to the hybrid and pulling him into a tight hug. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Rius says, beaming at the young Sparda. Oh, what is going on here? A voice spoke out, causing both Rius and Hadrian to turn and see Shuri, standing at the doorway with an amused smile on her face. After the events of the Hadrian's first job, both Shuri and Aquino were offered to stay with the Gremory household, as the family had suffered thanks to the demon, but also due to the fact that Aquino had agreed to become Ria's queen. Though Hadrian was surprised to learn that the men that the demon had been feasting upon when arriving had actually intended to kill both the mother and daughter, due to the fact that Shuri had married a fallen angel. Harry helped me improve with my power of destruction, Rius answers excitedly. Really? Well, that is great to hear, Rius. Maybe Harry can help you and Aquino improve your magics. If he doesn't mind, that is the dark-haired woman says, looking at Hadrian. The eldest son of Sparda shrugged his shoulders in response. I don't mind giving tips and ideas now and then. As long as it is during my free time, then I don't mind, the young hybrid answered. Shuri nodded her head with a smile. Very well then. I hope you understand what that means, Rius, the mother says, looking at the young girl. Rius pouted but nodded her head, understanding what Shuri was saying. Why can't I spend more time with Harry? He is always so fun to be around, though he is kind of cute, Rius thought, looking at Hadrian with a small blush on her face. Hey, Anne, let's get straight to it. First things first. In this world, the power of destruction is nearly identical to the demonic energy that the demons use, such as Sparda, Hadrian, and Mundus, though that does not mean it can compete with their power. The reason the power of destruction destroys things is because the power corrupts, causing it to basically be destroyed from being overwhelmed. If the power were to hit someone like Hadrian, it would just be a minor annoyance. Another thing is that should any being other than a demon have pure demonic energy, they will either die or become some variation of a demon, having their very being altered and their minds potentially broken, either making them brain dead or making them insane. Second year. Chapter 7. Second year. Over $100,000. That is how much Hadrian Sparda had made thanks to working for Surzex. Surprisingly enough, the only jobs that he needed to have done was basically babysitting Rius as she ran around on Earth, seeing the sights, and actually getting to enjoy being a child instead of the heir of the Gremory family. But if Hadrian are to be honest, he did find it slightly odd that the young girl would stare at him with a slightly dazed gaze, as if she were thinking of something. Oh, poor boy. He doesn't even realize when someone has a crush on him. Though I guess that is to be expected when most advances he deals with are as blunt as a sledgehammer, Kai thought to herself. As the eldest son of Sparda entered an empty compartment, he placed his trunk onto the rack, his eyes lingering on the massive object, letting out a sigh as he knew that Force Edge was held. Inside, protected under the various charms and curses that would kill anyone should they have any intention on stealing his father's legendary blade knowingly. Just then the door to his compartment opened, causing Hadrian to turn and see the smiling face of one Lily Evans. Hey Harry, how have you been? The young girl asks, curious. Hadrian chuckled as he placed both hands behind his head, resting it on his chair. It's been quite well. I can see that you are excited since you seem quite chipper, the white-haired boy says. Lily giggled, but nodded her head in confirmation. Yep, I am excited to learn more about magic and their properties and what they can do to the world, the young redhead said with a smile. Change. Severus Snape scowled as he walked on a platform 9 3/4, seeing the Hogwarts Express stationed and ready to depart. The young Slytherin looked down as a small smile grew on his face, the memory of his best friend Lily coming to mind. But just as the young boy was about to enter the train, a hand grabbed his shoulder, causing the young Slytherin to stiffen. You're Snape, right? A voice asks, causing the young boy to see an older Slytherin boy. The teen in question was with blonde hair, an air of superiority and confidence as he stood. Yes, Snape answered hesitantly. The older Slytherin cocked an eyebrow as he inspecting Severus before shrugging his shoulders. You're not what I expected, but it changes nothing. I heard you were good at potions. A prodigy, in fact, the older Slytherin says, removing his hand from Snape's shoulder and crossing his arms over his chest. The dark-haired boy narrowed his eyes at the blonde Slytherin, cautious as to why the blonde would want anything to do with him. "Yeah, why?" Severus asks. The blonde snorted as he placed a hand into his pocket and pulled out an object, dropping it into Snape's hands, causing the young Slytherin to blink in surprise as he looked down. It was a book, one that he had never seen before. The Mysteries of Potions by Draco Malfoy. Severus blinked in surprise as he looked up at the blonde, as the older Slytherin smirked down at him. "Think of it as an investment. I see potential in you, and I want to help it grow. But do not think that just because I see potential in you that I will allow you to act above your rank," the blonde Slytherin states. With a narrowed gaze, Severus blinked in surprise, but nodded his head, not wanting to anger the older Slytherin. "Good. Also keep that safe. It is an important book," the older boy states. Snape nodded his head firmly. The very thought of letting the book in his hands be destroyed is like putting tomato sauce on ice cream. You just don't do it. "By the way, the name is Lucius Malfoy. If you're interested, you should come join me and my friends. I'm certain you can learn a lot from us," the young Malfoy says, entering the train in search of a compartment. Severus stood there, eyes wide with shock by what he had just heard. The Malfoy family is a well-known house, one that is known for its riches and knowledge. And the fact that a member of the Malfoy family had not only handed him a book made by a member of his family, but also invited him to join his friends was something the young Snape never thought possible. But that's when thoughts clouded his mind. Sure, the older boy invited him to join him, but that also meant that he would be leaving Lily alone in the train. But if Severus were to join Lily, then the older Slytherin might find offense to that and take back the book and possibly make his life in Slytherin hell. Letting out a shaky sigh, Severus looked down at the ground. "I'm sorry, Lily," the young Slytherin thought as he entered the compartment in search for Malfoy and his friends. "Break!" Albus Dumbledore smiled at the children as the first years entered the Great Hall. "When I call your names, you will be sorted into your houses," Professor McGonagall announces with a piece of parchment in hand. And I'm just doing the known characters, so there will be more people in the sorting, but none that you would recognize. Lockhart Gilderoy, the old professor called out as a young blonde-haired boy arrogantly walked up to the stool, winking at any girl that he saw. Hadrian chuckled in amusement as he saw the young blonde wink at Lily with a smug grin, causing the young redhead to scoff and roll her eyes in irritation. The eldest son of Sparda leaned over to Lily and whispered into her ear. "Not your type?" the white-haired boy asks with a cheeky smirk on his face. The young Muggleborn merely looked at Hadrian, raising an eyebrow at him. "He looks like he is constipated, but is trying to hide it," the girl says, causing Hadrian to cough as he tries to hide his laughter, missing the smug grin on Lily's face as she looks at him. Ravenclaw, the hat called out as Lockhart strutted to the table. None enthusiastic claps heard from the house. With more names soon following afterwards, eventually the headmaster of Hogwarts stepped up to the podium, a smile on his face. "It is with great pleasure to see new faces and returning old ones. I hope you all are ready for another year of Hogwarts. It is with sadness to say that our old defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Ryder, had to leave, but it is with great pleasure to say that he is going home as a father," Dumbledore says as claps were heard from all around the Great Hall. Even the Slytherins clapped, feeling a sense of respect for their old professor. "Now I would like to introduce your new professor, Professor Andrew." The headmaster gestured to a dark red-haired man. For Hadrian, it was a surprise as the man's hair was actually quite similar in color to blood, but the young boy shrugged it off, thinking it is just something that was either dyed or natural. "With that all done, I only have one thing left to say. Dig in," the old man says as he clapped. Immediately, the tables were littered with numerous plates of food ranging from cooked potatoes to roasted chicken and even salads. Smiling, Hadrian dug into the food, making a mental note to do some physical exercises to help build up his muscles, as most of the food was quite healthy with a few minor exceptions. As the eldest son of Sparda ate, Lily looked over at the Slytherin table, watching as Severus talked with a few older Slytherins, a small smile on his face, as the young boy seemed to be enjoying their company. Is that why he didn't visit on the holidays? Was he spending time with them? I understand if that were the case, but he didn't respond to any of my letters or even come visit me, the young Muggleborn thought as she looked down with a frown. "You okay?" Hadrian's voice caught the young witch's attention, causing her to turn to the snow-haired boy. Yeah, I'm fine," Lily answered with a small smile. Hadrian frowned, but nodded his head. "Okay, But if you want to talk to me, I am here for you, the eldest son of Sparda says, causing Lily to blink in surprise. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, the young Muggleborn stutters, slightly surprised by the young boy's seriousness. With a firm nod, the young Sparda turned his attention back to his food and began to eat. Well, at least Harry visited the young girl thought, recalling how lonely it felt without her best friend with her, only for it to be replaced with happiness when Hadrian had come to visit. Badump. Lily felt her heart beat faster as she looked at the young snow-haired boy. He had grown in the summer. His hair was slightly longer and more messy as if it was swept through the wind. His jaw had become more chiseled, and despite how much the robes hid, Lily could see from under his shirt signs of growing muscles. A small blush formed on Lily's face as she looked away, staring down at her plate in both shock and confusion. Why am I feeling like this? Sure, Harry is cute and kind of handsome, but is that the reason why I am feeling like this? The young girl wondered as the red-headed Muggleborn was consumed by her thoughts. One James Potter glared at the Slytherin table, particularly one Severus Snape, as he hung out with Lucius Malfoy and his group. Hey, isn't that Evan's friend? Sirius Black asked from beside the Potter heir. James nodded his head in confirmation. Yeah, and it seems that he wasn't as much of a friend to her as he let on, the dark-haired boy says with a snarl. Remus looked at his two best friends in confusion. Why, what's wrong? They just look like a group of older students, the young boy asks. Sirius sighed as he shook his head in response. That would be the case if it were another group of students. You see that older blonde Slytherin? That's Lucius Malfoy. His family is known to be pro-pure blood, and it seems he is following in their steps. I have heard rumors of him bullying other students, threatening them, the young Black stated. James then snorts as he looks at his friend. Yeah, imagine what would happen if Malfoy were to try and bully Sparda, the young Potter heir says, eliciting chuckles from the Marauders. While never actually doing anything to cause such a reputation, many in Hogwarts have been wary of the white-haired boy, sensing the power that the young boy wielded, on par with adult wizards and even beyond, most speculating it as him being a male Vila, who were known for their incredible magical power. But little did they know that the young Sparda was something far more powerful. Break. Welcome, class, to Defense Against the Dark Arts. In this class, I will expect you to know the basic spells to defend yourself against dark wizards and the many creatures that would seek to kill you at the end of this year, Professor Andrews says as he enters the classroom, giving everyone a critical eye. I have seen your exam results, and I will take over from where your previous professor left off. At the end of your first year, he was teaching you about basic spell casting. I will make sure you are able to cast properly and effectively. Slow movements can get you killed, the man says with narrowed eyes. Everyone stand. While your last professor had his class as a mix of theory and practical, with me it will be mostly practical. What use is theory when you can't even use it properly when the time requires it, the blood-haired man says, crossing his arms over his chest. With that, every student in the class stood up from their seats, ready for whatever their new professor had in store for them. Break. Lily had found herself becoming worried as the week dragged on. While still working with him in potions, Lily found herself slowly losing more and more contact with Severus, who began to spend more of his time with a group of older Slytherins, causing him to drift away from her. While having friends was not really a problem for Lily, the young girl wanted to at least spend more time with her childhood friend, one who taught her magic and is as smart as her in certain magical subjects. Don't get her wrong, she enjoys her time with Hadrian. In fact, if she were so bold, she would even admit to loving it. But Severus was her best friend, her first true friend. For the young Muggleborn, it just felt odd to not spend so much time with the young Slytherin. Change. Severus Snape had a small smile on his face as he walked down the corridors of Hogwarts, intending to head to the potions classroom to make some potions in the hope to improve his skills. Lost in his thoughts, the young Slytherin felt something bump into him, causing the young Snape to be broken from his thoughts as he saw a familiar group of students, James Potter and his friends. Said Gryffindor narrowed his eyes at Severus, cautious around the young Slytherin. Watch where you are going. You just ran right into us, James growled. Severus meanwhile sneered. I do not have to listen to an arrogant fool that thinks that just because he wears red means I have to obey his every whim, the young Snape snarled. From behind James, Remus spoke up. We weren't even walking. We were just standing and talking until you bumped into us, the young boy says, causing Severus to sneer at the young Gryffindor. "I don't care. I have no time for a bunch of fools," the young Slytherin says as he attempts to push his way past the boys. "Hey, back off," Sirius snapped, pushing the dark-haired Slytherin back. Severus scowled at the young boy, his hand itching for his wand, something that the Gryffindors picked up. "Oh, you're going to attack us? It's 4-on-1, Snape. And I thought Slytherins were supposed to be cunning," James taunted with an arrogant grin on his face. The young Slytherin reddened with anger as he narrowed his eyes at the young Potter. What are you going to do, Slytherin? Slither on back to your snakes and cry to them, saying how the bad Gryffindors hurt you." Sirius mocked. "Slither, huh? If I recall correctly, Evans called you Severus." "Well then, Severus Snape, slither on," the dark-haired Potter mocked. Remus frowned, slightly uncomfortable with the taunting, but he couldn't help but dislike how the Slytherin was acting. First, the boy bumped into them when they were just talking and responded by snapping at them. Then he attempted to shove his way past them when they didn't even talk a quarter of the corridor, which meant what he did was completely unnecessary, as with the amount of space the Slytherin had to go around them would be enough to fit 7 people side by side and still have arm room. And when Sirius had enough with the Slytherins pushing, Snape responded by glaring at them, his hand twitching for his hand. "Slither, Severus Snape? How about we call you Snivelus? How does that sound?" Sirius mocked with a grin. Without warning, the Slytherin grabbed his wand and fired a knockback jinx, only to receive 2 in response, courtesy of both James and Sirius. As Severus was knocked to the ground, he grinded his teeth in anger as he glared up at the Gryffindor boys. "Next time, Snivelus. Don't pick a fight when you're outnumbered," James mocked as the group walked away, leaving the Slytherin boy sitting in the middle of the corridor alone. Break. The eldest son of Sparda yawned as he sat in History of Magic class, bored out of his mind by the sheer enthusiasm from the professor, who was just a ghost that didn't want to pass on. Like, seriously, if you hate your life and can't even find enjoyment out of it when you're a bloody ghost, why even stay? Those were the questions that Hadrian was asking himself. Just then, the young Sparda blinked in surprise as he felt something land on his shoulder. Looking at his side, Hadrian raised an eyebrow as he saw that it was Lily, who had her eyes closed and was softly snoring, resting her head on his shoulder. The young hybrid chuckled in amusement. "Looks like not even Lily could get through one of Ben's boring lectures," the snow-haired boy thought to himself, seeing no need to stay awake with the dead professor repeating what was written off the book. Hadrian let out a sigh as he leaned his head back, closing his eyes as he let sleep claim him. "Change." Hadrian frowned as he looked around, finding himself in an empty abyss, consumed by an all-present darkness. Humming in thought, the eldest son of Sparda looked down and tapped his foot, feeling it collide against an invisible ground. "I have seen many weird things already, but this takes the cake," the snow-haired boy thought out loud, placing a hand on his hip as he scratched his cheek in thought. "Okay, last I recall I fell asleep in history class and then found myself here. I would say that I am asleep, but this feels too real. Something is not right," the young Sparda thought, narrowing his eyes as he inspected the area around him. "Are you going to keep looking around like a fool, or are you going to face me?" A voice boomed, causing Hadrian to sigh and turn around, coming face to face with a massive, white dragon as it towered above the eldest son of Sparda. "First, you weren't there 5 seconds ago. Second, I am more than certain I would have noticed a big-ass ducking dragon in front of me had you not hid yourself," the young boy stated, crossing his arms over his chest as he glared up at the massive dragon. "It matters not. I am Albion, the vanishing heavenly dragon, and you are my host." The dragon, now known as Albion, exclaimed proudly. "Hadrian," the young hybrid responded with an unimpressed expression on his face. Albion blinked, and sweat dropped as he looked down at the young boy before him. "Ah, yes. Cough, cough. Well, you have been fortunate enough to have the ability to wield my power. One of the legendary Longinus, sacred gears, the massive heavenly dragon booms out with pride. Hadrian, on the other hand, was not amused by the dragon's yelling. Yeah, your point?" the eldest son of Sparda asks, raising an eyebrow at Albion. Said dragon's jaw dropped as he looked down at the young hybrid, shocked at the young boy's flippant attitude. Do you see me? You have the potential to wield my power. I am capable of having the strength of both magic and physical power," the massive dragon states, slightly confused at the young hybrid's reaction. In response, Hadrian shrugged his shoulders with an unimpressed expression, further confusing the massive dragon. Okay then, as you are now my host, you must fight my rival, Drake and his host, the Red Dragon Emperor, and I'm gonna have to stop you right there, Hadrian interrupted, cutting the massive dragon off. Huh? Albion looks down at Hadrian, his confusion present on his face. Look, while fighting some idiot who can double his power every 10 seconds sounds like fun, I have more important shit to do. So you can either deal with the fact that I have no interest or desire to participate in your little carrot measuring contest with Drake, or you can duck off and find some new host, the eldest son of Sparda stated, shocking Albion. The heavenly dragon hated many things. Being insulted was one of them. But even he could not begrudge the sheer balls that this young boy has to insult him without a care in the world. Wait, how did you know that Drake can double his power every 10 seconds? Albion asks, realizing that he did not in fact state what his rival's ability was. Oh, because I already knew who you both were, the young hybrid answers. The massive dragon looked down at the young boy in disbelief. What? Why didn't you say anything? The dragon demanded, confused. Oh, that was because I was curious to see how long it would take until you noticed how little of a shit I gave about your explanation, the young Sparda stated, uncaringly. Albion's sweat dropped as he looked down at the young boy. This was the first time for the heavenly dragon to have a host that not only had the sheer balls to insult him, but also was so uncaring about the rivalry between him and Drake that he had no clue on what to do. But that's when the dragon's rage consumed his thoughts. This boy, some human, in his mind, boy, had not only insulted him, but also treated him as some common nuisance, telling him to either deal with it or leave. How dare you insult me? I am the heavenly dragon, and you shall show me some respect, or I shall show you the mistake that you have made by challenging me. The heavenly dragon roared, power overwhelming the area around him. Hadrian let out a strained grunt as the dragon's power pressed down onto him, forcing his knees to buckle. Shit. He has more power than I expected. But it changes nothing, Hadrian thought, narrowing his eyes as he forced his knees to remain strong, refusing to fall to his knees. As Hadrian's eyes began to glow violet, he felt a pull within his body as he felt something weigh down in his hand. Blinking in surprise, the eldest son of Sparda stared in shock as Force Edge was held in his grasp, appearing out of nowhere as his hand instinctively grasped the sword, thanks to years of training. With a growing grin on his face, Hadrian turned to Albion, his now glowing violet eyes piercing Albion's glowing blue. You want to fight, you lizard? Then let's fight. Hadrian roared as he was soon engulfed in a bright violet light, causing Albion to turn away. As the light began to fade, the heavenly dragon turned back and froze, eyes wide with shock and horror. Standing before the massive white dragon was Hadrian in his devil trigger, his wings spread out with Force Edge held in his grasp. Awakening Force Edge would be overkill. I have more than enough power to take this dragon down, the eldest son of Sparda thought to himself. Well, are you going to just stand there, or are you going to fight? The young hybrid taunted. Without a word, the heavenly dragon let out a roar as bright blue flames shot out of dragon's mouth, charging towards Hadrian. Bending his knees, the young Sparda's wings spread out and sent Hadrian flying into the air with a mighty flap. Charging at Albion, Hadrian struck the dragon with a powerful slash, sending the massive being crashing into the non-existent ground. Shaking his head, Albion quickly turned his body, swinging his tail at Hadrian, causing the young boy to curse, not expecting the attack. Revenge style, as Albion's tail slammed into Hadrian, the young hybrid was flung back, crashing into the ground as he bounced off of it, sliding across the floor. Picking himself up, Hadrian cracked his neck and turned back to Albion, noticing the irritated look in his eyes. You know it, don't you? That you can't use your ability divide. After all, you know the consequences of doing so, the eldest son of Sparda spoke, his voice demonic but showing hints of amusement. The hybrid stepped towards the massive dragon, noticing that Albion had instinctively moved back, away from the son of Sparda. If I were any other being, you would have divided my power more times than I could count, making me incapable of fighting against you. And that's the issue. I am not some other being. I am a demon, and, as you noticed, a hybrid of a human as well. After all, I wouldn't have a sacred gear otherwise. But that little bit of demon power is more than enough to stop you from dividing my power. It's my demonic power and its corrupting nature. Your power, dividing, has the power of the user and adds it to yours. If it were any other being, you would be able to win, but the demonic energy is too corrupting for even you to handle. Meaning, should you do it to me, you will more than certainly die or turn into some insane monster, the young demon says, a chuckle escaping his mouth as he grinned, his sharp teeth being shown off. Albion bristled at that, but knew that the young boy was right. The heavenly dragon had felt firsthand the consequences of absorbing pure demonic power, something that only the demons can utilize. Upon meeting Sparda, both Albion and Drake had been insulted as the demon demanded that they end their feud, as many innocent lives had been lost in the wake of their battles. Stupidly, the dragons attacked the Dark Knight, only to get their asses handed to them on a silver platter. During the battle against the powerful demon swordsman, Albion had attempted to divide Sparda's power, only for his very body to be torn apart by the sheer uncontrollable nature of his demonic power, a trait all demons shared. It changes nothing. I may be incapable of using my ability against you, but it does not change the fact that I am still a powerful dragon. Albion roared, firing another wave of bright blue fire at Hadrian. The son of Sparda scoffed and stood there as the flames engulfed his very being. As the flames burned brightly, Albion remained tense, feeling a sense of déjà vu as a similar scenario had happened when fighting against Sparda. The heavenly dragon didn't have to wait long as dark purple flames consumed the area as Hadrian shot out of the flames, his body engulfed in violet flames as he struck Albion, sending the dragon flying into the air. Hadrian twisted Force Edge in his grasp and held the sword in a reverse grip, the blade growing bright violet. "Take this!" Hadrian roared, sending a powerful arc of demonic energy that charged at Albion. As the heavenly dragon's eyes widened, it took only a moment before they narrowed as the dragon's body glowed bright blue. As the arc of demonic energy charged at the massive dragon, the bright light around Albion soon surrounded his very being as not even a moment later, the demonic energy was sent flying back, charging back at the eldest son of Sparda, striking him across the chest as the young hybrid had no time to react. Boom! A surge of energy exploded from Hadrian's being as he was sent flying back, the flames that littered his body exploding as blood tore through his body, splattering across the non-existent ground as the young boy rolled across the ground, unmoving. Albion sighed as he landed back on the ground. As the massive dragon stared down at Hadrian's body, the heavenly dragon's eyes widened as the young hybrid began to move, slowly pushing himself off the ground. Crack! The sound of Hadrian's arm being forced back into its socket was heard, the many wounds that covered his body healing at an incredible rate. I must admit, you are an incredibly powerful individual, descendant of Sparda. The fact that you can even stand when your body exploded from within your own body is astounding, the dragon admitted, as he found himself respecting the sheer willpower and strength of the young hybrid before him. Hadrian growled, still in his demon form, as he took a step forward, only to stumble slightly as he fell to one knee, his face looking down at his hands in confusion. "You don't know what happened, do you?" Albion asks. The son of Sparda merely glared up at the heavenly dragon. "Your ability. It absorbed the energy from my attacks, converting it into power. A dangerous ability, I will admit. But what you did not realize was that upon releasing that power, you had to open a pathway to allow that stored power to escape, the same one that was used to absorb the energy of the attacks. With the energy being released, all I needed to do was hit you with a powerful enough attack, and the energy from the attack will be absorbed into your body, but the problem would be the energy being released. Like two dragons colliding head-on. As a result, you imploded. The fact that you're even alive goes to show how truly dangerous you demons are. Even partial demons, Albion admits with signs of respect. Hadrian cursed internally, realizing what the heavenly dragon meant. The same pathway that was used to absorb the energy was also used to release that energy to empower him. With a powerful enough attack, the pathway will attempt to absorb that energy. But with the energy being released at the same time, it results in the two being forced to stop. And being unable to go forward, it went outward, causing him to explode from the inside. For those that don't understand, with no signs of wounds on his body, and with only his slightly heavy breathing a sign of his healing from his implosion, the young hybrid brought both arms in front of him in an X. The tip of Force Edge pointed to the sky as the blade was beside his face. Closing his eyes, the eldest son of Sparda began to concentrate. In Hadrian's left hand, dark purple energy began to grow, slowly shifting and forming into the young boy's hand. As the energy took form, Hadrian opened his eyes, seeing a near-identical replica of the Yamato, only in an energy-like state. Phantom style. Hadrian felt the remnants of the Yamato surge through his body as he gripped both blades tightly. Round 2. The eldest son of Sparta spoke before charging at Albion. The heavenly dragon took a breath before spewing a wave of fire at the young hybrid. With a snarl, Hadrian disappeared in a flash of violet energy as Albion had no time to react as a dark purple light appeared above his head before spiraling down his body in a blur. Blood exploded from the heavenly dragon's body as one long cut spiraled down the dragon's body. Landing on the ground, Hadrian slid across the ground, spinning as he slammed his feet into the non-existent ground. Both the Yamato and Force Edge held in a reverse grip. Hadrian turned to Albion, narrowing his glowing violet eyes at the heavenly dragon. Letting out a roar, the white dragon swung his tail at Hadrian, causing the eldest son of Sparta to growl in irritation as he disappeared upon the tail's collision. The young hybrid appeared above the tail, not even a second later, landing on the appendage before charging up Albion's body. Both blades no longer held in a reverse grip. "Let's see you handle this," the young demon yelled as he flashed through the air, leaving behind a trail of violet-colored energy as he appeared in front of Albion. "Judgment has been cast," Hadrian says as he twisted the Yamato in his hand and stabbed the ethereal blade into the ground. Whoosh! Albion let out a pained roar as cuts exploded across his body, many criss-crossing each other as blood seeped from the cuts. At that moment, Hadrian let out a pained gasp as he fell to his knee, the Yamato disappearing as the young Sparta felt his body be drained of power. Shit, looks like trying out this new style without actually getting some proper training beforehand was a mistake. Should have spent more time practicing the more stamina-draining attacks, the young boy says as he pushes himself off the ground, using Force Edge to hold him up. Albion growled as he struggled to move, the pain unbearable for the heavenly dragon. "You win. I cannot defeat you," the white dragon admitted, unable to pull any strength to fight back. Hadrian let out a soft laugh as he took a step forward, stumbling slightly as he used Force Edge to hold himself up. "Yeah, you're strong, I will give you that. I think the only reason I won was because you were unable to divide my power to keep yourself at top condition, but also because I have far more raw power compared to you," Hadrian says as he stopped before the massive dragon, letting a small sigh of relief as he sat down. A chuckle escaped Albion as he looked at Hadrian, his head resting on the non-existent ground. "You won, fair and square. I shall follow your lead," the heavenly dragon states. Hadrian nodded his head and blinked in surprise as Force Edge disappears from his grasp. The young hybrid frowned as he sensed Force Edge's presence within him, something that both confused and fascinated the young boy. Lying down on the ground, the young Sparta stared up at the empty abyss, contemplating how the situation turned out. "So, how does that form of yours work? You seem tired out, but you still have it active," the heavenly dragon asks, curious. A chuckle escaped Hadrian as he turned his head to the side, looking at the massive dragon in the eyes. "Think of it like a dam. My body has this massive amount of raw demonic power that is held back within me. The dam stops that power from remaining uncontrolled. But when I let that power loose, it is like destroying the dam, allowing my body to be filled with my power, thus forcing me into what is known as my demon form. Now, it sounds like it would be stamina draining, but honestly, it feels freeing. In my human form, it feels like I have these weights on me, holding me down. But when I activate my demon form, I feel like a weight is off my shoulders. Of course, I don't mind it, since I was born with the dam blocking my power in the beginning. Truth is I could stay in my demon form indefinitely if I wanted to," the eldest son of Sparta answered, causing Albion to hum in thought. "I see. How interesting," the heavenly dragon says. "So now that we've fought, do you still think having me fight your rival would be a good idea?" Hadrian asks, amusement present on his face. Albion huffed as he looked away. "Not really, no. But at least I get bragging rights. My host is the descendant of Sparta himself, Albion says before letting out a triumphant laugh. Just so you know, Sparda is actually my father, the young hybrid says, causing the heavenly dragon to choke up, his eyes widening with shock. Wait, what? Albion asks, his face showing how much that little tidbit of information threw him off. The heavenly dragon knew that he had much to know about his newest and most powerful host. Duck me. He is only a child, and he can already fight me at my full power. Drake, I will honestly admit that I do not want to fight you. It is just so not fair, Albion thought to himself. Break. Harry, wake up, a soft voice echoed in Hadrian's mind. Letting out a groan, the young Sparda opened his eyes, only to move his head back in surprise as he saw Lily's green eyes directly in front of him. Why are you so close? The snow-haired boy asked, confused. Lily blinked in surprise and shook her head. Don't worry about it. We got to go. Class is over, the red-haired girl says, avoiding the hybrid's question. Hadrian frowned as he sat up from his seat, grabbing his bag and placing all of his items in the bag, throwing it over his shoulder as he followed Lily out of the classroom. Odd. I wonder why she didn't answer, the young boy thought to himself. Who knows, I never understood human women, let alone dragon women. Albion's voice echoed in Hadrian's mind, causing the young boy to freeze. Now how the hell can you talk in my head? Hadrian asked telepathically. Now that I have made contact with you, I can now communicate from within your soul. When you have time, we will need to discuss what we can do with divine dividing. Due to your demonic heritage, you won't be able to use the full power of divine dividing, Albion informs the hybrid, nodding his head slightly so as to avoid anyone watching to look at him oddly. The eldest son of Sparda continued to follow the young Muggleborn, who seemed to be leading him towards Gryffindor Tower. Okay, I will find a good time to talk, Hadrian silently responded as the both of them reached the Gryffindor common room. Change! A scream of pain echoed through the abandoned classroom. Severus Snape watched as his new friend, Lucius Malfoy, along with his gang, grinned in amusement as they cornered a third year Hufflepuff boy, pulling him into the classroom before casting several spells at him, breaking his bones and sending him crashing into the nearby desks. What's wrong, mudblood? Think that your friends from the House of the Pathetic are going to help you? No, they won't. You don't belong in this world. You are merely a blight that should be wiped off the face of the planet. Lucius Malfoy taunted, sending a bone-breaking curse at the young Hufflepuff. Crack! Laughter erupted from the Slytherins as the boy screamed in pain, his bone breaking in his body. Severus couldn't help but feel a sense of power, to see someone beaten and bloody, crying as those more powerful stood above. A feeling that the young Slytherin did not feel until now. Snape couldn't help but feel something twist inside him. What if this was Lily? His beautiful, amazing Lily? What's wrong? You're not chickening out on us, are you? Lucius asks, turning to Snape. The young Slytherin blinked in surprise, but shook his head in response. No. No, I am not, Severus states. Arnold Avery, a friend of Lucius, turned to the young Slytherin, cocking his eyebrow at the young boy. What's the problem? He is just a mudblood. You think the professors can do anything without proof? Scoff, please. We are untouchable, especially when a mudblood is the one pointing fingers, Arnold states, arrogance dripping from his very tone. Severus nervously chuckled and slowly nodded his head. Just a mudblood, the young Slytherin mumbles, looking down at the ground. Break! Water slid down the bare back of Hadrian Sparda, the young hybrid standing in the shower nude with only his necklace dangling from his neck, the violet jewel shining as water dripped down it. I think it is time to talk, Albion states, causing the young Sparda to tense up in surprise. From the young snow-haired boy's back, a pair of white wings with bright blue energy feathers appeared. After a few moments, the young hybrid sighed as he rested his head against the tiled wall of the shower. And why now of all times? I'm literally showering at the moment, Hadrian asks, looking over his shoulder at the form of dividing. From the sacred gear, the heavenly dragon's voice echoed. Why does it matter that you are showering? You are a human, well, half, but you get the point. Why should I care what a male of a different species looks like naked? After all, pigs and horses are naked, and you don't see people kicking up a fuss about it, Albion says, causing Hadrian to blink, eyes wide. Did you just compare me to a farm animal? The young hybrid says in disbelief. Yes, the heavenly dragon responds as if that was the most obvious answer. Hadrian groaned as he slammed his head into the tile, cracking it from the force. Whatever. Since you want to talk about divine dividing, let's get straight to it, Hadrian states as he ran his hand through his hair, causing it to stick up. Due to the situation of your heritage, divide can't be used to restore your stamina and power, as it would require me to connect with your energy, and that is just suicide for me, the heavenly dragon states. Hadrian grunted as he grabbed a bar of soap and rubbed it against a loofah, covering it in soap. Even if you could, it would be useless. Aside from dividing the attack or power of the individual, I wouldn't be able to actually use that energy to regain my own. My energy is just too different and far more potent. It's like putting petrol in a diesel car. It will just mess with my body, the young hybrid states, lathering his body in soap. Then that makes things tricky, Albion says, humming in thought. Yep. So, are there any abilities you have that don't involve you connecting to my power? Hadrian asks, washing the soap off of his body. Well, there is Reflect. It was that move I used to send your attack back at you. The ability itself comes from my wings, so it will allow you to use one of my many abilities without any risks. The heavenly dragon informed the eldest son of Sparda. Hadrian sighed as he turned off the water dripping from his body as he looked down at the water going down the drain. We're going to need a place to master these abilities. While I don't like the idea of doing so, I think I will have to ask Serzex on winter holiday to see if he has a place for me to train, the young hybrid says. Be careful, Hadrian. Serzex may be nice, but he is still a devil, Albion warns. Hadrian responded with a grunt as he rolled his shoulder. Yeah, I know. He may have known my father, but I don't know him, the young Sparda says, divine dividing disappearing as the young boy exited the shower, a towel wrapped around his waist. Wordlessly, the young hybrid stepped out of the bathroom and froze. Standing before the young boy was a wide-eyed Lily, who stared down at his body with a blush on her face. Hi. Harry. It is nice to see it, I mean you here. You are certainly quite big, I mean clean. Well, I think I should head to my dorm, and I will be seeing it later. Lily yells out quickly, running down a flight of stairs. The young hybrid stared at the form of Evans as she turned around the corner. Hadrian blinked in surprise as he looked off to the side and thought, why was she in the male dormitory stairs? The snow-haired guy wondered out loud, confused. Change. Lily Evans ran to her dorm room, face bright red as she opened the door, slamming it behind her. What's wrong? A voice grumbled, causing Lily to turn and see Mary McDonald, one of the second-year Gryffindor girls. Mary is a young girl with brown hair and gray eyes. She was a half-blood, a daughter to a Muggle-born and a Muggle. The young brown-haired girl looked up at Lily, having been awoken by the redhead's abrupt entry. Ooh, you're blushing. What is going on? McDonald asks, a sly grin on her face, as she could practically smell the gossip. The young red-haired Gryffindor covered her face with her hands as she moaned in embarrassment. Oh, come on, Lily, tell me. If it got you like this, then it has to be juicy, Mary says with a knowing expression on her face. Lily sighed as she knew that her roommate was not going to give up and was going to pester her until she budged. I was going to ask Harry if he wanted to help me with defense against the dark arts, and I saw him coming out of the bathroom with just a towel, the young Muggle-born girl says, blushing brightly. Mary squealed as she ran to Lily, placing both hands on her shoulders. Is it true? Is he really packing a broomstick down there? McDonald asks, excitement in her tone. In response, the red-headed girl blushed brightly. With the rumors of the young Sparda being a male Vila, many speculated that instead of packing a wand like most wizards, the snow-haired boy instead had a broomstick between his legs, a fact that Lily had now discovered to be true. Oh, Merlin. He does? Mary asks in complete shock. Lily let out a pitiful moan as she covered her face with her hands, hesitantly nodding her hand in confirmation. He is our age. How the hell can he already be packing down there? McDonald asks rhetorically. The worst part is that I accidentally blurted out that he was big. The Muggle-born girl let out a groan in embarrassment as she went to her bed, grabbing her pillow and shoving her face into it, letting out a scream that was muffled by the pillow. Mary giggled as she walked up to Lily's bed, sitting on the edge of it as she patted the redhead on the shoulder. There. You shouldn't worry too much about it. After all, if he is a male Vila, then I am certain that this wouldn't be the first time someone has complimented on his broomstick, the brown-haired girl says, amusement present in her voice. Lily made a sound of confusion as she looked up at her roommate. Lily, a male Vila is sought after by many women, Vila and not. It is to be expected that many would have probably already done it. With him, there have been rumors that Vila are incredibly protective over their male counterparts and don't let them go easily. More than likely, they at least had a taste of him before some other woman could, the brown-haired Gryffindor says with a slight giggle. Lily looked over at her friend, gawking at her statement. They wouldn't. He is only 12 years old. The red-haired Muggleborn exclaimed in disbelief. And yet he is as hung as a hippogriff, Mary says, causing Lily to blush brightly once more, the memory of the bulge under the towel coming to the forefront of the redhead's mind. Break! Placing a hand on the lock to his trunk, Hadrian watched as it glowed, with a clicking echoing from within. Without hesitation, the half-demon opened the trunk and looked inside to see what he had been suspecting. Force Edge wasn't there. If the circumstances were different, then the hybrid would be panicking. But with the event with Albion happening earlier that day, the eldest son of Sparda had his suspicions about where his father's blade now was. With a deep breath, Hadrian held out his arm and concentrated, mentally calling out for the legendary blade. A bright light formed in Hadrian's hand before dissipating, revealing the beautiful form of Force Edge. A grin grew on the hybrid's face as he concentrated once more, causing the legendary blade to vanish into nothing, leaving the young boy's hand empty. Seems that the blade has connected to me in some way. That means I am no longer have to worry about someone stealing Force Edge, Hadrian thought with a triumphant expression. Break! Sitting in the Great Hall on a Monday morning, Hadrian yawned as he placed some toast, eggs, and bacon onto his plate, cutting the yolk of the egg and spreading it across the toast as he ate it. Currently, the young hybrid was consumed by his thoughts. The discovery that he had a sacred gear had yet to fade as he recalled the nonchalance of Kai, who didn't really care that the eldest son of Sparda now had a tool that could theoretically divide half of anyone's power. Of course, it wouldn't work for the young half-demon due to complications and the nature of his heritage. But it was possible for both he and Albion to work around those complications, finding new ways to use the power of the legendary sacred gear, dividing. Hello, Harry, a voice greeted, causing the snow-haired boy to blink in surprise as he turned around, coming face to face with the smiling face of Pandora Weezia. Oh, hey Pandora, how are you? Hadrian asks, curious. Pandora smiled at the young boy, sitting beside him as she placed both hands on her lap. I have been quite well. I can see that you have grown stronger and have awoken Albion, the blonde girl says with a smile. Hadria blinked in surprise as he looked at the young Ravenclaw, shocked that she knew about the legendary heavenly dragon currently within him. How did you dash? No. I know a lot of things, Harry. It's just that many think me crazy because I can see and understand what others cannot, Pandora says, putting Hadrian off. The eldest son of Sparda frowned as he saw the young Ravenclaw look down with slight sadness in her eyes. Hey, just because they think you are crazy doesn't mean you are. I mean, look at me. Do you think I'm a monster just because of my heritage? The snow-haired boy asks, spreading his arms out. The blonde girl smiled and shook her head in response. No, you aren't a monster, the Ravenclaw says, happy that the emerald-eyed boy didn't think she was crazy. Just then, Professor McGonagall walked up to the duo and coughed into her hand, gaining the attention of both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor students. Mr. Sparda, Headmaster Dumbledore has requested your presence after breakfast. He has seemed to have a hankering for some. Snickers, the Transfiguration professor says, before turning around and walking to the staff table. Hadrian hummed in thought as he scratched his chin. I wonder what the old man wants. The snow-haired boy wondered, placing both arms on the table. Shrugging it off, the eldest son of Sparda resumed his conversation with Pandora as he finished his meal, planning to head to the headmaster's office after breakfast ends. Break. Standing before the door to the headmaster's office, Hadrian raised his hand up to knock, only for a familiar voice to interrupt. You may enter, Harry. Dumbledore's muffled voice was heard from behind the door. Rolling his eyes in amusement, the young hybrid opened the door to see Albus, standing before his bookshelves, his fingers sliding across the many covers of the books placed on the shelves. You wish to speak to me, Headmaster? The young Sparda asks, crossing his arms over his chest. Indeed. I have decided now that you are older than 5, it was time to help you advance in your magical training, the old man says, causing Hadrian to perk up in curiosity. Is that so? What am I going to be learning? The white-haired boy asks, hints of excitement in his voice. Chuckling, the old wizard grasped the cover of a book and took it out of the bookshelf, placing it onto his desk. As of this moment, it is best that you study at your own pace. For this year, and the next I shall supply you with books, and you shall read through them at your own time. Study through the basics, and when you reach a decent way through the subject, I shall start training you personally, Albus says with a smile, his eyes shining with amusement. Raising an eyebrow, the eldest son of Sparda looked at the book and saw the title. Basics of the Elements. I'm going to learn elemental magic? Hadrian asks, curious. Dumbledore smiled and nodded his head in confirmation. Yes, I am more than certain that you are an elemental. But what element and how many you have control over is something I am not certain of. This book shall help you identify which element you possess and how to achieve the basics of mastering that element, Dumbledore says, sitting in his chair. Nodding his head, the young Sparda placed his hand on the book and looked up at Albus. Do I take it with me, or do I study in your office? Hadrian asks, knowing that some of the books in Albus' possession were incredibly rare, and the thought of losing it left a bitter taste in the hybrid's mouth. The last thing I want is to abuse the trust that Albus has placed in me, the young Sparda thought, knowing that the old man was helping him as a result of who his father was and the friendship that the both of them have. Dumbledore chuckled, as if sensing what the young snow-haired boy was thinking. You need not worry, my boy. This book is actually quite common, though most don't realize its importance. You may take it with you, the headmaster of Hogwarts says with a smile. Sending a grateful smile to Albus, the eldest son of Sparda turned around to leave, but paused for a moment. Hey, Albus? Hadrian spoke up, gaining the headmaster's attention. Yes, Harry? The old man tilts his head, curious as to what the young hybrid wanted. Taking a deep breath, the snow-haired boy turned back around, facing Albus. Recently, something has changed. Somehow, some way I feel as if I have connected to Force Edge in some unique way, the eldest son of Sparda says, gaining the old man's interest. Truly? How so? The old wizard asks. Without responding, the young Sparda raised his hand up as Force Edge appeared in his hand, shocking Dumbledore. Incredible. You have achieved a way to call your father's blade to you, the headmaster of Hogwarts says in awe. The young white-haired boy nodded his head in confirmation, banishing Force Edge as the young hybrid felt the presence of the legendary blade within him. Yes, but when I banish Force Edge, instead of it returning to the trunk, I feel as if it, I don't know, is stored within me, Hadrian states, causing Albus to frown as he stroked his beard, eyebrows scrunched up in thought. Interesting. I believe Sparda had spoken of this before. If I recall correctly, he mentioned how he had gained some level of bond with Force Edge, allowing the blade to be connected to him, allowing it to be summoned and banished at will. I believe you now have that same bond, Dumbledore says. Hadrian frowned as he looked off to the side in thought. But what about when my dad returns? I don't want him to be defenseless, and if I have this bond with Force Edge, then how will I be able to return it? The young Sparda asks, worry present in his green eyes. Albus smiled softly at the young boy, placing both hands on the desk. You need not worry, my boy. Just as Sparda was able to relinquish his bond with Force Edge to give the blade to you, you can do the same, allowing your father to reconnect with his blade, the old wizard says, comforting the young hybrid. Hadrian sighed but relaxed, nodding his head in understanding. Very well. I guess I still have time until my dad returns, so I will try and understand this bond that I have with Force Edge, Hadrian says, causing Albus to chuckle and nod in understanding. There you go. Just think on the bright side, the headmaster of Hogwarts says, comforting the white-haired boy. Nodding, Hadrian waved at Albus before exiting the office. I know your father would be proud of how you are growing, the old wizard thought, just as a burst of flames appeared in the office, a familiar sound echoing the room as a phoenix flew around the room, landing on the perch. Ah, there you are, Fox. I was wondering where you have gone off to, the headmaster of Hogwarts says, amusement in his tone. Fox merely trilled in response, closing his eyes and falling asleep. Dumbledore chuckled as he shook his head before turning his attention to a matter far more important. The bane of Albus' existence. Something so fierce that not even Albus Dumbledore can truly beat. Something that the headmaster hated more than anything. Paperwork. One day, I shall win this never-ending battle and send you back to the hell you came from, the old wizard says with narrowed eyes. An amused trill was heard from the Phoenix as he watched one of the most powerful wizards curse for the end to the monster that is paperwork. Break, the fat lady. An odd name for a portrait, but fitting for the woman that guarded the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. Hadrian had to agree that the woman was certainly pushing it, as she was comparable to a beach ball. Of course, the snow-haired boy wouldn't have any trouble speaking this out loud, if it wasn't for the fact that portraits in the wizarding world actually acted like they were alive, which was quite disturbing for both the eldest son of Sparda and his demonic companion Kai. Gryffindor pride, the young boy spoke out loud. Without a word, the fat lady's portrait began to move, revealing the entry to the Gryffindor common room. Entering the common room, Hadrian blinked in surprise as he saw Lily, sitting on one of the couches in the empty common room, several balls of light floating before her as she looked on in triumph. I wonder what she was doing, the young hybrid thought to himself, walking towards the red-headed girl, curious as to what she was doing. Making his way towards the couches, Hadrian silently moved to the couch on the opposite side of the young Muggleborn, noticing her eyes moving towards him before focusing back on the balls of light before her. Looking closely, the young Spartan noted how Lily held her wand in her hand, softly moving it as the balls of light followed the wand's direction. Never seen that before, Hadrian spoke out, causing a smile to form on the young girl's lips. Yep, I wanted to see what the limits of the Lumos charm was, Lily says, hints of enthusiasm in her voice. The young Sparta hummed as he stroked his chin in thought. Didn't know that the charm could do that. Did you find it in a book? The eldest son of Sparta asks. In response, the red-headed Muggleborn shook her head, informing the show-haired boy that she did not find it in a book. I decided to see if it was possible to have the light float off of the wand and into an orb that followed the wand's direction, Lily answered. Hadrian chuckled as he looked at the several orbs of light. Looks like you were able to do more than just one. I am honestly surprised, though. I thought you found something in a book that informed you that it was possible, the young hybrid admitted, causing Lily to giggle in amusement as she turned to him, smiling coolly at the white-haired boy. Harry, I am in Gryffindor for a reason. If I only read and followed those instructions to a T, then I would be in Ravenclaw. I want to do more than just follow some person's notes and research. I want to contribute to it. I want to push spells to their limits, find what they can and can't do, what hidden potential they might hold. I look around me and I see other Muggleborns just treating Hogwarts like it's a regular school, the wonders of magic slowly being drained out of them as they act like the magic around them has been a part of their lives since before they could walk, the red-headed girl says, frustration slowly beginning to grow in the girl's posture. Hadrian blinked in surprise as he placed both hands in his lap, leaning forward as he found himself interested in Lily's words. Is that so? And what will you do with that research? The young hybrid asks, curious. In response, Lily grinned. I want to be the best which I can be. I want to discover ancient magic lost to time. I want to create spells of incredible power and potential, make potions never even thought of. I want to make a mark in history like Rowena Ravenclaw and Helga Hufflepuff. The red-haired girl says, eyes shining with enthusiasm. Hadrian looked on as the young girl spoke passionately about her goals and dreams. Are you sure you are a Gryffindor? Seems you are more like a Slytherin with your ambition. The eldest son of Sparta asks, amusement present on his face. Lily merely smiled like the cat that caught the canary at the snow-haired boy. The son of Sparta blinked in surprise as he saw the young girl's expression, his heart skipping a beat as he found himself attracted to the red-headed witch. Wow, she is very pretty when she looks at me like that. Hadrian couldn't help but think to himself. Of course, the Sorting Hat did say that I would do great in Slytherin with my cunning and ambition. But what really got the Sorting Hat to choose otherwise is the fact that I don't care what other people think. I don't care if what I do they don't like. I only care about those close to me, and them only. Lily states with confidence. Hadrian chuckled and nodded his head in understanding. I see. Then I wish you the best of luck, the young hybrid says with a smile. The young Muggleborn girl beamed in happiness before noticing the book in Hadrian's hand. What's that? The young girl asks, pointing to the book in the eldest son of Sparta's hand. Blinking in surprise, the snow-haired boy looked down and realized that he still held the book he was given to by the headmaster. Oh, this is a book on basic elemental magic, the young hybrid answered. Sparkle shone in Lily's eyes as she banished the orbs of light floating in front of her as she practically teleported to the young Sparta's side, looking down at the book with excitement. Can we start reading it? I always wanted to learn elemental magic, the young Evans asks, practically jumping up and down in excitement. Hadrian looked at Lily, pondering on the young girl's request. Really? I had assumed you would have wanted to read this in your own time by yourself, so dash. Don't say that, Lily states, cutting the eldest son of Sparda off. Huh? Hadrian asks, turning to the young girl in confusion. Don't say that. I like to read, but I really enjoy it when I do it with someone who also has a desire to learn the same subject as me, the young Muggleborn says, confusing Hadrian. What do you mean? The young Sparda asks. Lily smiled softly at Hadrian as she placed a hand on the book cover. I enjoy it when I study with someone. I like to talk to them and have their opinion on the subject. I love learning about charms, but there is no one I know that has such passion on the subject like I do. Then there is potions. I love how similar it is to chemistry. The young girl gushes, causing the young Sparda to nod his head in understanding. Well then, let us get started, the eldest son of Sparda says, opening the book to the first page. Lily beamed at her friend and moved closer to get a better view of the pages. Dream/flashback. A 7-year-old Hadrian yawned as he sat in his chair, twirling his pencil in his hand as he found himself in his classroom, waiting for the teacher to arrive. School was not what the young Sparda thought it would be. It was boring, dull, and everyone around him aside from the adults were just too immature. Something that the snow-haired boy noted about kids his age was that they were all ridiculous. After all, what the hell makes boys and girls think that the opposite gender is cooties? Like seriously, parents involve a mother and a father. And last I recall, they were both male and female. The snow-haired boy thought to himself, just as the door opened and a slightly chubby woman entered the classroom. Hello, class. Today we have a new student. Welcome, Luna. Nightshade, the teacher announces as a small girl with auburn hair enters the classroom. As the girl stood before the classroom, Hadrian stopped his pencil from twirling as he gazed at the young girl. She was pretty, unnaturally so in fact, causing her to stand out compared to everyone in the class, much like Hadrian did when around people. As the eldest son of Sparda inspected the young girl, he blinked in surprise as he saw her eyes, silver and as radiant as the moonlight in a clear night sky, with hair that passed her shoulders that swayed as she turned her head, looking at the class before her. There is a seat right next to Mr. Gladiolus, the teacher says, gesturing to the snow-haired boy. Gladiolus. That was the last name that both Sparda and Eva chose to hide Hadrian's true last name. Something about having their eldest son not have to worry about any chance of drawing in suspicion until he was old and strong enough to defend himself against the demons and the devil subclass. As Luna walked across the class, she sat at the seat next to Hadrian, moving her chair slightly away from the white-haired boy, as if disgusted by him. Got a problem with me? The young Sparda asks, cocking an eyebrow at the young girl. In response, Luna scoffed, looking at the eldest son of Sparda with disgust in her eyes. I have nothing to say to you, boy, the silver-eyed girl spat, causing Hadrian to roll his eyes, shaking his head in irritation. Great. Another idiot, the young sorta thought to himself, leaning back on his chair as he began to spin the pencil in his hand as the teacher began to speak once more. Break, letting out a sigh of contentment as his shoulders popped as he raised both arms over his head, stretching as school ended for the day. The eldest son of Sparda lowered his arms as he spotted Luna, practically storming out of the class with a scowl on her face. Gunning at the odd behavior of the girl, the young Sparda grabbed his bag and threw it over his shoulder, walking out of the classroom as he made his way out of the school grounds. Unlike most parents, Hadrian was able to walk home after school without any adult supervision, a result of Sparda's trust in his eldest son's capabilities, despite Eva's worries of her first son being attacked by either demons or by human kidnappers. Something that amused the full-blooded demon to no end. Honey, if Hadrian can bench a car, then I think he can handle a human kidnapper, the voice of Sparda rang in the young boy's head, chuckling slightly at the memory of his mother's reaction when Sparda tested Hadrian's physical strength. The young snow-haired boy continued to walk home before coming to a stop, hearing a commotion not too far from him. Making his way towards the noises, the young Sparda frowned as he saw Luna, standing before a group of suspicious men with a hard glare on her face. No signs of fear in her eyes. Looks like today is our lucky day, boys. Looks like we found a good one. How much do you think she will sell for in the black market? A man, who was more than likely the leader, laughed as the men surrounded Luna. She is definitely a cute little one. She would definitely sell for quite a lot, even if she is still just a child. a obese man says, causing laughter to echo from the group. The auburn-haired girl sneered at the man as she opened her hands, as if ready to grab something. "Hey, dumbass," Hadrian called out, causing the group and Luna to turn and see the snow-haired boy standing before them with his arms crossed. "Scram before I knock your teeth in," the eldest son of Sparta threatened. Silence descended upon them, before the men bursted into laughter. "You really think a brat like you can beat us? Huh? Oh, you little shit. You are nothing compared to us. Just a little boy that believes he can be a hero because he watched too many shows about heroes winning. So why don't you scram? This is the real world," the leader of the group taunted, laughter following as his group found themselves amused by Hadrian's words. The eldest son of Sparta merely cocked an eyebrow, unimpressed by the men before him. How predictable. But that is to be expected from arrogant people, believing themselves to be untouchable. All that is needed is to be knocked off their pedestal, the snow-haired boy thought to himself. "You done? I have better things to do than deal with an idiot that lacks the brain cells to rub together to believe that they're better, because they have a bunch of dudes giving them a daily handjob," Hadrian responded, causing the leader to choke, eyes widening in complete shock. From the corner of his eyes, the eldest son of Sparta saw Luna, staring at him wide-eyed at his response. "That's it. I'm going to make you regret ever insulting me. You little shit," the man roared, pulling out a pocket knife, flipping it open as he charged at Hadrian and thrusted the blade forward. The blade stopped inches away from the young boy's chest, the hand shaking as it struggled to move forward. The leader paled as he saw Hadrian's hand, holding onto his wrist tightly as his hand refused to move forward. What? What are you doing?" the man demanded, trying to pull his hand back, failing to remove his hand from the white-haired boy's grasp. "Oh, not enjoying yourself so much anymore?" Hadrian asks, raising an unimpressed eyebrow at the man. No one was able to react as the eldest son of Sparta scammed his palm into the leader's stomach, sending the man flying through the air before slamming into a nearby wall. Crack! Looking at the leader, the men paled as they saw blood flowing down his head as their leader remained unmoving, limp with no sign of life. That's when it hit them. A 7-year-old boy had just killed their leader by sending him through the air. "In no way. I ain't dealing with some monster kid," one of the men yelled out, turning around as he attempted to flee, only for a trash can to slam into the back of his head, sending the man falling forwards as his head slammed onto the concrete ground. "Not fun, is it? When someone fights back," Hadrian's voice was heard as the group turned to see the snow-haired boy, walking towards them with a steady stride. The thugs shook with fear as they remained frozen, a feeling of coldness running down their spines as emotionless eyes pierced their souls. "PL, please, let us go, and we can forget all about this," one of the men pleaded, hoping that the young boy would let them escape. A dark chuckle escaped the eldest son of Sparta as he looked up at them. No, I don't think so," the snow-haired boy stated. Not too far from the group, Luna watched as Hadrian killed the men with brutal efficiency, no hesitation in his attacks as blood splattered the ground. "Now that that's handled, are you okay?" the eldest son of Sparta asks, turning to Luna with his arms crossed, not a speck of blood on him. The silver-eyed girl nodded her head in confirmation. "Yes, I am. But why did you help?" Luna asks, narrowing her eyes at the eldest son of Sparta. In response, the young hybrid shrugged his shoulders. "Because it was the right thing to do? Because I hate it when people think they are better than everyone else because of the people at their back. Or maybe it's because I hate it when idiots like that try to take advantage of people because they can." The eldest son of Sparta answered. Luna cocked her head to the side, her face showing no hint of emotion as her silver eyes inspected the boy before her. "I'm not going to say thank you, just so you know," the auburn-haired girl pointed out, causing a chuckle to escape the emerald-eyed boy. "I didn't do it to receive a thanks. I did it because it was right, and because I wanted to make sure they wouldn't hurt anyone again," Hadrian answered, receiving a sound of acknowledgement from the silver-eyed girl before him. "You're an interesting male. Maybe you can prove that maybe not all boys are pigs like them," Luna says, gesturing to the thugs that the son of Sparta killed. Hadrian merely chuckled in amusement. "I can say that I am not like them, but I am certain actions speak louder than words. And you are an interesting female. Most girls I know don't like being around me because I supposedly have cooties, which is honestly quite a dumb thing to believe, the snow-haired boy responded with a cheeky grin on his face. Luna merely cocked an eyebrow at the young boy's statement before letting out a sigh. You are true that actions speak louder than words. But if you call me female again, I will castrate you, the auburn-haired girl warned, causing Hadrian to frown at her. What's castrate? The snow-haired boy asks, tilting his head in confusion. Luna merely sighed and shook her head. Whatever. My name is Luna. Don't wear it out, the silver-eyed girl warned. Hadrian smiled as he held out his hand. Hadrian. But you can call me Harry for short, the young Sparda said with a small smile. Luna merely looked down at the young hybrid's hand before slowly nodding her head. Right. Don't think I will allow you to touch me in any way. You are just a boy, and I don't trust you, the auburn-haired girl stated, crossing her arms. Hadrian looked at her in confusion, but decided to shrug it off. Whatever. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, then I won't shake your hand, the young boy says, placing both hands in his pockets. Luna's eyebrow twitched as she grinded her teeth in frustration. I'm not uncomfortable by shaking your hand. I just don't trust you to not have dirty thoughts about me by touching me in any way, the young girl pointed out. Hadrian merely deadpanned at the girl. You know, if you're going to act like this all the time, then I am just going to leave. I understand that you don't like boys, but don't expect me to just accept you insulting me all the time and just deal with it. If you can't handle that, then just hang out with the girls in our school. There are plenty of them around, the snow-haired boy says, scowling at the silver-eyed girl. Luna looked at Hadrian wide-eyed, shocked by his words. You know, the girls are silly, talking about ridiculous stuff like Barbie dolls, the auburn-haired girl says, shivering at the thought of the item in question. Hadrian snorted in amusement, shaking his head with a small smile. Guess we can agree on that. But it doesn't change the fact that I am not going to take your insults lying down, the eldest son of Sparda says. Luna inspected Hadrian before letting out a sigh. Very well. I will not insult you until you prove that you are just like all the other males, Luna says with a blank expression. The son of Sparda merely gave the girl an unimpressed stare. Whatever. But if you push it, then I'm just going to leave and you can find some other people to talk to, the white-haired boy says, turning around and walking off. Luna couldn't help but feel a grudging respect for Hadrian. I guess I will see you at school, Luna called out, causing Hadrian to pause as he looked over his shoulder. Yeah, see you tomorrow, the eldest son of Sparda says before going around a corner. And on that day, a friendship formed between both Hadrian Sparda and Luna Nightshade. Dream/flashback end. Rage, that was all that he felt at this moment. Curse you, Sparda! Curse you, you traitor! A powerful voice boomed across the land as a massive being paced back and forth. This being is Mundus, the king of the demon race. Mundus' large feet slammed into the ground as he snarled with rage, the memory of his ex-general's betrayal bringing about his anger. We had plans. We were to take the universe, to rule as we deserve. Mundus roared in rage, his voice echoing with power. Calm yourself, a voice spoke out, causing the powerful demon to pause, his face still twisted with anger. The king of the demons turned around to see a beautiful woman with pitch-black hair that flowed down to her lower back, catching blood-red eyes with a black dress that hugged her beautiful body, allowing many to see her buxom figure. What are you doing here, Lilim? The demon king demanded. In response, the woman cocked an eyebrow at the powerful demon. Can a girl not visit her father? Lilim asks, tilting her head slightly in curiosity. In response, Mundus grunted, crossing his arms in frustration. What has angered you this time, Dad? The female devil asks, placing both hands on her hips. The king of the demons sighed and shook his head. I have yet to pay Sparda for his betrayal, and my attack on his home over a year ago has been a total failure, Mundus answered. And it would seem that my old general has regained his former power, the king says, waving a hand to reveal an image of Hadrian, standing before the Hell Gate in his newly awakened demon form. Lilim frowned as she tilted her head, eyes narrowed as she inspected the image. He looks different from the pictures I have seen, the daughter of Mundus stated. Mundus blinked in surprise as he looked down at his daughter before turning to the image, leaning forward to get a closer look. His horns are inverted and his eyes are certainly different, the Demon King says, noticing the difference between his old general and this new look-alike. Looks like you weren't the only one to find someone, huh? Lilim asks, looking at her father. It only took a few moments before the implication hit the king of the demons. So Sparda now has a son. He certainly looks very close to his father aside from his horns and eyes, as well as that glow between his armor plates, Mundus says, placing a hand on his chin in thought. Lily hummed in thought as she moved forward, getting a closer look at the son of Sparda, his fingers on the Hell Gate as the hybrid was about to perform a 1-inch punch. So he would have been my fiancé, Lily says, inspecting the form of Hadrian. That was the plan. We take over the universe, and should our children be opposite sexes, they would wed to produce an even more powerful demon to ascend to the throne, Mundus states, looking at the image of Sparda's son. As she looked at the image, Lily licked her lips with eyes burning with lust as she saw the demon form of Hadrian. Who's to say that can't happen? The daughter of Mundus asks, feeling a part of her burn with desire as she sees Hadrian's violet eyes glaring at the Hell Gate. He betrayed our race, Lily. And not only that, his son seems to protect humanity, just like my traitorous general, Mundus snarled. Lily merely grinned up at her father. You don't see it, do you, father? He is still young, the female devil says, hints of amusement in her voice. Mundus frowned at his daughter before his eyes widened in realization. Which means that he has yet to reach his full power, the king of the demons says with a grin. Which means if we play our cards right, we can weaken Sparda's seal enough for me to enter the human world and find Sparda's son, Lily continued. And with the boy not being strong enough to challenge you, you will be able to capture him and bring him to the demon world, the king of the demons says. Lily then smiled as she crossed her arms under her breasts. And I get the son of Sparda, and you get the future heir to your throne. One more powerful than you, the daughter of the demon king finishes. A dark chuckle escaped Mundus as he turned to the image of Hadrian, standing before the Hell Gate. Well, now that is an interesting turn of events. Well, Sparda, my brother in arms, looks like our bloodlines will be united soon. And the multiverse shall see the power of our bloodlines in the next king of the demon race, Mundus says, before letting out a laugh of triumph. First steps. Chapter 8. First steps. My name is Luna. Don't wear it out. Luna's voice echoed in Hadrian's mind. A groan escaped the snow-haired boy's mouth as his eyes slowly opened, only for the young Sparda to see the ceiling of the second-year boys' dorm within Gryffindor Tower. Currently in his bed, Hadrian found himself laying under the covers of his bed, holding back the cold of the drawing winter and maintaining his body heat. Letting out a tired sigh, the young Sparda went to sit up from his lying position, only to feel something impede his movements. It took not even a full second to realize what had stopped him in his tracks. Laying atop his chest, Kai slept soundly, her long hair covering his bare chest that Hadrian was certain was previously covered by a shirt before he had fallen asleep. The beautiful demon had her arms wrapped around his torso as he felt Kai's large breasts press against his chest. Looking up at the ceiling, the snow-haired boy sighed as he knew that like every other time she slept with him, Kai would be nude, a fact that the eldest son of Sparda had to deal with. Relaxing as he laid down once more, the eldest son of Sparda recalled the dream he had. Luna, a girl who had become Hadrian's best friend when he went to school, before the attack on his family mansion. I wonder how she is doing now, the white-haired boy thought to himself. It didn't take long until Kai began to stir, slowly waking up as her beautiful eyes opened, staring up at Hadrian. Morning, Harry. You certainly seem awake. How about I help you with your problem? Kai asked flirtatiously as her hand lowered. The young Sparda bit his lip to hold back a moan as he felt the demoness hand grip his rapidly hardening member, a result of feeling Kai's nude body pressed against his own. Kai, I have to get ready for class, the young hybrid protested weakly. The female demon giggled in response as she licked her lips. Then I will make it fast. Trust me, dear, you will love it, Kai whispered huskily, pulling her hand away from Hadrian's member and bringing up in front of her mouth, pretending to hold something as she made stroking motions in the air, her mouth wide open as she moved her tongue to the side of her mouth, pushing out her cheek in a suggestive manner. Hadrian felt his heart racing at the thought of the beautiful demoness offer. It certainly wouldn't hurt. No, I need to get ready for class. Last thing I want is to be distracted the entire day, because I couldn't stop imagining Kai with her lips wrapped around my own. The eldest son of Sparda yelled in his mind, shaking his head to remove the thoughts of having fun with his demon companion. Sorry, Kai, but I do need to get ready. I don't know what time it is, and the last thing I want to do is be late to class, Hadrian says, lightly pushing Kai off of his body as he sat up, causing the covers of the bed to slide off, revealing his toned torso as he swung his legs off the bed and stood up, his members swinging between his legs from the motion. "Well, my offer is always open," Kai says, leaning against her hand as the bed cover failed to hide her curvaceous form. Struggling to stamp down the urge to accept her offer, Hadrian did his best to focus on getting dressed to get ready for the day. Maybe on a weekend, a traitorous part of Hadrian couldn't help but suggest. Despite how much he wanted to ignore the possibility, the snow-haired boy kept the offer in the back of his mind, knowing that the temptation would one day get the better of him. Break! James Potter grinned as he walked beside his best friends, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. Currently in one of the many corridors of Hogwarts Castle, the group saw a group of Slytherins walking to class with books in their arms. The Potter heir narrowed his eyes at the Slytherins, noting their features. Slowly, a grin made its way onto the bespectacled boy's face as he grabbed his wand from his pocket, causing his friends to look at him oddly. "James, what are you planning?" Sirius Black asks, confused. "Oh, nothing much. Just giving some of these blood purists a taste of their own medicine," the young boy says, and without a moment of hesitation, aimed his wand at the Slytherins. Sordida Lava, a darkish brown spell shot from the boy's wand, engulfing the Slytherins in its light. As the light began to fade, the Slytherins were revealed. Wearing dirty clothes, the effect was immediate as the girls screamed and ran off, and the boys cursed and looked around, searching for the culprits, just as James pulled his friends behind one of the many suits of armor. "What was that?" Peter asks, curious. James grinned in response. "Simple, really. I just gave them dirty clothes," the Potter heir says in triumph. Remus cocked an eyebrow as Sirius snorted in amusement. "I could just imagine how those Merlin-damned blood purists would think. Oh, there is no way I will look like those pathetic blood traitors and dirty Muggleborns," Sirius says in a mock impression, causing the group of friends to laugh. "But don't they say dash? I know what they call Muggleborns, but even as a joke, I won't say it," Sirius interrupted with an odd amount of firmness in his voice. "But why did you dirty their clothes?" "I don't think they did anything wrong," Remus asks, confused. James shook his head in response. "No, these guys are bastards who act like they are better than everyone around them. I saw them at one of my family's Yule balls. That particular group always sticks together and treats what they consider lower class like crap. Of course, they are nowhere near the likes of Malfoy. Not and his little group of robe kissers," James explains. Remus made a sound of acknowledgement as he nodded his head in understanding. "Didn't know your family held balls," Peter says, looking at the Potter heir with a surprised look on his face. James snorted as he crossed his arms over his chest. "Yeah, my family holds balls every year, either for Yule or for the New Year. It's a tradition in the Potter family, and I will soon need to attend as heir to the Potter family," the young Potter says with a sigh. Peter tilted his head in confusion. "You said you saw that group of Slytherins at your family's ball, but that would mean you attended anyway. So what's the difference?" Pettigrew asks, confused. A chuckle from Sirius caught the attention of the group. "It's because James was there non-officially, so while his actions at the ball was watched, it wasn't representing the Potter family as a whole," the young Black says, receiving shocked looks from his friends. "My mother has a habit of jamming things into my head monthly. Some things stick," Sirius answers with a shrug. "Should we be worried that you will start spouting pure-blood nonsense?" James asks, though the slight grin on his face told that he was merely making fun of Sirius. "Oh, Merlin, no. You can take my broom for 1,000 years, but there is no way I am ever going to say anything as stupid as the nonsense my family spouts," the young Black heavily protests, causing his friends to smile at him. "Relax, Sirius. We know you wouldn't," Remus says, placing a comforting hand on Sirius' shoulder. Blinking in surprise, the young Black looked at his friends and smiled softly, seeing that his friends had no doubt in their eyes from Remus' words. "Thanks, guys. It's just being a member of the Black family tends to draw unwanted attention," the young boy admits. James smiled at Sirius and patted his back. "Hey, don't worry. We are friends. We got each other's backs," the young Potter days, causing Sirius to smile brightly at the Potter heir. Yeah. Friends got each other's backs," the young Black says. "Of course, that isn't going to change the fact that I am going to beat your ass in the Quidditch tryouts," James says with a cheeky grin on his face. Sirius huffed as he looked at James with an amused smile. "Oh, really? Don't go complaining when I am the one who gets chosen," the young Black teases, causing the group to chuckle. Remus watched as his friends joked around, heading to the Great Hall for the first meal of the day. Slowly turning his head, Lupin looked out a nearby window as he stared up at the bright sky, white clouds floating through the air. It's almost full, Remus thought, sighing to himself as he shook his head. Break! Lily packed her potions ingredients away as her classmates began to leave. After a potions lesson with Professor Slughorn, the red-headed Muggleborn watched as Severus placed an unknown book in his bag as he threw his bag over his shoulder, the strap of the bag hanging on his shoulder. Hey, Sev, Lily hesitantly called out. Severus froze as he hesitantly turned to look at his childhood friend. Yeah, the young Slytherin responds. Biting her lip, the young witch spoke. Do you want to hang out later? I know you spend time with your friends, but it would be nice to spend some time with you. Outside of classes, Lily asks. The young Snape frowned as he looked off to the side. After a few moments of debate, the young boy looked back up at his friend. Yeah, that sounds nice, Severus says, receiving a beaming smile from the red-headed Gryffindor. Break! Slam! Severus let out a grunt as an older Slytherin shoved him into one of the walls of the common room. Several other Slytherins watching the scene before them. You really don't know how to listen, do you? We told you to stay away from that pathetic Gryffindor mudblood. One of the Slytherins that had attacked Severus the previous year snarled, standing above the young boy with anger in his eyes. Severus scowled as he tried to look unaffected by the older Slytherin's threat. Is there a problem here? A voice cut through the silence, causing many to stiffen as they turned to see Lucius Malfoy, walking towards the older Slytherin with narrowed eyes. What do you want, Malfoy? This has nothing to do with you, the older Slytherin snapped. Malfoy narrowed his eyes and, without hesitation, swiftly pulled out his wand and aimed it underneath the older Slytherin's chin. The boy gulped as Lucius narrowed his eyes, the tip of Malfoy's wand glowing the dangerous green of the killing curse. Many gasped with fear as they stumbled back, wanting nothing to do with the infamous curse. What was that? I don't think I heard you. From over there, Malfoy says, pointing to the other side of the room, wand still pointed underneath the other Slytherin's chin. The Slytherin stuttered, shaking with fear. Lucius hummed as he lowered his wand, the green fading from the wand. Thought so. The blonde Slytherin scoffed, wand resting in his hand as he watched the other Slytherin taking several shuddering breaths. I'm going to say this once. Leave Snape alone. He is with me, and if you attack him or insult him, you will be insulting the House of Malfoy, the Malfoy heir warned in a dangerous tone, looking at his housemates in the common room. Many were stiff with fear, knowing the political power that the House of Malfoy wielded. Who do you think you are to threaten us? A voice spoke out, causing everyone to turn and see a first-year Slytherin, glaring defiantly at Lucius. The blonde Slytherin cocked an eyebrow as he noticed the slight shake in the first year's legs. The heir to the Malfoy family sighed as he placed his wand in his pocket, not feeling the need to use it to scare the first-year Slytherin. I am Lucius Malfoy, heir to the ancient and noble House of Malfoy. We are an ancient family that originated from France, the birth country of Vila. I am a descendant of a male Vila, making me far more powerful in terms of magical abilities. Just one of those things is enough to put me at the top of this country's food chain, the young Malfoy stated. A tense silence descended upon the common room. Many Slytherins unable to look at Lucius in the eye as some shuffled away from the blonde Slytherin. From the corner of his eye, Lucius noticed a particular trio looking at him with blank expressions. But it was the youngest of the trio that caught his attention. Is there something you want to say, Black? The Malfoy heir asks, causing many to turn to the Black sisters. The Black sisters are triplets, daughters of the most ancient and most noble House of Black, beauties that many were unable to even get close to. The first and oldest is Bellatrix, a beautiful dark-haired girl with a figure that even the Hogwarts robes failed to hide. The next and second oldest of the triplets was Andromeda, a beautiful girl, who was a near replica of her older sister, sharing the same appearance and figure as Bellatrix. Next and last was Narcissa. Unlike her older sisters, Narcissa had beautiful blonde hair with a similar figure to her sisters. With both their beauty and their status as the daughters of the Black family, many students and even adults sought their hand. I do. It's about Sparda, Narcissa spoke, gaining Lucius' interest. The rumors about the eldest son of Sparda being a male Vila was so well known that even the Slytherins had heard of it many times over. Gained an interest in our resident male Vila? The Malfoy heir asks with an amused expression on his face. In response, the youngest Black narrowed her eyes at Lucius before regaining a cold and emotionless expression. There are some things that don't match up with the rumors of him being a male Vila. While he does share characteristics of being a male Vila, he also lacks the traits that the Vila have, the beautiful blonde stated, gaining the attention of all the Slytherins. The Malfoy heir tilted his head as he crossed his arms, interested in what the youngest female Black Point was. And that would be? Lucius asks, raising an eyebrow. Their allure. Sparda does not have an allure, as no girls have begun drooling over him, and while I will admit he is attractive, he doesn't look like the epitome of fex like the books claim, the blonde female stated. Murmurs can be heard from around the common room, as those who knew about a little Vila agreed with her statement. Lucius merely snorted and shook his head in disbelief. And what exactly did you read on male Vila? Because whoever did was clearly full of shit. First, male Vila never have and never will have an allure. The allure is a defense mechanism against any male that sought to harm a Vila, which eventually resulted in Vila-seeking males that could resist their allure, as they were the best mate for Vilas. Second, Sparda is 12 years old. He barely even hit puberty, yet so of course he isn't going to look like a model on your Wizard Weekly, and despite still being incredibly young. I have already heard many witches in this school comparing him to those same wizard models, the Malfoy heir stated. This surprised everyone as they looked at Lucius in disbelief. You're actually defending that Gryffindor? Many Slytherins exclaimed in shock and protested in disbelief. The Malfoy heir growled in frustration as he took several deep breaths to calm himself, just as the noise began to grow. Silence! Lucius roared, causing many to quieten down. Looking around with narrowed eyes, the heir to the House of Malfoy nodded to himself as he saw many Slytherins looking at him with fear in their eyes. Now, I am not defending Sparda, but do not forget that I am a descendant of a male Vila. That means that we have something in common that no one else does, but that does not mean I will be friendly with him. He is a Gryffindor, and I am a Slytherin. But that also does not mean I will purposefully go out of my way to aggravate him. The rumors about his magical power should be enough for all of us to be hesitant around him. After all, if his knockback Jinx, a spell that is considered practically harmless, was able to be on par with an average Reducto in the hands of Sparda, imagine what he could do with more dangerous spells at his wand, Lucius says, causing many to pale at the thought. Now what brought this speculation about? The Malfoy heir asks, looking back at the Black Sisters. Many had expected Narcissa to respond, but it was in fact Andromeda who had spoken. It was his last name the second oldest Black sister answered. His name? Matthew Greengrass, the heir to the most ancient and most noble house of Greengrass asks, confusion evident on his face. Andromeda nodded her head in confirmation. Yes, I recall finding something in a book in one of the many books within the Black Library that had made mention of the name Sparda. I have yet to relocate or remember what the book was about, but I do remember that Sparda's name was in that book, Andromeda responded. Lucius couldn't help but wonder what the pont was about the current subject. So what? What does Sparda's name have anything to do with your speculations of whether he was a male Vila or not? The heir to the Malfoy household asks. Because if what I remember of the books that contained information about the name Sparda hold even a grain of truth, there might be more to Hadrian Sparda than we know the second eldest Black sister stated. And that would be? Matthew asks, curious, that the fear that the Blacks of old had of anyone with the name of Sparda was warranted, that angering Sparda could be the death of us all, Andromeda states with narrowed eyes. Chills ran down the backs of everyone in the common room. What secrets does Hadrian Sparda hold, and why did the Blacks of old, considered some of the darkest and most dangerous wizards in magical history, feared anyone with the name of Sparda? Break! Hadrian yawned as he made his way down the stairs from his common room, having just woken up on a weekend morning, only to see a group of students crowded around the notice board. I wonder what is going on, the young Sparda thought to himself. Doubt it is anything of interest. Human children get distracted by every little thing, Albion states, causing Hadrian to chuckle. Yeah, you do have a point. Some of these people find the idea of playing with little balls and getting sprayed by some weird mist that makes them smell bad a good idea for a game. What was it called again? Gobblestone? The snow-haired boy asked telepathically. Don't know, don't care, the heavenly dragon responded, shrugging it off. Hadrian made his way towards the fireplace, sitting on one of the nearby couches near the warm fire, to stave off the cold that descended the castle, a result of the winter weather. Pulling out a book from one of his pockets within his robe thanks to minor expansion charms, Hadrian read on the elemental book that Albus had given him, wanting to learn more about elemental magic. Yes, a voice cheered, causing the young Sparda to perk up and look in the direction of the board to see the group surrounding the notice board had separated, allowing James Potter and his group to get a clear view. The young Potter heir turned to his friend, Sirius, and looked at the dark-haired boy with a triumphant grin. "Look at that, Black. I made the Quidditch team," the second-year Gryffindor says smugly, rolling his eyes. Hadrian turned his attention back to his book. Quidditch, a game that Hadrian had found the sport unappealing and not of much interest to him. From what the half-demon was able to learn was that the entire match relied on one person, the Seeker. While the other team members scored points, the Seeker searched for a small golden ball that gave the Atcher 150 points. Why exactly they have the points in tens, I will never know. Why not? Just have a score of 1 point, and catching the snitch 15 doesn't really change anything except making the score seem bigger than it actually is, the snow-haired boy thought to himself. As this was happening, James Potter continued to rub the fact that he was a member of the Quidditch team in Sirius' face, something that caused the young boy to grumble. While this was happening, the young Sparda read his book, purposefully ignoring the commotion in favor of learning, a trait that he shared with his younger brother, Virgil. But both sons of Sparda favored learning different types of things. Virgil seemed to favor work created by the likes of William Shakespeare, while Hadrian favored learning about magic and anything that could increase his repertoire of spells or improve his spells, making him a more dangerous person, a trait that the young Sparda had learned that his father had back when he was young. As the snow-haired Gryffindor ignored everyone around him, someone's hand tapped the young hybrid's shoulder, causing him to lower his book and look at the person who had gained his attention. There, with a warm smile, was Lily, her arms folded in front of her as she was in casual dress, a simple shirt and jeans with a dark jacket. "Oh, hey Lily, what's up?" Hadrian asks, placing his book on his lap. "Not much. I just wanted to ask if you wanted to head to the Black Lake to start learning about elementals?" The young redhead asked the young Sparda. Humming in thought, the young snow-haired boy looked at the common room, noting how loud and excitable it was due to the newest member of the Quidditch team. "Sure, not going to get much work done with this lot as they are now," the hybrid states, gesturing to the other Gryffindors. Giggling amusement, the young Evans nodded her head with a smile. "All right then, let's get going then," Lily says, brimming with excitement. Hadrian smiled with a fond expression and nodded his head. Break. Elementals all begin somewhere. The first act of becoming a powerful elemental is first finding your element. But to do so is not as easy as it sounds. To do so, you must first locate a source of an element and create a set of runes that will temporarily increase your sensitivity and control over your elemental abilities. These particular set of runes were created with new elementals in mind. But one thing to understand is that not everyone is an elemental. While it is not uncommonly rare, it is not expected for everyone to be an elemental. It has been confirmed that at least 1 out of 10 people are elementals, and the elements wielded are based on the user's personality. Of course, that is not always the case, as there are always outliers, but in most cases, what suits your personality is the element you're going to use. Another thing is that no one knows if they are an elemental until they attempt to control an element. This in turn can cause many individuals to be disappointed upon discovering that they aren't elementals. Another key fact about elementals is that the more elements an elemental wields does not mean that they are stronger than someone who only controls a single element. The reason for this is because elements require time and focus to master, something that an elemental of a single element can do without as much difficulty as someone controlling 3 elements. This is fascinating, don't you think, Harry? Lily asks, looking from the book and up at the snow-haired boy. The eldest son of Sparda nodded his head in agreement. "Yeah, I wonder how strong Merlin would be if he had only 1 element to master," Hadrian says, mumbling slightly in thought. "True, but I think that because of how many elements Merlin was able to use is what made him so powerful as well. He was versatile, using many different elements to his advantage," the red-haired girl states. The son of Sparda nodded in understanding. "That is true. With my styles, sword, gun, and magic, I am more versatile, which makes me more dangerous. But it also means that I will need to dedicate more time to actually master all four things, which will take more time compared to if I had only three to master, Hadrian thought to himself. Clap. The snow-haired boy was broken out of his thoughts when Lily clapped both her hands together with a smile. Okay, let's get to work on these runes. Do you know how to draw them? I know that ancient runes is a third-year subject, but I had spent some time learning it to see if I would like it, the young red-haired Gryffindor says with a sheepish expression. Hadrian chuckled in amusement, but nodded his head non-the-s. Yes, I know how to draw them. If you want, I can explain it to you. The young Sparda offered his friend with a smile. Lily beamed at the snow-haired boy and nodded her head so fast that Hadrian had thought it might have snapped from the force of her nodding. All right, so what runes do is that it absorbs the ambient magic around it, which will then power the runes. But one thing that most people don't understand is that the way the rune is formed will allow that power to then be altered and transferred, which is known as a ritual. The ritual comprises between multiple different types of runes which direct that magic into whatever it is aimed at. But this particular ritual is unique. From what I can tell, it uses the ambient magic to tap into your magical core, which will heighten your sensitivity to magic, thus dialing your current elemental manipulation by a level. This will allow us to determine which element both you and I can manipulate, the son of Sparda says to the young Gryffindor as she stared at the snow-haired boy in awe. Wow, can I watch you do it? The red-haired girl asks with an expression of fascination on her face. Hadrian let out a chuckle of amusement at his friend's excitement, but nodded his head in agreement. Sure, why not? Who knows? Maybe in the future you might teach me a thing or two about runes, the young Sparda says with a grin on his face. Lily felt her world stop as she looked up at her friend. His smile and his enchanting green eyes caused her heart to race. Lily would admit without an ounce of shame that her best friend was incredibly cute, what with his unique hair and smooth face. But as she looked at him now, he was starting to become handsome. His devil-may-care grin along with his growing muscles that seemed to stick out like a sore thumb whenever he wore casual clothes made him look more handsome than cute. Shaking herself out of her thoughts, Lily watched with interest as the young Sparda began drawing the runes into the dirt with practiced ease. After a few minutes of drawing the runes and checking them and double-checking them, Hadrian stood up with a grin on his face as he crossed his arms over his chest, something that caused the shirt to tighten around his body where his biceps can be seen. Lily blushed brightly as he saw his arm flex slightly, causing his muscles to tense. The young girl felt a bit of drool slide down her face, causing the young Evan's eyes to widen in complete shock. Wiping the drool off of her face, the young Gryffindor felt as if her entire world had been turned upside down. Sure, Lily had always thought of her best friend as attractive, but she didn't think anything of it, including the rumors of him being a male Vila, something that Lily had come to believe. Honestly, how can anyone that looks like that not be a male Vila? The red-haired girl couldn't help but think to herself as she watched her best friend turn to her with a smile on his face. Ta-da! One ritual complete, the snow-haired boy says with excitement in his voice. Lily giggled in amusement, but nodded her head. Then I guess we should get started, Lily says, her eyes shining with excitement. Hadrian hummed in thought before ultimately shaking her head. No, I think it is best that I check it again. I need to make sure that the runes are perfectly operational, the young Sparda says. The young Evans frowned as she looked at her snow-haired friend oddly. Operational? You are the one who drew them, Lily asks, confused. Yes, I am. But that doesn't mean I can't have incorrectly drawn them. It's just a case of better be safe than sorry, the eldest son of Sparda answered, looking over his work and comparing it to the ones in the book. The red-haired Gryffindor blinked in surprise and remained silent for a few moments. Fair enough, the young girl responded with a shrug. After comparing the runes, Hadrian nodded his head with a confident expression on his face. Everything matches, the young snow-haired boy comments. All right, everything is all good then. Now we just get started, Lily says with an excited grin on her face. The young Sparda smiled in amusement. Yep, now I think it is best that I go first. In case something goes wrong, Hadrian suggests. The young Evans frowned as she turned to the snow-haired Gryffindor with an annoyed expression on her face. Harry, you need to relax. You checked it over. I am confident that there will be no problems, the red-haired girl states. I understand, but it's best that I dash. We agreed to do it together, and since you did all the work, it is the least I could do is make sure that it is safe, Lily interrupted. The young Sparda frowned and opened his mouth once more to speak. I don't care what you say. Don't think that just because you are more magically powerful than me that I ain't going to tie and gag you up, Mr. the red-haired Gryffindor stated with a pointed glare. The eldest son of Sparda stared at his friend, wide-eyed in complete shock at her words. She's a feisty one, Albion comments telepathically, amusement in his voice. And Kinky Tukai thought. Hadrian could only watch as Lily took in a deep breath as she stepped into the circle, the runes lighting up as her hair began to rise into the air, her eyes beginning to glow as the runes enhanced her magical ability. Raising her arms towards the Black Lake, Hadrian could only watch as the water remained motionless as Lily attempted to control the water. After a few moments, the runes began to dim as the young girl's hair began to fall back down, her eyes losing their glow as they returned to their original shade. Letting out a slight gasp, Lily fell to her knees as her arms dropped. Acting on instinct, Hadrian ran to his friend, placing his arms around her as he threw her arm over his shoulder and pulling her up and away from the runic circle. "Are you okay?" The snow-haired boy asked the young Evans, worry in his voice. Smiling slightly at her friend's worry, Lily waved her hand with a warm expression on her face. "I'm fine, just tired. Guess I don't have any affinity to water," the red-haired Gryffindor states with a shrug. Humming in thought, Hadrian couldn't help but wonder what Lily's affinity would be. Maybe fire. She certainly seems to have quite the fiery attitude, the young boy thought to himself. "It's your turn now, Buster. It works, and it is safe. Let's see if you have an affinity to water. Just try not to get me wet," the young Gryffindor says with a light push, causing the young Sparda to stumble slightly towards the runic circle in surprise. Throwing a mock glare at the cheeky redhead, Hadrian stood in the center of the runic circle and watched as they began to glow once more. The young Sparda's hair began to raise as his eyes glowed emerald green. Taking a deep breath, Hadrian held out his hands towards the Black Lake and focused. Feeling his magic flow out of his hand, the young hybrid frowned as he felt his magic attempt to manipulate the water only to fall short. Feeling his legs buckle as the runes began to dim, the eldest son of Sparda let out a slight breath as he felt as if he had just run around his home. "Tiring, isn't it?" Lily's voice broke Hadrian from his thoughts. Turning to the young girl, the young Sparda raised a questioning eyebrow at the red-haired Gryffindor. Snorting in amusement at her friend's confusion, Lily stood up from where she sat and made her way towards Hadrian. "The runes channeled the magic into us to enhance our abilities, which put some pressure onto our bodies. It's nothing permanent, but it definitely made us tired," Lily stated with a small smile. Hadrian blinked in surprise as he tilted his head in confusion. "How did you know that?" the young hybrid asks. Lily merely raised an eyebrow. "It's in the book. How did you not notice?" the young Gryffindor asks. Hadrian blinked in surprise as he looked down and thought. Must have missed it," the young Sparda commented with a shrug. Giggling at that, the young Evan smiled as she shook her head, amused by the young snow-haired boy's antics. Just then, hissing caught the attention of the both of them, and Hadrian and Lily turned to see a green snake looking up at them, its body tense as if ready to lunge. Narrowing his eyes at the snake, the eldest son of Sparda was caught completely off guard when Lily took a step forward towards the snake. "Sis," Lily hissed, causing the young hybrid to blink in surprise. Hadrian couldn't help but gawk as the snake lost its tension and hissed once more. "SSS," the young Evans hissed back. "Are they having a conversation?" The eldest son of Sparda couldn't help but wonder as both Lily and the snake hissed back and forth. With what seemed like hours, Lily eventually nodded with a smile as the snake turned and began to slither away. As she turned to the snow-haired Gryffindor, she paused as she saw his surprised expression. "What?" the young girl asks, confusion evident in her tone. The young Sparda merely stared at Lily. "Lily, you hissed at the snake," Hadrian responds, surprised at the discovery of his friend's ability. The young Evans frowned as she looked at him oddly. "Harry, the snake was speaking English." "You heard it, clear as day," the red-haired Gryffindor says with a slight giggle of amusement. The hybrid merely shook his head in response. "Trust me, Lily, the snake hissed and so did you," the young Sparda stated, causing Lily to tilt her head in confusion. "But it sounded English to me. How did I hiss when I was speaking normally?" the young girl asks, confused with hints of worry in her voice. The half-demon hummed in thought as he stroked his chin. "Now that is something we should look into, though we are looking into elementals, so I don't know when we would have the time," Hadrian stated with a small frown on his face. Lily scrunched up her face as she closed her eyes in thought. "Can we check the library now?" We did just do the ritual, and since it drained us, we can use this time to look at how I can speak snake, the young girl suggests, hoping to get to the bottom of what had just occurred and how she spoke to a snake while never realizing that she was hissing at it. Hadrian sighed as he rubbed his eyes. Truthfully, the young Sparda just wanted to go to his dorm and flop onto his bed and nap, the ritual having tired him out more than he had expected. It might have to do with the fact that it was foreign compared to your demonic energy. While you do have magic like these wizards, from what I can tell, your magic is far more potent and darker than there's Albion, informed the young boy. Heaving a sigh, Hadrian knew where the vanishing dragon was coming from and what his comment meant. While he may have wizarding magic, his magical core was affected by his demonic blood, resulting in his magic naturally having a darker affinity and being more potent in nature. The ritual itself was neutral in nature, resulting in the magics combating each other until the ritual ended. Fine. If you really want to, Hadrian says with a slightly tired expression. Lily squealed in happiness as she lunged forward, pulling Hadrian into a hug as she pressed her face against his chest. Thank you, thank you, thank you, the young Gryffindor repeated as she hugged the eldest son of Sparda tightly. Rolling his eyes with a small smile, the young Sparda lightly pushed the young girl back by the shoulders and raised an eyebrow as she continued to beam up at him. Are we going or not? Hadrian asked the young girl as he crossed his arms over his chest. Without a moment of hesitation, Lily's reached out and grabbed the snow-haired boy's arm and pulled him, her eyes lit with excitement as she practically dragged him through the corridors of Hogwarts and into the library, her mind set on one goal: find out how she can speak snake. Time skipped. It has been a week since the events of the Black Lake. Walking down the steps from the boys' dormitory, Hadrian let out a small yawn as he raised his arms up, stretching them as he let out a satisfied sigh as he heard his back crack from the motion. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, the young Sparda paused as he saw a familiar figure sitting by the fireplace. Lily, the snow-haired hybrids called out softly. Moving closer to the young Gryffindor, Hadrian noted that Lily remained motionless, sitting beside the fire with her legs curled up to her chest, her face resting against her knees. Frowning slightly at the young Gryffindor's silence, Hadrian sat beside her as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Lily, are you okay? The snow-haired Gryffindor asks, worry in his emerald eyes. The red-haired girl stiffened slightly, her body shaking as she remained responseless. The eldest son of Sparda sighed. He knew that Lily would not talk to him if she did not want to. And with no other option aside from just leaving, the snow-haired boy sat next to the young girl in silence, hoping that at the very least his presence could provide some comfort to the young girl. After several minutes of silence, Lily eventually raised her head, revealing her tear-stained face. I'm a Parselmouth, a descendant to Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Hogwarts and a man with hatred for Muggleborns, the young Evans whispered, her voice cracking from the emotion. Hadrian blinked in surprise as he looked at her oddly. Are you sure? While I do understand that speaking to snakes is not something most people can do, are you sure there's not a possibility that there might not have been other people with that same ability, with no relation to Salazar Slytherin? The young Sparda asks, confusion evident in his tone. Is this some joke to you? Harry, Salazar Slytherin, and his descendants are the only ones with the ability to use Parseltongue. I don't know how, but that man had discovered some way to learn to speak a language only available to snakes and passed it on to his descendants. They are the only ones able to speak Parseltongue. I am related to that monster, every known individual that spoke. Parseltongue was evil. Oh God! I'm going to be a monster. Lily paled as she began to shake once more as she covered her face with her hands, sobbing. Hey, don't you dare say that! Hadrian hissed as he placed both his hands on the young girl's shoulders, forcing Lily to look up at the snow-haired boy. You remember the Dark Knight, Sparda? How he, a demon, turned against his own people to protect humanity. Well, you forget one important thing. He was raised by demons, brought up by their views and opinions. And yet he went against them despite being taught otherwise. Sparda went against what all demons saw was normal and did what was considered impossible. Why can't you? Hadrian asks, giving the young Gryffindor a warm smile. Lily stared up at her best friend and felt her heart race in her chest. Seeing his cute face smiling at her with warm eyes filled her with happiness. Despite being friends with Severus, he wasn't as caring as Hadrian. The Slytherin boy was easily prone to jealousy and anger, while Hadrian was calm and caring. He is like an angel with the name Sparda. Looking up at the snow-haired boy, Lily felt as if something was beginning to click. His handsome looks, his unnatural amount of magical power, but most of all, the necklace around the young boy's neck. The same necklace that was spoken in myths and stories to hold the key to separating the human world from the demon. Harry, the young redhead softly spoke, causing the young Sparda to look at the young girl in curiosity. Yeah? Hadrian asks, taking a deep breath. The young Evans let determination fill her as she stared at the young boy dead in the eyes. Are you related to Sparda? The red-haired girl asks. Hadrian froze, eyes wide in shock at her question. What? The eldest son of Sparda stuttered, thrown off completely by the question. Are you related to the Dark Knight, Sparda? Please don't lie to me. I need to know, the crimson-haired girl asks, her eyes slowly losing their determination as fear replaced it. Was I wrong? Did I push too far? I don't want to lose him, but I need to know, Lily thought to herself, feeling her confidence slowly drain out of her as the snow-haired boy stared at her in shock. After a few moments of silence and internal debate, Hadrian let out a sigh. Yes, I am related to Sparda, the young boy confirmed. It only took a few moments for those words to register in Lily's brain, which then short-circuited. While she had her suspicions on the relation between Hadrian and the Dark Knight, Sparda himself, Lily had mostly believed that the name was merely a coincidence, something that had no proper meaning. But it would seem that was not the case. Really? You are actually related to Sparda? The young Evans asks, still trying to comprehend the truth. While it was one thing to assume something, it was a whole nother thing to have it confirmed. Sparda, the most well-known figure in religion, savior of the human race, actually existed. While the traitor to the demon race was a prominent individual in history, to think that he actually lived at one stage was something that was unbelievable. And his descendant was sitting right in front of her. Oh my God, that is amazing. What was he capable of? How strong are you? Do you have any abilities like he did? Does that make you part demon since you were probably his many great times grandson? Ooh, what about if Lily made a sound of surprise as Hadrian covered her mouth with his hands, stopping any more questions from coming out of the crimson-haired Gryffindor's mouth. Lily, relax, the young Sparda says with a look of exasperation. The young girl merely pouted in response, rolling his eyes. Hadrian removed his hand from Lily's mouth and waited for a moment before letting it drop when the hyperactive Lily did not continue her barrage of questions. Now, one question at a time. Though don't be surprised if I don't answer your question, as the demons will want nothing more than to kill me for what Sparda had done to them. While it may have been a very long time ago, the demons still hold a grudge against Sparda, which in turn means that they will stop at nothing to kill all those who have even a drop of his blood within them. That means that I was born with a target on my back. Hadrian warns the red-headed Gryffindor. Lily stared at the young Sparda for a few moments in thought. It doesn't matter if the demons hate you. Sparda did a lot for us, so we could live free from the demons' rule. No matter how dangerous things will be, I will never leave you, the young girl states with a surprising amount of determination in her voice. The young refiner blinked in surprise at that before a small smile graced his face. So, I'm stuck with you, huh? The young Sparda asks, cocking an eyebrow at the young girl. Lily merely grinned in response. Yep, the young Evan stated. Time skip. Knock, knock, knock. Albus Dumbledore perked up as a smile formed on his face. Come in, Harry, the old wizard called out. After a few moments, the door opened, revealing the form of the eldest son of the Dark Knight Sparda, entering the room as the door closed behind him. The young Sparda looked at the headmaster of Hogwarts and cocked an eyebrow as the man's desk was littered with papers. I'm not just a headmaster, Harry. This means that I got a lot of work to do. Albus answered the snow-haired boy's silent question. Chuckling slightly, Hadrian sat on one of the chairs that were positioned in front of the headmaster's desk. So my boy, how have you been? The old wizard asks, placing both hands on his desk. I have been quite well. The book you gave me on elementals is informative, the young snow-haired Gryffindor answers. Albus smiled and nodded his head. That is good to hear, my boy. I am happy to see that you are making progress in your studies, the old headmaster stated. The young Sparda shrugged his shoulders with a grin. What else am I supposed to do? Can't practice with swords since there really aren't many places for me to do so without drawing attention. Mastering my demonic abilities is out the window, since it is in the same situation as my sword. Gunslinging is another. All that is left is magic, and I highly doubt trying to turn a demon into a peacock is going to help me, the young snow-haired Gryffindor stated. Albus chuckled in amusement, but nodded his head in understanding. Yes, I can certainly see how that would be an issue. Though I do remember this time that I had found myself on the 7th floor searching for a place to relive myself. I oddly enough stumbled upon a room filled to the brim with stalls. Afterwards, I had decided to return to the place where I found the bathroom, only to find an empty corridor. I have a suspicion that the house elves might know about it, the old headmaster says with a twinkle in his eyes. Frowning in confusion, Hadrian looked down in thought as he attempted to recall any information related to the room that the old wizard had encountered. After a few moments, the young Sparda's eyes widened in realization. Yeah, I remember now. One day I met some house elf, and they mentioned something about some room. I can't remember exactly what it was since it was at the beginning of last year, I think. Though I do recall that I was planning to have a look at the room in question. Though it slipped my mind, the snow-haired Gryffindor stated in triumph. Albus hummed in thought as he stroked his beard. Fascinating. I never really got the time to ask the house elves about the room, but I would certainly be interested to know what you might find. Though I do recommend that you do it next term, as you are soon leaving Hogwarts for Yule, Dumbledore says with a twinkle in his eyes. Nodding his head, Hadrian gave the old wizard a nod as he turned around. I guess I will be seeing you next term, right, Headmaster? The young hybrid asks with a knowing smile. Chuckling, Albus nodded his head as he leaned back against his chair. Indeed, my boy. I am quite curious as to what you can accomplish. I dare say you might even give your father a run for his money when you reach your prime, the old headmaster says with a smile. Giving the old man a smile, Hadrian opened the door to the office and stepped out, softly closing the door behind him. Change, dear. Are you in here? A beautiful voice softly called out as the door to an empty office was opened. Stepping into the empty room, Venelana Gremory looked around with a slight frown. The beautiful devil had been looking for her husband to question him on an event that would soon be taking place, but she had yet to find him. But the beautiful woman had yet to find him, now finding herself inside her husband's office. Venelana took a step into the room with the door slowly closing behind her as she looked around with curiosity in her eyes. It has been quite some time since the female devil had been inside her husband's office, having found herself not as interested in the paperwork required as the lord of the Gremory household. But as she looked at the desk where her husband worked, she couldn't help but sigh at the sight. Papers littered all over the wooden top as several different pens laid on the papers. Shaking her head, the lady of the Gremory household went around the desk and began to look through the papers, piling them into small piles based on the subject that was on the sheets. Honestly, it is a wonder how you can even locate half of these things, the beautiful devil thought to herself, shaking her head at the thought of being in her husband's shoes, going through different papers when they were strewn all over the desk. Crunch! Venelana paused as she heard it. Blinking in confusion, the beautiful devil looked down at the floor and tilted her head as she saw a piece of paper halfway under the desk where her foot was standing on the other half. Shaking her head, the lady of the Gremory household sighed as she moved her foot and bent down, grabbing the paper and straightening her back as she got a look at the paper in question. It didn't take long for the beautiful woman to realize what it was. A marriage request for Riser Phoenix and the heiress of the Gremory household, Rias. A frown grew on Venelana's face as she looked at the request. She had heard of Riser Phoenix. In fact, the young devil was becoming quite well known, and not for a good reason. He had been seen many times, a woman hanging off his arms as he commonly hid and married and taken women just because he could, sometimes even taunting the female's partner as he saw them as lesser. Of course, he never actually raped anyone, his pride as a high-class devil being enough for the young Phoenix to not force himself on a woman, though he did get handsy, something that many didn't like, but couldn't do anything about. But as Venelana looked at the request, only one thought was in her mind. Without so much as a word, the paper slowly began to crumble in Lady Gremory's hand, its white sheet darkening as it started to fall apart. Where once a fancy bit of paper with writing was now replaced with a pitch-black ash, having been destroyed by the power of destruction. There, that should make things better for little Rias, Venelana thought to herself with a smile. With a slight skip to her step, the lady of the Gremory household hummed a happy tune as she left her husband's office, knowing that she spared her daughter from a marriage that would have never been happy.